Not that track. Alright, well. That's definitely music for the morning. Oh, stuff. Okay, so let me do the usual setup, if you will. Get everything started. Get back to hot streaming action. Oh my. Mostly it's just like, it's really encouraging me to keep a better schedule. Just not bad. Forgot to launch Discord. Nice. Well done, me. Gotta tell everyone that I'm streaming. Need to get back into a regular schedule. Took a couple days off for Christmas and things, but you know. I'll get there. Tell everyone. Alright. That's done. Up all the control panels, blah blah blah. Okay, that set up, that set up. Pull the restream chat off here. Alright. Oh, one more thing I'd like to have. My notes for what I'm currently working on, because that might be helpful. Our to-do list, very important. Okay. So, board right in the way of the screen. Over the holidays, I did a little bit of work, not a huge amount. Mostly setting it up so that now you could collect these things, and they would stay collected forever, and so you don't actually start with the all the stuff. There's a temporary painting here, just so I could test quicker. And how it auto-equip now whenever you get one of the tarot cards. On a weird little story thing there I'm slowly putting in there. Mostly it's just temporary placeholder stuff, but we get this and it auto equips it now, so I'm gonna do anything special. Get these. Basically I reworked the whole save system because it needed it. It wasn't accounting for anything. Hey Martha, how's it going? Just talking about the various things that I made changes to. Especially making Mini Pop not spawn here unless she's actually, you know, spawned, but she does talk briefly. And now you can't initiate dialogue jump. And if you're walking, it stops you. So, and if you jump off like a weirdo, laughing about publishing offers. They're not good publishing offers? Guess it doesn't auto-equip this thing again as soon as you died. Fair enough. I don't think it needs to. Also moving the paintings around so they go in a different order all the way around from this side all the way around until you get to... Not really the last one, so I think there's enough room for all the paintings there. I don't know, there was until I added an extra one, but if I have 4 per area, I don't think there's enough. Yep, I should be able to jump back in here and have all the stuff that was sitting on the ground there be gone. The things are permanently collected now. You know, people do be weird. Did I not grab this key? I might not have grabbed that key. That's fair. We'll test. Or I'm going to be working on the save real quick here to fix that. Yeah. I really don't know, like, if the Switch could run much of anything. I mean, it's like if you have the skills to super optimize it like Nintendo does, maybe, but even then, you gotta dumb it down pretty hard for something as weak as the Switch. Better off trying for a Steam Deck, which is stronger, but I don't know how much stronger. Well, that key I didn't grab, so that one counts, but that one of those gone. Yep, there we go. So that means all the save stuff now works. I also no longer need this here. I made it so a key appears in the door and turns also when you use the key on the door. That was just adding a graphic. It was really easy. Designed to finish a jumping puzzle here. Assuming I want a jumping puzzle there. Maybe. Can you make this jump? Maybe. Any more places to hide things? Like I have too many collectibles. Might be everywhere you go there's a collectible, in which case it kind of less fun. Don't do that. Other game mode. Gamest of modes. Or I could select none, that does nothing. Good job. Oh, cool. Sounds pretty high quality, like they're just trying to steal your game. There's no way I make this jump. Oh, but I can jump on the painting. Oh no. Oh no, that's a thing. Holy crap, that's a thing. Well, sheesh. I guess if I put the Empress plant up here, and then the secret will be jumping on the painting in order to get up to here. It's not terrible. Okay. Honestly, even if I put this high enough that they could jump on it from there, it wouldn't do too much. I can move this book farther over so it's not sticking off the side. That's good. I'm putting it for the book. We'll get there, but... Huh. Yeah, the only publishing I would accept is if they put money in my hands to do all this stuff. Yeah. I too would like to publish someone's thing with doing zero work and getting 40%. That sounds awesome. I'd like to publish as many things as people want at that point. I'll even pretend like I'm being useful. Like posting it on social media or something. I'm gonna try for an Epic Mega Grant. They don't really have much in their way of requirements for their stuff. They don't want 40% or anything like that. I'll probably still try for a publisher too, but I don't even know if I'll need one by that point. Hopefully I can get enough of a following just from streaming it that I don't need social media. Yeah, trade offer. Your game published. Me, 40%. Good plan, great plan. 10 out of 10. Would so do. Okay, well, I need to be far enough forward that I can actually land on this. I don't want to jump my way up to things. I'm too lazy for that. Wish I had some cool cobwebs or something. That'd be neat. That you could walk on, but... Can you make this jump without even using the plant? Probably. Oh, you most certainly can make that jump without using the plant. I have foobar as my plan. Yeah. Yeah. People always like, stuff never really gets stolen in the industry. Yeah, uh-huh. I totally buy that. The number of thieves I've encountered in my own life is so high on everything. I don't trust people. I don't trust people at all. You only deal with so many thieves before you're like, nah. So, just gonna have to find some way to make it work without needing too much of other people's help. I should have saw, like in the RPG Maker community, the number of people who would start as groups and then things would fall apart because one person would leave and then they'd like not have full control of the IP, so they couldn't even continue their game. That's not even stealing, that was just people working together. It was a mistake. So, yeah, I don't know about that. It seems like a terrible plan. Invite a publisher too, who, you know, has every reason to screw you over in from some place you've never even heard of. Awesome. 10 out of 10. What a great plan. I guess I can reward him with a health upgrade or something here. I don't know. Sure. Guess I should close this one. Yep, a lot goes wrong with additional people involved. Why don't do it? Should I do it? Maybe. Is it probably hurting me in the long run? Sure. But I need a way to guarantee the result that I want before I waste my time. Huh. I mean, who am I kidding? Like, if they're giving a random YouTuber a key, I wouldn't really worry that much about. I mean, that's fine, whatever. What, they resell your one key? Oh, damn. Oh no. But I think the upside risk on that's pretty high. Oh no, feel free to vent away, because you know what? It's actually educational. Like these things I'm learning about, you know. I mean, I haven't dealt with any publishers yet. So, you know, vent away. Learn interesting stuff. Something to chat about. Oh no, how dare you chat in a chat? Wait. It's fine. Oh, well, I want more than one. I would just give one to people and be like, here's. Unless the game was like if it was a co-op game, okay, I might give them a couple for a co-op game, because sure, fine. If I need them to play co-op, but if it's a solo game, I wouldn't do that. Wait, can I reach this without ruining the plant? That's a no. Oh good, an Empress puzzle. Yay, it's not really a puzzle, but... I think the hearts are comedically big. It's funny though. Oh, I gotta change it to number 2. I set up a system now where each upgrade is unique, so this way Poppet will check the moment she starts, and if she has it, it'll destroy it. Basically, now everything has their own map variable. And I added in a lot of stuff and added it all to the save stuff. It's not very clean at the moment, but that's fine. Whatever. It might get turned into functions or something, or cleaned up in a bit. It doesn't even need to check for if you have a health potion. There's no nightmare thingy. Sand upgrade, sure. Does she have a pain initiative NPC? Sure. I don't think I've done the audio things yet. And I was gonna have like audio logs, achievements. Did I save her achievements too? I hate that this is a thing. That I only use structs in exactly 2 areas in my entire game because of how garbage they are in Unreal Engine. Like they're handy for when I'm saving things to the save file. So I have one there. That's actually it. It deploys and saves to that one struct and then sends it right back over to the game save thingy. So otherwise people like tell me all the problems and how slow they are and I should only do them in C, and I'm like, I don't know. Huh. I mean, wasn't legit, fair enough. This is my brother, he's in India. He runs a scam call center in his free time. And he would like 6 to 7 keys so he can sell them too. Also, if you have like, you know, a Walmart gift card, he would like that as well. Every time. Actually, I've had ones from Africa too. This as well. My friend was an Egyptian prince. Wants to give you money. I haven't seen that one in a long time. I remember the Egyptian prince emails were hilarious. I'm like, who falls for this crap? Yeah, the thing about Struct, I learned this by rating people, actually. There was a guy I encountered who is, had a lot of customization in Structs. A lot of random generation of weapons and things like that. And what he was saying is, yeah, like he knows the back part, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, he was saying that he was redoing his whole project in C++, even though it was already done, because the structs were like 99% slower in blueprints. He had a lot of them, like he was nesting structs, which was his problem. Also, whenever you go to package your game, structs often are where the problems are going to happen, I've been finding, so I've had plenty of problems already, so I really just don't use them very often. I just, you know, use map variables, and that's... I only have the 1 giga one that I use for saving. Something new gets added to this every time, and because this gets handed to the save, I don't have to deal with all the extra crap of handing them around. That's it, though. I thought about using some other places. People like going, yeah, you don't even pull your stats out. You just, you know, pull the struct out and then open the struct up, break it, and grab the thing. But that's super slow. I just immediately map them to the matching variables on Poppet, and then call these so I don't have to call a struct every time because of how slow the structs are. Wait, why does item type have nothing linked to it? Wait, is there an item type? Yeah. Well, I mean, if your system works, don't worry about it. I just had a lot of problems with it, and he had a lot of problems with it, and if you're doing C++, I guess it doesn't matter, but it's part of those people who are just like, oh, you know, blueprints are too slow, you should use C++, blah, 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 blah. They also be like going, oh, you shouldn't program them, you should use this thing here. Oh, by the way, they're only good in C++. Well, then I shouldn't program it that way. That way is terrible. Like, you have to change your whole project up just so you can use something that is marginally better, then that thing is not better. It's not. You can't tell them that. So we have the joke going that if you want to take, you know, a programmer's really good at taking a task that would have taken 2 days and making it take 2 weeks, right? Yeah, I mean, like, he was nesting them, things like that. I mean, if your game works, then it doesn't matter. Like, your game works, perfect, continue on, right? I mean, like, it does. But the blueprints are, you know, their own pre-made versions of C++, right? And they might not have been programmed in the most efficient means possible because, I mean, Epic made them, and we all know that Epic is the pinnacle of efficiency in everything they do. Oh, wait. They're probably not, are they? So, you know, it just, As someone who came from an RPG Maker, I can tell you that everything there had these dumb event things, and their whole, every time you used their stuff, it was horribly inefficient over JavaScript. Like, JavaScript was like 100 times faster in basically everything because they were so bad at it. But it was all written in JavaScript. It's just theirs was so badly written that, yeah. So, it's just too much extra code. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I copy-pasted all these floors, but here's the thing. You can't see the outside of these. Why in the world do I have like 9 million extra things on these when I can't even see them? Yeah, exactly. Pinnacle of efficiency. 10 out of 10. So yeah, it's... I've definitely seen where it would be a problem. If my game runs at 30 FPS... and looks good, I'll consider it a win. That's all I care about. If I can do better, sweet. But, you know, job one, we'll get it to just keep... I mean, it already does keep that pretty well. And then we'll worry about more. But here's the thing, though, is 30 FPS running with streaming plus it being in the editor means that its actual FPS is significantly higher in the packaged game. Like, I'll get a huge gain there, so... good enough. Yeah. Holy crap, the amount of extra work I had to do because Lumen's like, we don't like lights. I'm like, I thought that was your purpose. We're like, we like emissives. Oh, okay. Wait, those don't actually cast shadows. Oh. Those suck. Like, what? What doesn't cast shadows? So Poppet had a fake shadow for a long time because I had a point light above just her. She still has a point light above just her, so she can actually look like she's in the darkness and the light, because without that, I also got rid of Nanite, because Nanite's hot garbage too. I was like, Jesus, this is awful. Because I learned that Nanite only works if using DirectX 12, and DirectX 12 is hot garbage, so... it cost me about half my FPS just to switch to DirectX 12, and I'm like... why? Why do this? What is the point? Does it look better? No. Oh. Actually, it's worse than that. The darkness in DirectX 12 is so prevalent that you can't even see the game. And no matter how many lights I put in there, you still can't see the game. So then it's even harder to optimize. So I end up having to put, like, you know, 4 to 5 times the lights just so you can see. And then the performance is even worse than it was by switching to DirectX 12. And I'm like, but what does Nanite do? Nanite doesn't improve performance. Like, you can run DirectX 12 with or without Nanite, the performance doesn't even change. So Nanite's just a joke. I don't understand what Nanite's supposed to even do. As far as I can tell, not a damn thing. There's a whole H-load system that does the whole make the textures muddy and everything like that at a distance. Like, that's nice. Yeah, why? I mean, you know, it depends on how many lights you have, seeing as how my game is at night. And, is based on lights. DirectX 12 is, But if you switched your game to DirectX 11, you'd get a huge frame rate increase. You should test it to see what I mean. DirectX 12 just does nothing. Exactly. The engine crashes like crazy while streaming. I mean, like I say, you should test in your test project. Just go up to the little project settings and, you know, select DirectX 11. It'll recompile all the stuff. Do it on a separate project just so you can test, right? Yep, copy. And then see what your FPS is and see if it makes any real difference in the lighting or anything like that for you. Like if your game just looks so much worse because of DirectX 11, I think you'll discover that it looks basically the same. But the difference is your frame rate will be incredible. So now I just tell everyone you should just switch off. So I don't get the point of DirectX 12. Maybe I'm just weird, but nah. Yeah, Nanite just hot garbage. Horribly unimpressed with Nanite. This is the outer wall, right? What is this? What am I looking at? Oh, we'll do it with the usual. We'll delete it and then see if it does anything. Oh, it's that wall. Okay, fair enough. I do have to actually finish making all these walls. I don't really gotta do too much. I mean, like, this door actually cuts into here, and I'm not doing the bottom floors for a while. And a whole bunch of the performance in the game is being eaten up by these brushes anyway. Right? There's still 28 of them. No, I use the H-load. Like I say, make a backup of your project and then test it on the backup. Now, test it on one a version you don't care about, because, I mean, what are you really out but a little bit of time, right? And switch and see. I mean, it doesn't break your game to switch anyway, but if you have a backup you don't give a crap about, But this whole game is in DirectX 11. I got tired of it crashing. I got tired of that memory error message there. Up in the corner saying, oh, blah, 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 it's like past your too much streaming textures. Also, you know what it would do then, too? It would make everything look muddy and crappy. Like, all the textures would be terrible. And you'd have to sit there and disable texture streaming, which is half the point of having it. And it's just like, there's just nothing that was good about DirectX 12. People are trying to tell me it's so great, but those are the same people who tell me I should program a whole game in C++ and have never made a game because their game takes too long to program. Because it takes a long time to make a game in just C++. So I'm just like, nope. I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm gonna Wagons East this one, you know? It was a ancient movie where people decided they hated Oregon, so they took the Oregon Trail backwards. It's like, yep, screw this. Wagons East, buddy. And yeah, that's just my plan. Wagons East this stuff here. What was on my agenda to do? I obviously get distracted easily, but that's perfectly fine because I don't really care. I like chatting. Oh, I'm gonna test this room out. I don't think I even want enemies in this room. Definitely not one of these things. These spawn stuff thingies have problems. Oh, I wouldn't do an main game. I mean, you'll have to make probably some tweaks that, you know, are literally like, you know, some DirectX 12 things only work in DirectX 12. There isn't much, but I would, like I said, I would do it on a project you didn't care about. Tweak the settings that it requires, which shouldn't require too many, and see how it pans out. As with anything in Unreal Engine, it's always more complicated than it sounds, but I don't have anything equipped here, so I'm just gonna actually I have the test option here. No, it's not player controller, it's game mode. Okay, apparently it's a bunch of the crap here. It's funny, I was trying to fix some problems with this. Well, that's fair. Yeah, I was trying to fix some problems with this because like weird corrupted files, so I actually exported I migrated everything to a new project. And then copied the files back from the migrated project over to here, and it fixed them. Unreal's weird. I don't know how that's supposed to fix the file, seeing as how the initial one was the corrupted file that got migrated. But here we are. Here we are indeed. Oh, game was open already. This is where the game completely broke, so I need to actually have a... Is that really what it's called? It shouldn't be called that. This one... Should not be called Hallway 10 because it's no other thing. This is Hall of Records. Back in the old version of the game, there was a little mini city in this area. Part of a big city complex I had going on, but I took that out. Because I'm going to have a big city section instead. Okay. Just let me test this easily enough. Let's see if I can get through this room. Last time it was breaking and had, like, you know, multiple versions of Charlotte just blocking everything. I need to rework this whole room here. I didn't turn testing on, huh? I did. Oh. I guess I disabled that because I was trying to solve a problem. Yeah, let me know how it goes. I mean, so for everyone who's switched to DirectX 11 has just found it to be blatantly better. It's funny because, you know, back when I was first started messing with like 4.26, I was getting 60 to 80 FPS with basically no optimizations, using claw physics and everything, and this outfit no less. Different character model, but it definitely can't beat this without the magician. I forgot I'm not starting with any of the cards, so I gotta grab them. Well, I actually just need a couple of the cards. I made testing harder, but whatever. But yeah, like, people just found it to be way better than the other version. The other version was... yeah. Oh, yeah, I was like, what, doing 4.26, like literally... I had like a whole game and everything was looking pretty good. It's just that... I foolishly thought switching to 5 was a good idea and it broke everything. I guess you get open world levels, but... guess I'll grab all these and just play around with this room for a while. I like how the water system is still like, you know, experimental or beta or whatever it is, even to this day, even though it came out in 4.26. I was like, oh, cool water system, so neat. Holy crap, that thing broke so many times in that. I mean, UE4 might have had some upsides to it, but that sure wasn't one of them. It was bad. Also, using DAS models in there. Holy crap, it was so much more work than 5. But the cloth system in 4 is 1,000 times better. That's true. It's so much more memory efficient, it's dumb. I inadvertently put those in dangerous locations. I just thought I'd tell you that. All this just a test. Oh, I need the Hierophant too to even test this room. This room requires all 4 things. Wow. Dumb. Yeah, let's not put this one here. Let's not make our life harder. Hey, Bird. We were just talking about the wonders of DirectX 11 versus DirectX 12. Well, I was saying how much better DirectX 11 is than DirectX 12. Yeah. Also about how wonderful publishers can be, how scammy some YouTubers are, and you know. Actually, to be fair, that the publisher sounded pretty scammy too. You know, good stuff. Made a couple changes to the game, mostly to the save system, so now the stuff saves. So there's like permanence to basically everything. Yeah. I basically had to set it up that treat everything just like it was a regular collectible. All the, you know, I had all this other setup going for. You're just gonna sit there. Oh, there's no nav mesh. And the America's food. That's fair. I definitely had a food coma yesterday. I was like, yep, terrible one. Yeah. Yeah. I pretty much went to the. Where are you? Oh, and I have a story graph too, because the story stuff's gonna have a bunch of stuff too. Now I have multiple graphs. I added 3 new graphs. The item collected graph turned out to be significantly more ridiculous, but now whenever you collect an item, it actually goes here and it just adds it to a special thing there, a variable map for each of the things, which is exactly what I was doing for like the tarot cards. Crystal balls got added in. I haven't added them for audio logs and things like that too, but and then I can check if I have them with another one there by just simply going here and going, okay, well, do I have this thing here? Find it. If I do, great. And then over here it just goes, it returns the node asking if it has it. So the item at the start of each level will ask, hey, do I got this? And if Poppet does have it, it just destroys itself. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I mean, this one doesn't look very clean. It needs to be cleaned up. I did a bunch of extra stuff there. But I have one struct and I just added everything to the struct, so now it just saves it all. It deploys them all out. Try to make this look clean because of the fact that there's just so many of them. So the plan being to always just have that. And this one specifically doesn't connect anything. And reworked the HUD, so now that these don't all appear at once at the start, you don't start with all the things either, and it'll auto-equip whichever one you grab, so you don't have to do all that. I have a system set up now where, where is it? I have too many things here. I'm gonna close a couple of these. There's so much stuff going on here. Don't need you, don't need you. Item collected, right, there we go. Now up here, for any time you collect a tarot, I can do special instructions with it, and this is where I'm going to put in the tutorial stuff. It actually took less time than you think, because the system, a lot of the system's already there. I mean, there's mostly just boring testing. But yeah, I mean, like just adding in additional systems here, where it's just like, okay, now for each of the tarot cards, I'll check right here. And have them equipped when you pick it up, so this way, you know, it'll do that. It doesn't pick the nearest open slot, it just picks, I just have them from 1 through 4, because I only have 4 in the demo, so it doesn't need to be more complicated than that. It also removes the previous thing, then refreshes, so this way it works, otherwise it doesn't refresh. But from here, what I'm going to do is probably interject, oh gosh, a tutorial HUD right here for each of these that'll pop up, and then when you click the button, it'll then run the rest of this code, is what I'm thinking. And so I probably need a custom event that says like custom event, we'll call this tutorial finished. And up here, let me make a quick HUD thingy. Well, I'm thinking about it. Should just copy it. User interface, widget. Sure. We'll call this widget tutorial. I guess I could have a different one for each one, right? Do I need to do that? Nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna reparent this one. Trying to remind myself how to do that. There we go, reparent blueprint on this one. The widgets have it in a different location. I need the UI and nav stuff. Actually, I don't technically, but I think it's UI nav widget. That's fair. Caffeine is a wonderful thing. Oof. Warnings are always like so much harder to be useful. I'm gonna check this up here. I guess I don't even need to change it. It could have just been user widget because it's not actually gonna do anything special. It's just gonna pop it up, lock the stuff down. I just didn't even. This could have just been the other. Didn't even that. That's fine. User widget's fine. Okay, so spam. Don't need to rename that. Do I even care about a grid? I might want to do different ones for each one, but what I really need is some kind of, probably a picture of its usage and then an explanation of what to do. Maybe a couple pictures. Or maybe more than one. I might just not make these reusable and just make them really specific, because I could go out of the way to make them reusable and everything like that. But every tutorial will likely be laid out so differently. Am I really saving that much time by making it reusable? I mean, there's only going to be a handful of tutorials. Well, that's incorrect. There's probably going to be like 66 of them, but that's not true. I don't think there'll be 66 tarot cards. There's 22 cards in the Major Arcana. If I give you one for every ability, that is 26, but I don't know if certain ones like the World are going to have other abilities. I don't think they will. Or maybe they will. I'm just going to make the World the most overpowered thing, because by the time you earn the World, like, you have to literally have every other tarot card and do special actions, so it's just going to be like kind of like getting like the hyper beam, or not the super beam at the end of like Super Metroid, where, like, you know, like the Metroid powers you up and then you get that beam that just wrecks the boss. Yeah, I'm just going to make the World one ridiculous. You're going to need it. If my final plan for the way the game ends was the way it's supposed to, if you get the real ending, you're going to need it. You're going to need it big time. The biggest problem is size issues when this game. Like, it's actually really hard to make big, large objects hit small objects when the size difference is so huge. Yeah, it's true. I'm just gonna drag images out here. Uh, 480 seems like it'd be huge. It's not. This here divided by. Oops. $270s. Am I doing the aspect there? That's probably fine. Is it? Let's take a picture of me swinging the fool. I might have a custom event for the tutorial as well. I think the best way to do this, so sure. Oh, the tarot tutorial. Bird. Well, is there anything special with this? Probably the best way to pull this off here. Because I could have just easily put it in a line here. All this is doing is just taking what would have been over here and then just putting it on this with the different tarot cards and yet another switch on string. It almost seems redundant, right? Also, this tarot card one's going to be so ridiculous, it's going to need its own big-ass space. Borrowed the language on that one, but listen. This is going to get big. I can already tell it's going to be real big. I might give it its own mini graph. I don't know. The problem with this is that, which isn't really a problem. I could just mini graph it. I might do that. Well, job 1, let's make it work. Job 2, let's make it better, right? This will have the same add the HUD, had the HUD thingies, so yeah, sure. So, arrow tutorial. I want to remove the HUD widget. That's fine. We'll do it in this order. That's acceptable to me. Target self, sure. It does kind of do exactly the same thing, doesn't it? Now I'm just switching on string and doing exactly this thing, only I'm going to rewrite it twice. But I guess if they don't have a tutorial, they're all going to have a tutorial, aren't they? Kinda, yeah. Huh. That's true, they are all going to have a tutorial. Alright, well... I'm just going to make a first version, then make a better version later. And I could just set tutorial widget for each of these. I'll just do it this way. I don't need this other thing like that. I'm just going to make them individual ones there. And I'll just copy paste a bunch if need be. just save everything real fast so I don't have to hate my life there. Tutorial. Ooh. The full one. I don't have to explain every new ability as you get it, so. I don't need this. I'm gonna want one for when it's finished, because when it's finished, I'm gonna want to do some stuff here, so. I already had that right there, I don't need it twice. Do this here. Actually, it's set movement mode. And up here, we're going to set this to walking. No. Just to make it look nicer. First, let's do this. I don't need this. Stop movement mode, I suppose. This is just so that they don't continue falling in midair. So if it's equal to that's dumb. It's stupid. Why am I doing that? It's just his falling. It falling. Otherwise, we'll set walking. Yeah. You're right, I didn't do that. You're right. Don't hate. Clean it up a little. I got your coffee? Nice. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna take a look at my menu system to remember how to lock the player out effectively. Oh, I have open menu there, so VPI menu is the thing. Player controller is running everything? Sure. Player controller do be running the show like that. could pause the game during that. But kind of like the music's still running, so Anyway, we set this to nav mode to those. So, eat the HUD widget. Connect this up so I can destroy it later. Never mind. I forgot it's a specific type, and that might make a difference. So rather than mess with it, I'll just make a new variable. I don't care that much. A bit. That's how I destroy the destroyables. And my trick for it, so I only ever had to do it once, because, yeah, you know, if I only got to do it once, there ain't nothing wrong with that. The destroyable parent. I just updated this so they no longer disappear. They have an effect and then vanish instead of just vanishing. So I spawn an actor, and the actor is... Where did it spawn at? I spawned this BP field system, alright? And all this really does is does like radial fall off like that application, then a field system component adds the transient field, and the radial fall off is done here. Field system component just did exactly this. And what this does is it, you know, gets dropped in at exactly the location where the ray trace hit. And that causes it to explode that way. And that's it. I never put another one in. I made the one. I was like, this is more work than I wanted. I just had to learn how to do it. Yeah, I set the BP field system there and just does it. Yeah. So every time I've broken every single pot in the game, any destroyable, the exact same destroyable thingy. I mean, I could make a different one for each one. I could just change the numbers so it blows up more if I wanted, but... Same way I pretty much recycle the same type level of fracturing. I just click the same button every time. I don't get too crazy with it. It already breaks into a bunch of pieces as is. I'm like, I don't know if you can reverse it. Like the radial force thingy is like pulling towards something. Like having it like reassemble the thing or something? Is that what you're trying for? Kind of like a reverse time? That'd be an interesting mechanic. Unbreak pots and things like that. I don't think I'd put it in my game because I can't think of any of the tarot cards that would really reverse time. Well, you don't even necessarily need a radial force for that, right? You can just have it move towards the target location using an interp alert, basically, between the location it's at and where, you know, the target is that you're trying to pull to, like the magnet, if you will. And then from there, yeah. So you just do that, like, you know, use a timeline to pull that there, and then change the timeline speed based upon the force you want. That's fair. I mean, the radial force, I don't even think it affects players either. Like, it doesn't really, it affects geometry collections. And basically just geometry collections. It's really specific to that. So I have a static mesh, and what I actually do is, to prevent the player from being able to shove a static mesh around, I literally just have it where the static mesh is what's visible, and geometry and like hittable, and then the geometry collection isn't. And as soon as it finds that ray trace, then it swaps the two. So, and they look exactly the same. So the static mesh doesn't break. It's actually the geometry collection that does. Mm-hmm. And the geometry collection is strapped to the static mesh so that they, you know, keep the same size, location, and move like around with each other. Just in case, because I didn't have them like that before, and one would end up in one location, the other end up in the other. No. They're strapped to each other now. So it's led to pretty good things doing that. But if I was going to do a magnet thing, it would probably be some kind of interp to a location. You don't actually have to use a timeline. You could use like, what, world seconds? World delta seconds? Multiple things that active? That's fair. What sorts of things you adding? Oh, good. I need renders of these new cards. I just assembled them in here, but I didn't think about that. I need to render the card. Let's take a picture of her using the thingy here, so I can toss it into the tutorial. Oh, sure. Always happy to show people the weird shortcuts I took to make life easier. Some stuff, you know, it isn't that necessary, but people are like, I've got to have this real specific thing. It's like, do you though? I mean, really? Do you? Or can you just kind of cheat your way through it and call it square? Yeah, see, now you can't use them. And if you open the menu, nothing appears. I need to make this invisible too. I might put X's over all the ones that are like not available yet, so you know how to collect. And then if you get it, well, that's right. Another tutorial is showing, but I've stopped playing. I didn't finish the thing. Well, I should have done this in a slightly different order. I should have taken the picture first before that. Oops. Oopsie. One moment, please. I wish I had pictures for the dialogue system. Would have been probably easier. Blah 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 blah. Actually, I could just copy paste everything from the HUD to save time and effort too. Just so I get the exact type of text. Right? 0.5. Actually, why am I doing 0.5 like this? I don't know. I guess it's easier to figure out where stuff's gonna go. Yeah. I should have actually copied much more readable text right here. That's true. I guess I can just get the size figured out. That's still a size 24, so it's readable. Okay. Nail it. Yeah, I should just copy this. That was dumb. Why am I sitting there reassembling everything to look exactly the same as what was already there? Just done this, just repositioned it like a smart person. Nope. Sometimes I'm criminally stupid. Happens. Don't question it. Or do. I mean, you probably should question it. I question it. Yeah, that's fair. That's a lot of what I tell people, why I say you should only learn the stuff you actually need, and you should ignore everything else in this engine, because it's got so much you could do, and it just leads to a world where you know, you'll spend all your time learning all this crap, and Epic produces new stuff at a rate that's just ridiculous, and you don't really get much out of using it, right? Like, it's not like necessarily that much better, right? My real fast. I mean, do you need PCG graphs? Not all, do you? Do you need nanite skeletons? I mean, maybe. Like the new mega lights. Did you need that many lights? Probably not. That's not even all the weird stuff. Motion matching. Like, they have, like, there's a huge list of experimental plugins. They don't even talk about most of them. It's just like, what's this? Those are the chaos vehicles. You need the chaos vehicles? I messed with them for a while. Wasted time. Didn't need them. Yeah, pretty much it. Don't learn everything. Don't try to make it perfect first. Don't try to find the best of everything, because Unreal's designed for way too many things. And a lot of them, it's like, well, these are for movies. Why are you using that? Is there a reason? This is for, you know, creating, like, you know, models for cars. Do you need that? Do you need to model a house? Are you doing tours for this? Like, there's so many things. It's just like, but they don't tell you what's for what. And you just go, okay, it's all good. There's none. Yeah. If help. Just bash your enemies. I'm gonna change everything. I just needed something simple, because it's just better to make something that gets the job done, I think, as we were just talking about. Just let it get the job done. Let me go back to her thing here. I can just put this in the tutorial. Button is pressed. Let's see. I remember what this was. I haven't worked on these in forever, so I'm trying to remember exactly which thing does each thing. I think this is all handled by that now, so I have to look stuff up again. I don't really want to run an event every single time the player pushes a button, so I really just want it to be on here. Let me look it up here. I have a way I can do this where I literally just put the thing here and say if press, then if the tutorial is active, close the tutorial. That means that every single time they ever push the button, it's going to check and see if the tutorial is open. And that's so grossly inefficient. There's got to be a better way. I don't want to send a message every time. I know there is a better way. I did it once before, but then I, in my infinite wisdom, forgot what it was I was doing on it. Rest. I could just delay it for a few seconds and just remove it that way too and not even do any extra work. Maybe I'll do that for now. That seems easy. And then I'll go look up how to do that later when I feel like doing that. Which I don't always feel like doing. So instead of doing all this, I just do this here. Yeah, sure, whatever. There's a weird bug where, I think it's with the plugin, not with the actual engine, but it won't let me move a bunch of nodes at once if I don't periodically click the save button. Maybe the engine. Alright, so let's put a delay in here, like 5 seconds or something. Eight seconds. And then from here, you guys hit the, yeah. Am I locking anything? I mean, it's not a UI setup. Yeah. I just forgot how to listen for the buttons. There's a bunch of nodes I gotta remember how to use. But I don't need that right now. I'll put the crap system in place first. And then after the crap system's in place, I can improve it later. And that's what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna do this here. I think I just set this input to game mode only if I want. I don't really have to do that. I'll walk him for a bit in a location just because, and then I can also pause the game too, but like say job 1, test it, and then we're gonna remove from widget, remove from parent. This new widget here. And sometimes I'll try to make this perfect system first, and it takes so long to make the perfect system, and then I'll make changes later and have just wasted all this time trying to make it perfect. When in simple reality, all it has to do is this. And then validate to get this. If valid, do this. If not valid, I'm just going to go ahead and skip to this right here. See, that's that weird bug where I can't move them all at once. That's the reason why I can't really do that necessarily by location is this is when you collect a specific item. So that's why I'm doing it this way. This is going to trigger when you pick up the item. This is my placeholder until I make enough widgets there, but what I need to do is just have a simple setup here. Then armed with this, yeah, because this is when you pick up a tarot card. I was gonna like do a button press in there to close it, but I forgot the code for it, so I can just cheat and close it after like 5 seconds or whatever. That's, I mean, I'm gonna do a better one later, but now it'll display a thing, and it equips it, and then you can still swing it, and then you have movement mode again. Oh, I don't want the sanity things in here. Not the most ideal method. It's a fine method, but it's not like ideal. But again, like you don't need a perfect thing to start with because you're just gonna, you know, change it later anyway. Is that even a good picture? I need a picture for the tutorial. A couple of them. And that's it. I'll put them in there. I'll replace them better. Like I say, I really just have this theory that you get it done and then you improve it later, and if you don't have time to improve it later, it was already done at least, so you know. That's my master plan for doing everything. Get it done. Worry about it later. Worry about making it perfect later. Oh yeah. Little thing down there. I had her like messing with you a bit, but I haven't set up anything to go with there, just a test thingy, but it does do that when you jump in there. Yeah. Those need to go away. You break these with a picture. Insanity things showed up in the meantime. I guess I'll go bash some enemies or something with it. That might work. Oh yeah, I'm getting there. I was gonna have like the voice acting pleasure going and then just have the characters talking at the bottom. Instead of, you know, for the main dialogue things where there's like a full dialogue thing that pops up. Though we'll see, maybe I might change that a bit depending upon, but I don't really want to interrupt the action if, you know, Tinka's talking at you at some points, and I also kind of wanted to make quips as you're going along if you're nearby one of her paintings. So I gotta do a bit of restricting on, I don't want to restrict the player's movement. Alright. Oh, it says preparing shaders. Ugh, really? We got a little box and a little thing to show that Poppet's got it, and I put a little thing in front of it. It's been there forever. So funny. That's not a very good picture either. Oops. Trying to get a good still. That's not bad. Yeah, slowly everything's coming together. I'm definitely getting there. We're at the point where I need to just embellish things, basically. That'll do. And I'll make better tutorials as I go along. It's just, you know, just a brief explanation of everything, and then cooler stuff as you go is fine. Because I know how to play, but it doesn't really tell you how to do anything in the game. So if you don't know how to play, it's just like, well, bugger. Didn't like it anyway. I'm just saving them on my computer. I don't usually bring up the file system for that. Tutorials. So tutorial, the Fools 1. Okay. That's fine for now. I'll do some stuff to make it look really cool later. Maybe animations too, I don't know. I'm still working on what I plan on doing with all of it. You know, doesn't really make it huge, does it? What if I just put it over there, like over the full thing, and not have like anything special over it? No offset at all, just go ham on this here. And then I just move this over here. That kind of blocks everything though, I don't know about that. That might not be a good idea. Probably. I mean, not right now because I'm in the middle of, you know, streaming, so it wouldn't really work terribly well to record it, but all my screen capture thingy is currently screen capturing something else. I could always just, you know, cut it out of the thing too, but I'll probably do that. Is there a video option here? I mean, I'm sure I can get some sort in there. Video player? Yeah, probably. I'm gonna add that to the ideas there. Video tutorial for using stuff. Using hero cards. Yeah, I mean, well, how often do they even put video tutorials, right? Do they? I mean, have you seen them do a video tutorial in, like... I make this smaller so you can see the world, I think. Because I realize that it's kind of jarring for it to just block the whole screen necessarily. At least I think so. Yeah. Well, that's fair. I mean, you know. They do be AAA and like that. Like 640 or something. Because, you know. Maybe. And 360, that's probably fine. I also need to come with a better system for locking the game up too and everything, but we'll get there. Like I say, it's not super important that it's perfect right now. Oh, you know what's super important though? Actually importing the image that I planned on using. I might need that. I'm just saying. Graphics. Find it on my computer, wherever I hid them. As you know, eventually I'll probably get like, you know, cool buttons in there and everything like that to show which button you're supposed to hit and everything, but that's going to take some extra effort. I probably want one for the combo, things like that. I probably want to break this into 2 text thingies is what really needs to happen. I probably need to duplicate this. Make it look better, and then move this one over to the other side. don't know, probably like some combo thing. Objects. I want to duplicate this here. Well, that's not a bad location for it, honestly, but I'll probably move it over a little bit. I probably should have put it in a grid thingy, but I don't know. I'll tweak it a bit. Each one of these can look different. I'll probably want to have a picture of like the tarot card up in the corner too, but you know, that's a different story at a different time. Like 7 seconds. I also want to lock them down probably more than this too. I don't know. Yeah, the video idea is not a bad one. That's why it's on my list of things to potential ideas. So thank you for that. Yes. I should play more games. I haven't played games much in a long time, so most things I played are almost older, so a lot of the concepts I have are probably older. Admittedly, a lot of the AAA games these days are pretty bad, so you know. I don't know if I want to copy them necessarily. And I just need to get a different picture for those there. I'm gonna get the other attacks in there. This is definitely where a video is gonna need to be better, because I won't be able to show the full attack string. Or even have other stuff. And that might make the tutorials much more complicated too. But whatever. I want a picture of her breaking stuff that involves those kinds of things. Yeah. Do good things here. Not the best. I don't know. Looks like I'm just hammering things, so it looks all special anyway. Good enough for me. Oh wait, yeah, 1080 there because I want to shrink the other one down a bit. Since I want to keep the scale. At some point I'll do a bunch of like, you know, UI stuff too, so things will look different. Sure, it's in the right area anyway. Whatever. Part 2. Sure. Drag this over here. I don't need the thing running at the moment. Got sanitied out. Fair enough. Happens. I don't care about that. The splines have issues with the H load. Because of course they do. Alright, so we do that, and now we can change that picture out. I think I might even just center these actually. I do want to put a picture of the card somewhere. But I didn't render... well, I guess I could just render, like, put Poppet's picture there. When she's holding the Fool? Where is that? I'd make my own. Let's add one more image. Image. Or image. A tarot image. Okay, so the tarot image here. Let's Z-order this to the back by like -20 or something, so it's like super far back. I don't need it to be on top of anything. That's weird. And then where was it? Just had it up and I was just going to click the button, and then I Oh, Poppet's on a rapid weight gain program. I want that. I'd like my game to sell, and if there's one thing I've learned, ugly female characters do not sell games. No. At least be cute if you're gonna do that. Yeah. Basically, nobody in their right mind, even women, don't enjoy playing ugly women. Like, if you ever watch the amount of time I've seen women invest in making their, you know, character, like they play a woman, they make their character look really hot, it's super high. And I mean, do you know why they do this, right? Because they spend a lot of time investing in their own looks too, because they recognize that, you know, looking good is very valuable. A lot of people will treat you better. It's also part of the, you know, the main female fantasy to, you know, just be like so beautiful that everyone just loves you kind of thing. The princess thing. So even they like, and then there's guys like me who just wanted to stare at the back of something really hot the whole time they were playing. It's like, listen, if I gotta play, you know, a female, she's gonna be good looking. Because I'm probably gonna be seeing her backside for I don't know how many hours in this game. So it's important. Yeah. Make her hot. Don't make her ugly. Heard. Gotta organize. I guess it, well, I don't need to write text on there, it just seems redundant. My plan is just to make as many attractive females as possible in the game, you know, just in case the game doesn't sell well, right? They can always do the re-release as the adult version. Not sure I'm going to release the adult version, but I'm just saying, you know, it's a great meme, if nothing else. I need to reposition things slightly. I think I want this over to this other side anyway. I think I want to reverse this, right? Put this in this corner here, put the text, I guess, next to it, and then what the image is, and then over here, swap these two. Probably not a bad idea. Instead, have this way over here. I'll position it a little bit different in a second. I could even have some blurb about it. Something Poppet's commenting. I don't hate it. You know? Like 600 or something. I hate that you can't just drag things around, you know, on widgets. Could also put it directly below the image too. I don't know. Reminds me of all those school projects back in the day where you had to, you know, go out of your way to worry about the location of these things and stuff, you know? Align it just so it's absolutely perfect. It's possible I want over here and just aligned up. I probably should have put him in a grid at that point. That was a mistake. Yeah. Uniform grid panels probably better. I mean, they all can use the same amount. I guess they could. Let's get it all squared out. Sure. Get it close to wherever the center is, I guess, and then 0.5 it so I can easily relocate things as necessary. And then move these two images into the grid. Move these images into the grid. And then take the first one here. Let's do this as row 0 is fine, and then grid is tiny. Why is grid tiny? Grid should not be tiny. I'm sure I like this setup, because then it resizes those to that instead of sizing it to what I want. Maybe a uniform grid is the wrong call, because it'll resize the image and I won't get a chance to decide those things. Grid panel it is. Right. Everyone off that boat and onto this boat. Makes sense. Oh yeah, Bayonetta. That's what I'm saying. You have to pad these. Well, that's not even that good. I almost like the other method better than the no grids. Okay, I'm just making this harder than it needed to be. Screw all that. Actually, can I just backpedal super far on that? I think so. Thanks, Undo. I should play all games with hot chicks for a while. I should remember my stream, only games with hot chicks. They did a remake of Lollipop Chainsaw. I was like, really? Okay. I thought they'd make it all stupid because, you know, they have to make all the women ugly these days, but no. No, it turned out that it looked pretty much just like a better version of the other one. I don't think they cut anything out, and I was like, good on you. It's literally if someone made Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but she was, you know, used chainsaws and stuff instead. It's pretty much what it is. 10 out of 10. Oh god. There's something we haven't had a remake of yet. When are they going to ruin Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? Right? You know what's going to happen? Buffy's going to be of some ethnicity that's not Caucasian. Probably disabled to or at it. Almost certainly overweight. and somehow fight vampires. You know it's gonna happen. 100%. You're just gonna be like, no, just we're not watching this. It's just not happening. It's no. But I probably shouldn't say it too loud. I'm sure they're already, you know, it's already in the computers at this point. They're already making it. The AI is going to be writing a script for it. It'll be as dumb as it sounds, and yeah. It gets the job done. It doesn't look good yet. I can do better. But I also don't care. Oh yeah, now they vanish over time instead of the other. They were just disappeared before. But I do need some instructions for using them, so. I'm gonna want pictures for this one too. I just gotta make 4 of them. That's wrong. I gotta make a lot more than 4. Who am I kidding? I gotta make all the ones for different things there, so. Oh. It still locks you out even without a 2. I guess it doesn't super matter. Guess I could zoom in a bit on these. Not a very good picture. Oh yeah, like, I mean, I'll give him some credit. I guess Siri was actually one of the people who kind of took over in the story, so there's some precedence for her being like the main character. I guess she was never a Witcher. That's just their own fanfic stuff. And I get that she would look older, depending on how many years we're talking about. So I don't fault them as much on that. But she could look... She doesn't have quite the same facial structure, so that was just bizarre. You know, 0 out of 10. Do not like. Maybe one for throwing it too. Exactly 10 years, pretty much. I hate all the AAA games just advertise their stuff super early, and it's just like, but guys, when's it coming out? Oh, well, soon, TM. You're like, oh my god, really? Got memed? Got soon TM'd? Jesus. Alright, fine. Thing is, though, is I'm not really that big of a fan of their games in the first place, so I don't even care. I'm like, okay, cool. Good to know, bro. It's all good. I'm so happy. Because, I mean, like, I kind of liked The Witcher 3, but I got bored and never finished it because the combat was so boring after a while. Like, it was okay for a bit, but the depth wasn't really there. The story was kind of cool. Like, I enjoyed the side quests and stuff, but weirdly enough, I didn't think the main story was very good at all. I actually got really bored of the main story. Hey, Matt Bird's Quest, how's it going? Yeah, like like I didn't care about rescuing Ciri. I didn't care about stopping the Wild Hunt. They really seem so nebulous. Like, they didn't really build it well for those. It's just like, oh, she's gone for X years and he's on a search for her. Okay. Fine. But, you know, it made no sense. It The other quests were so amazing. Like, their side quests were so much more interesting than the main quests. I did a bunch of their side quests, but I just kind of skipped the main quests. I mean, I eventually got near the end. When the Wild Hunt attacked and more, and I definitely was there for that and a bit afterwards, but I just don't think I ever beat it. I got near it. Lost interest. I'm doing decent enough. Can't complain too much. Making tutorial images. I think that them having more of ties to Ciri, like making me care about her, like there should have been like, you know, more like memories of like how Geralt like actually was around her. I mean, you played that first little part with her and that was it. That was your whole tie. And that tie would have been okay if, you know, she got rescued within the first 10 to 20 hours. But instead, you're looking 30, 40, I mean, however long you did on those side quests, pretty soon you've forgotten who Ciri even is. It's like, oh yeah, wait, I was supposed to be rescuing her. Huh, okay. So they probably could have, like, the scenes where you play as her could have been replaced by scenes of them, like, you know, of something to tie Geralt to her. Because I didn't care playing her. I was like, okay, well, this has so little relevance to what's going on. I was doing this really exciting quest, and now I'm doing whatever this is. So yeah, just something to really tie to. But I mean, she gets kidnapped so early on that it just it's just too quick. I mean, I think Fallout 4 is a really good example. You play Fallout 4, and you're supposed to be looking for your kid. Cool. But all this other stuff happens, and within the first 10 hours, you forgot that you were even supposed to find your kid. You're like, you don't even care anymore. You're just doing everything else. And that was the issue. It's just like, what's I doing? Yeah, I have a kid. Whatever. We'll go back to killing, you know, more rad scorpions or whatever. Find some new guns and glom together some trash to make some new thing. Like, what? Really? Yeah, more interaction with her too. I mean, like, I think the only scene that you really have with her, really sit and chat with her, it seemed like, was when you're discussing which woman you actually fell in love with. I think it's the only scene I actually remembered why, like, anything that they would even have like of any kind of family bond. And even then, it seemed kind of weird because they hadn't seen themselves in, like, you know, seen each other in, you know, 10 plus years. And instead of having all these interactions with each other, like, oh my god, it's so great to see you, they just kind of skip all that. They really have so little interaction going on with each other. The payoff for having rescued her was low. And for a game that went out of its way to make every quest super in depth and just have all this character development like that, for the main quest to just not have that was so weird. And so I wasn't really that enthralled with the main quest. I kind of didn't care. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, well, it's like you're obligated to like her because she's your daughter, I guess. But so, like, why do I care again? Like, I saw her briefly in the start of the game. I played her as she went and got naked in a bath or something. Oh wait, she did an escape from someplace. Neat, cool. And I have some story for that. Like, why do I care about this character? She got no development. It's just like a little bit of blurb playing as her, and you're like, oh, that's so cool. Oh wait, is it? Oh, that was incorrect. I don't want that. I want it on this one. Picture's terrible. Is it that bad? I don't even know. It's okay, I guess. Maybe I'll give him a hint. I don't know if I want another card in the picture, though. It's kind of hard to get a good picture of. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And that's really just it, you know, like, yeah, Geralt's her parent. As you know, law, surprise, blah, 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 which they didn't really talk about particularly, but they really should have gone out of the way to show some ties for him to her, and it just didn't happen. That picture's strictly worse than the other picture. I can barely see anything in it. It seems terrible. This one's better. Yeah. Birdbot has arrived. Oh my gosh, there's so many birds. It's like a flock has happened here. Bird 5, Matt Bird's Crest, and the bird? Jeez. Yep. I mean, it's very exciting. This was not on my bingo list today. Yeah, apparently it's all in fashion to have a bird name. You like to be like imaginary bird now or something like that, just so I can feel not left out. Also, I need to launch the bot thinking about it. That's fair. But that's less funny than just assuming that all of you picked bird. And I'm going to go with the funny one because I like the funny one better. I also don't get out much, so, you know, don't hate too much. Or do, it's fine, you can hate. Probably deserved. I definitely, sure I've earned it for something along the way. That's true, birds are not real. It has been established. The birds are just a giant lie by the government. Cameras to watch us all because they need more cameras and the cameras just in all of our phones. That's fair. That's where they're made. And then they get shipped around the world. Some people call them drones, you call them birds. Listen, they're like the same thing. I actually saw some image that someone had actually taken a stuffed bird and made it into a drone, and I was like, man, don't do that. Don't be that guy. Why would you do this? Mistakes were clearly made. He did it anyway. And now all the conspiracy theorists are technically right. I could put this below her. I'm just going to position them like that. I can never stand on it. I kind of want a picture of a tarot card behind her. I know I'm going to change these a million times. That's just how it works. I 100% know I'll change them a million times. That's a static mesh, though. I just made that. More birds. Nope. Oh, no. I'll have to have like a signal to summon the flock of birds or something like that every time I stream. Call the flock. Actually, if you've seen Animaniacs ever, they had the Goodfellas. They were like, you know, they had like the two, like, you know, mobster pigeons and then like the Godfather pigeon. So you guys can decide which group is each one of the three. So we'll do for now. These should actually just be under there. There's not even a HUD thingy. These are just straight up tutorials. I can't spell today. Just for organization, because I'll never be able to figure out where everything is otherwise. Ah, the good feathers, yes. Like Chicken Boo? Maybe Chicken Boo worked for the good feathers all along. Maybe Chicken Boo was, like the secret head of it all. How do you even know? How do you know? Could be anything. So excited if that's the case. Oh. I edit this here. I never did make pictures for all the other tarot cards. I need to do that. Also, I have an extra character in there that does not need to be there. Guess I'll have her stand on him. I don't remember any crossovers with them, but to be fair, I don't think I've seen every episode of Animaniacs, because it was, when I watched it, was like on TV and everything was always so random back then. It wasn't until much later that you could just watch things in order, which is amazing. Because otherwise it's like, well, have I seen this episode? I guess so, but do I want to watch it again? Maybe. There are actually a lot of shows that I went back and watched later to see how they ended. Because I just had no idea. Did I see the last episode? I don't know, I probably saw 100 episodes of some shows and I never saw it yet. Things like that. The shows in order are often way better too. That's fair. And I just binge watch things. Like I've been binge watching Squid Game Season 2 lately. It's good when they're not doing the games. The games are really boring. Like really, really boring. Kind of like watching a Mr. Beast video. Actually, exactly like watching a Mr. Beast video. But when they're not doing the game stuff, it's interesting. Because the story around it is way more interesting. So the early episodes are pretty good, and then they get to the games, and the games are like... Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Just eliminate a bunch of people I don't care about. And then just get over it. Oh my god, we're going to have to do yet another montage because there's too many people. Just wake me up when you get through it. I don't care. Well, to be fair, Beast Games came out before. But, I tried to watch the Beast Games. It's like the most boring part of Squid Game. Except for... that's the whole show. They're really boring. Oh my god. I'm like, yeah, it's great you spent all this money, but what you're missing here is the character development thingy. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's clear he wants to do something that's along the lines of like a Hell's Kitchen type of thing, where he wants you to feel for certain people. But the problem is, he started with an episode of his own thing like that. I'm not saying that. He starts with 2,000 people. That's too many. I don't care who they are. They're eliminated in droves because he wants to have 1,000 to go to his show. Okay. Then you get to the show. There's still 1,000 people. There's not time to get to know anybody. There are no star people that he's following. It's just like, oh, this random person we basically just, picked out of the crowd and they said something. So? Who cares? So then, it's like, okay, well, you get to the first episode. Maybe he eliminates a few hundred people. I don't remember how many. Who cares? You still have hundreds and hundreds of people left, and it's like, okay, well, the next episode, what do you see? More random people talking that you don't care about because they've been not established any kind of story, any kind of main characters or anything. Like they do in Hell's Kitchen, you get to know all the people, which is why the show works, even though it's just pure slop. At least they build a story around it. It's a fake story, but it's got a story. And then, you know, he'll like do his next episode and it's like, okay, there's like that, eliminate a few hundred more. Cool, great. But who were they again? I don't care. So it suffers from that problem. Like, he really should have started with less people. I know he wants to break all these Guinness Book of World Record crap, but I don't care about those. And most of the games are just boring crap. Half of them are like, will you betray your team? The other ones are just like stupid little kids games that are not even interesting. I'm like, this is the most Mr. Beast of Mr. Beast videos I've ever seen. It's a good thing it's like 8 parts or whatever. I haven't seen Alone. I don't usually watch reality shows, but I was like, oh, well, I'm real bored. I got some alcohol handy. Let's watch this Mr. Beast thingy. I'm gonna say it. His own little Squid Game thingy was better than this Beast Games thing. And that's because it was all influencers, so you already knew about all of them, so you were kind of following your favorite influencer. That's fair. I mean, like, it's just that Squid Game has a story. It's not really about the games. The games are the shock and awe thing, but there's a story. Granted, the story with the first season was not very good. They focused on the games a lot more. The second season, they try to focus more on the story until they get to the games, in which case it's just like a rehash. It's just not there. Oh, okay, well, that's fair. I mean, the Alaskan winter is rough. So, yeah, you know. The reality shows work because they just basically scripted things where they try to put them in a scenario that looks like it's like really extreme, and then you know, they have cameras in the background, so it's not really that extreme. You just think it's extreme, but I mean, they've got all these things to protect them and stuff like that too, so it's not like it's really extreme. You know, like they've got, you know, medical supplies, helicopters. They I mean, you're not really alone. That's all off camera, sure, but, you know. They try to make it a story, and they just... Mr. Beast hasn't figured that part out yet. Because to him, people are very throwaway. So it's just... I don't know. It'd be like if The Price is Right had like 2,000 people on it. You don't care about the people in the audience at all. But then you make that thing like 8 episodes, or however many Amazon's doing, you're just like... This is not it. Just not it. 0 out of 10, not it. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's real boring. Not a fan. But hey, you know, maybe other people will find it better than I did. Most people are crazy, but dude's got a lot of videos on YouTube that make, you know, millions and millions of views, so clearly he knows better than I do. Clearly. I'll grab some water real fast, but I key the button. Myself a minute or something like that. Oh, wait. Let's see. All right. Well, thanks for dropping by. The flock is very happy that you showed up. They will miss you, but I'm sure they will carry on as all birds do. They're not spy drones, not at all. The flock is all around us and watching. I heard nothing, but you know, if my neighbors do anything weird, I'll send the flock after them. I had to get back into streaming longer. Of course, I guess to be fair, the reason why I switched to the day was so that I would force myself to not stream as long as I was doing this. I would actually have time to do everything else in the day I'm supposed to do and not be slacking on those things. I don't have a magician for this picture. Because it turns out that some things are important that I should probably do. I was not necessarily doing them. Like sleeping, or eating, or having time to do much of anything, really, let alone talking to people. I don't know who talks to people. That's weird. Nobody talks to people. The game was getting done real fast, though. 10 out of 10. Game gets done real quick. You just have no life. Here should be the action button, I guess. Or... there's the attack button to lift up small objects. And again to drop them. Covered. What else can you target? I'm gonna come up with way better things later, but I'm gonna put it on here actually. It's already in the right thing. Since I don't have anything better at the moment, well, let's do this. Oh, this needs to be set to null and void afterwards, otherwise it'll do the delay. Even the next time I pick up a card, even though it's there's nothing on it. I guess technically I could just put it on here, but I want to void it at the end. This is going to need its own graph because there's going to be like 66 of these thingies. Wow. Probably 60 plus. Some might not have multiple abilities. I don't got to do it yet though, but in time I'm going to need just let's see how many abilities are in the demo. The Magician has 2, the Empress is 3 for 5, there, 2 for the Fool. So now we're at 7. I think there's only 8. I don't know, 8 abilities in the first hour of the game is probably a fair amount. Feels like I give them out really fast. I could introduce another tarot card in the demo. I don't know if I want to do that. And if I did that, which one would I give? Because I want to give out, well, the Hanged Man, or maybe really Temperance. I don't know. Now the Hanged Man fits for Pirate area. So in the next, like in the Hidden Grotto, I'm probably going to give out the Hanged Man tarot, the Bubble Wand. And that's after the demo. Right after. I don't know what other abilities are even going to have, though. There's going to be a lot of testing to make things better or worse. For this, I can see it already. Oof. Next is all stiff. So I'm actually going to need these for all of them. Well. Alright, fine. I convinced myself to, put a monograph. I can't call it tarot card graph, though. That make no sense. Tarot card collected. At some point we can all realize this one's going to be insane, so it needs a home. Oops. Come on, you can connect. I believe in you. Instead of having it go like a mile over there, I can make it a little bit neater. Okay, we're gonna do that again where I can't multi-select. Okay, fair. Perfect, perfect. Honestly, I'm probably gonna put this over here because I think that the number of tarot cards is gonna get ridiculous anyway. Actually, you almost really can't have too many of anything. Like, almost impossible. Too many organization things. I'm gonna put this above here because I'm gonna keep adding a million cards down here, so I can already see where this is gonna be a problem. Well, I could make 3 variables and then do that, but I think this is easier just to use the function and call it square. The string's not even in there anymore, but whatever. I'll just put things in for all of them and then we'll deal with it later. All 3 Empresses are in there. I'm not sure I need to give all of them out, but whatever, I might mix it up a bit. Because I don't have a lot of the other ones really planned out, so the Empress is way more planned out. So maybe the Empress might actually become one I only partially hand out, like after the demo. Like in the demo I probably give it all out, but later on when I have other ones to do, I can do that. Yeah, probably. Anyway. Gotta fill up the books too. I got so much to do. Tutorials and menus are going to take quite a bit of time. I knew they would. The good news is once I've kind of already made stuff, it's easy to just, you know, expand it. That's weird. Button's very finicky. Seems to work. Good enough for me. And then the Empress needs 1, 2. Let me take a slight break from those and just work on the other things there, because I mean, as exciting as these are, not even that excited, but now I have a system in there, and that's half the fun, having a system that's already ready to go. Then I'm just golden for later. I'm definitely going to need all these. Might shrink it down too and then have like so they can see what they're doing to do the tutorials as well. Right, don't copy the Magician one. Let's save myself extra typing and just copy the Empress. Normally I would do all these there, but since the Empress has to, like, I have to have a different tutorial for each one. I don't want to do that. I'm just going to put an invalid one for all these, so then I can just have the wires connected up as necessary and save myself the effort later. This system will get way more refined for once the regular game comes out. The demo is not going to probably have the most refined of the systems. Kind of unnecessary. I mean, I don't need the ability to equip a million different tarot cards if you only have access to like 4 of them. Right? Do it this way. Messier than I like. But at some point it's pretty hard to not make it messy. Maybe I'll divide it amongst, you know, various... I'll have a way to further subdivide it. Because I just can't imagine 66 of these things. That would just be insane. I guess to be fair, though, I don't have to connect all the cords. What I could actually just do is have a function at the end of each one. That's got to be better. Right. I just get rid of these 9 million cords. Poppet's a complicated girl. Yes. Got like most of the game on her. That should be a lot less messy. That Poppet has so many freaking variables. I need to organize these better. Honestly, these can go to their info. Oh, I moved out to player info. It's basically what they've collected, so I guess that counts as player info. Sure. I don't have an achievement system yet, I'm just setting it up for later, so this way I'm ready to go. Because, you know, not a bad idea. Organization, very important. If you don't organize, well, it's pretty hard to find stuff as these get more and more complicated. Not gonna lie, as soon as I get done with Poppet Quest, I'm just gonna make more Metroidvanias, and I'm just gonna build off the top of Poppet Quest 100%. Like, if I make all these systems, I can just change some gameplay elements, you know, add in new abilities and stuff, build new levels, and I'm like, you know, put new models in them. But basically like that, I want it to make the underlying systems. So basically I've created my own template that works for what I want to do. I don't know why more people don't do that, to be honest. Like, if you keep making the same type of game, you can keep expanding upon what you've already built. You don't do that, and poof, I don't know. Seems less bueno. Yes. Other various types of health potions. This could probably be further switched as well too, but whatever. I think it works for now. Also, I had to adjust them to treat everything like it was a collectible that had exactly one of it in the world, which, I mean, is correct. It's what it should be, but... eh. Save those there. I'll take a slight break from doing that, and I'll do these ones instead. Oh, that's gonna be miserable collecting these. Oh, no. Ever. I need to re-equip the default abilities now that I have those set up, like, just so I'm able to do a lot more testing, because I'm gonna have to do a lot of combat testing, and I don't want to collect these every time, so... Those don't have a tutorial, so it's fine. Dirt. I don't even think I changed the modes, so technically the save won't even work. That's okay, I just want to see if this works or not. I need to be able to beat this room. I'm also going to further improve this room too, but... mute one music so I don't have both playing during this. As one at a time is fine with me. Oops. Turn that off. I mean, realistically, I'm more concerned about this side anyway. This is where it was breaking. The other side wasn't breaking. Also, they won't necessarily know to go the right way, so they could easily have gone this way, which is not the right way to find the key. I know the right way, and I just immediately go up, but to be fair, they would not necessarily do that. Where you at, buddy? I don't see a smoke thingy here. Okay. There should be one. Right? Sure. Yeah, I'm telling you to spawn there. I'm also gonna do a quick re-equip of all the abilities so I don't have to be that guy. Yeah, about that. My feet hate me today. Where's the quick tarot card? Any of those there? There's a couple things you have to do to make it work.
Player stuff here. This is probably under player info as well. Conveniently, I needed to look at this anyway, so perfect. I guess to be fair, there's a tarot one as well, which seems like it should be all this the same stuff that should be under there too. Ooh. Affiliate is currently selected. These are the images. Oh, 0, 1, 3, and 5, I believe, are the ones. Is that only a small? There should be more than these, right? Can I not make the others? Really? It doesn't seem right. Can't be right. So I have that set up. I remind myself how I program my own stuff. Terrible. I'd have kept a record of it. That's okay. Got a migrated version of Poppet Quest I can use, so that probably has it set up. Double check it. Launching the other. Launch the other one real fast. Remember how I set my own thing up? That was a better way to do it. I really need to spend more time researching HUD stuff. I did it a long time ago, and I just like only remember some of it, which is a mistake. Right? This is the old version, you can definitely tell. That over here, and then now I can just copy paste. I think I got this one right. Yeah.
Oh wait.
I'm right on that. And then I also think the tarot cards are opened up too. One here. The Fool, the Magician, the Empress, and the Hierophant. And that's all I need. I definitely like streaming at night better than I like streaming during the day, because during the day it feels like there's things I could go do, and at night I'm just like, I can't even do whatever I want. I do what I want. The problem is, then when I'm not streaming and working on the game, all I have to do at night is, that's right, work on the game. There's nowhere to go or do anything, so it's like, don't get the exercise, don't go out, nothing. Just doing my thing. Also, I end up streaming like 1,000,000 hours, sleeping like 4 hours, and then going to work. But then at night, I can be like, I'll have a couple drinks while I stream. Design some complicated levels. I think those 3 are the only things I needed for that. I need a nav mesh to test this. I'll just get rid of this card because I don't need it. Flowers floating. But, gives me a reason to get up early in the morning, which, you know, I'm thinking, gosh, I don't know, in 15 years, I don't think I've actually, the last 15 years, I don't think I've actually had a morning schedule. It's been a while. Then it makes the day seem like there's infinite time in it. It's so weird. As it used to be, I would get up and it would be, what was the other versions? I would get up and it would be like 2 in the afternoon or something like that. I'd eat some food and I'd have to immediately run off to work. And by the time I got out, everything is closed. There's nothing to do. Get home, work with computer stuff, might game things, something like that, and then go to sleep at like 6 or to 8 in the morning and then repeat. And so I would never see the day, never get time to do anything, let alone talk to people, but just even important stuff. Like, oh, you got to go like the DMV or something. Oh, well, when? Definitely became an interesting thing. But then yesterday I'm up all early. It's like, I have everything done, and it's like, oh, it's only like 2 in the afternoon. What am I even doing? I have like infinite time. Yeah. I don't even know what to do with it. Weird. I didn't put the nav mesh down, did I? Nope. No, sir. Sure, I guess it's up there now. It's fine. It doesn't really matter because I'm going to expand it a bunch anyway. AFD, AFD, like 30 or something. That should be more than enough to blanket this whole room. I need to make enemies that can't jump, because otherwise it's kind of a problem. Because then they won't stay where they're at. They'll just jump down at you. And I don't really want them to interfere with what she's doing, though I kind of want this room to be just about Charlotte. So I kind of want to make her more threatening in this room. It's possible it might get some additional redesigning too. Make it more fun. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Actually, I was gonna go check over here and see if she's doing useful things. I've never even tried to go down this other side route. I always just try to run to the end. Oh, here she is. Run! Run for it! I gotta put collectibles here or something like that, or just something else to get that's interesting. Area's fine. I don't really intend this area to be incredibly hard, because I intend for you to fall periodically into it, so I have to do it again, so... I don't know how long it is before she shows up, just randomly play it out however it plays. Play the ball as it lies. Needs to have a better way to vanish. Kind of just investigating this area. We're intentionally going to walk the wrong way and see how it works out here. This my sanity didn't really go down during that. Interesting. You know, instead of having her do the fog, I could actually make it where the fog just appears around the whole room. That's true. True indeed. Boing, boing. It's a new version of Squid Game, doll game. We're basically playing red light, green light, except for, you know, there's a evil ghost girl after me. Well, evil's probably a strong term. We'll just say misunderstood, right? She just wants to play with a new toy, that's all. He just plays a little rough. Really rough. Like the most rough.
Uh-oh. Hello. You're Rasta. You missed the flock of birds. It was weird. There were so many of them. I never felt so watched in my life. As soon as we've established all birds are, you know, drones, you know, so clearly that was a lot of cameras. Anyway, how's your day going? And immediately runs an ad break. Nice. I want to take a quick bio break while it's in that ad break then real fast. Second. I don't remember if I grabbed the key or not. Also, I got the microphone off. I just want to see if it's actually beatable. It doesn't really matter if I grab the key, because I just need to be able to successfully reach the key location and reach the door location without the issue with them stacking it like previous. I want to make this more interesting, though. It's not as interesting as it could be. Of course, when there's two of her, that's pretty messed up. I don't like the idea of two. I like the idea of like it being like, you know, sandwiching you in, but I don't like the idea of there being like, you know, two of her. You grab it. So I'll have to figure something out for that. It works perfectly. I guess the amount of time on there it's irrelevant because I left for bio breaking and all that. So it needs some work, but at least it's beatable now, which was a problem I was having earlier. Definitely an issue. Guess I don't even have a list for that anymore. Maybe I'll just fix random stuff. That seems like something that was fine. What do I have to work on, or just fixes? And then add in like improvements and things. I don't always have the right idea for what I want the improvement to be, like, you know, to really polish it up. So I usually make the system, and once the system's in place, I just go, I'll come back to it when I have like some inspiration for making it better. Otherwise, I'll just sit there like pondering it forever and accomplish literal nothing. And I don't like that. I know how I am. Some days I have all the inspiration in the world to come up with something great, or some idea just comes to me. Other days it's like, too complicated. Can't figure out a better way. Move on. Yes. Usually if I don't feel it on something, I just go, okay, and move on to the next thing. It's like, sure. Items bought with crystals go to negative money. Sure. That would be in the collectibles. There's a viable one. This is important because it will tell me I'll have an open conversation. Wait, what? Why are there two? Huh. This already has it. That's awkward. Do I even need this? Not that. Go over to the other map and test this real quick. Just the same thing. It's just referenced twice for no apparent reason. This is already here. Why am I doing it twice? Doesn't even need to be there twice.
Am I even using this extra thing, or did I just do an extra thing for no reason? I'm not even using this shop item from the look of it. I gotta set up a system so that they also spawn in the Bibles too when they spawn in their little shops. That's another thing that needs to get done. Things that are actually like not polished so much as just make the game work. Actually, what am I doing? Let's just try to delete it. Whenever you try to delete something, it'll tell you if I... Oh, it's just a memory reference. I don't care about that. Huh? Is that frozen? It's not responding. Just in the undo history shouldn't be a problem, but maybe I'll reboot the thing real fast. It was just being incredibly slow. It still says not responding, which is bizarre to me, but it seems like it's responding, so it's done. Got it. 10 out of 10 is done. On mode. I suppose I could set up the test with that mode too. I don't need to though, because there's no real value to it. I'm not did the chat like an idiot. I'm not too concerned about it. Yeah, it just doesn't check to see if you have the right amount in the first place. Alright, alright. It's okay. Okay, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright. And then it goes get item info, yeah, sure, a pen, sure, whatever. Can I afford this is what we're looking for. Pop it. I guess I closed all the others. Fair enough. Let me pop it again. Since she is like over half the game probably. All wrapped in one blueprint. Wait. I don't need to change this at all, right? I just do this. And then put the cost type in here. Getting all weird for no reason with this crap. And then dump that node there, just ditch the rest of this garbage, and you shouldn't need anything else. Because, yeah. There.
Overcomplicating stuff. It's a skill. I could neaten it up a little if I make an amount variable, whatever. One dumb thing. Not like, you know, a bajillion things I have sitting everywhere. I'll probably have to have a different dialogue for who owns what. I also need to replace those with little tarot cards instead. I gotta make my own custom tarot cards for this with Poppet on them. They just need to get to it. I'll do that today if I want to just sit there with Daz and do it, but might crash the stream knowing how that works. Let's send a message to someone real fast. That works. I guess I should put some crystals out there to test. I mean, maybe. What cost did I assign these? Let's set it at 1 and then put a crystal out there so I can collect it real fast. Oh, collectibles, where are you? Put a few them out there just to make certain it works. I have to add tarot levels to the menus as well. God, that's gonna be confusing. It is. Because I have different numbers on the tarot cards, and different numbers on the tarot cards unlock new abilities, but they're just numbered. And then these upgrades here give the tarot card a level so that it upgrades the damage it does or like changes the abilities. So that's two different numbered systems which don't explain very well. Let's fix one of the problems anyway, at least. I'm putting the Star Tarot in here. It was originally going to be found here. Floating higher up in here. Right here, actually. It's technically in here. No way to get it at the moment. Doesn't seem like the best place to get it because there's like stars all around. But what I might do is have an area spawn that is like the star jumping puzzle or something like that. You earn your way up to it. Maybe have you jump out through space. If I do that, I'm going to make a quick change here. I have this to check if the player has fallen too far. But honestly, it probably doesn't need to be anywhere near as far as it is. And honestly, it should probably be, you know, maybe not every 10 seconds, but like 5 seconds. We'll see how far that makes her fall. If I'm going to put a jumping puzzle, I don't want it to be forever to respawn. That's just awful. We off into space. Yay! Woohoo! This is already way too far. But I think on the other map, I need to be careful because I do go below the world in that map. I'm probably going to need to put a restrictor based on the level that you're in. Let's check. Then you put a restrictor if it's not a thing. Maybe bringing Mini Pop back will unlock the star or something like that. I need to reboot the engine at this rate. Doesn't usually get this slow this fast, but it should not take that long to open this map. It's a big map, I get it, sure, but it doesn't usually take that long. Alright, let's do a test here. First off, how low are these things? Actually, I can just grab the bottom floor here. Oh, that's negative 5,000, so... It is negative. I think I just set it different on the other one. You're never going below 5,000. Even then, 5,000 is probably... This floor is still under debate if I'm even going to keep it or not. I might do something completely different, like take you to a completely alternate level. I might actually do that. That makes a lot more sense to do that, actually. An alternate level entirely, because if I want an area to come across as completely different, that's the reason why this has its own levels, because I want it to be so different from everything else, and it just didn't work to do this on the other level. Everything would have to be changed. It wasn't right. I also need to change the color of the moon too. I need to make a couple changes in this map. Yeah, let's just do it based on the map. I have a level name already. This system makes more sense because then I can have a different one for the other potential map too.
That was not quite what I was expecting, but thank you for that. I did need these. You're not wrong. Same name, perfect. I could set a variable for each, but I don't see how that's going to be. I don't need to see it. Particularly all that exciting. We'll just like less than like 1,000 or negative 1,000 this one. Like sometimes I add in all this extra code and all it really does is save like one node somewhere. It's like, unnecessary. I'll also just default this one here just in case it doesn't have the right map. Both are just going to reset the game. Time to yippee-ki-yay off the side. How low is this? Back before I... Oh. Wait, what? Wouldn't this just... Those numbers seem so weird to me. This isn't right. I forgot to connect up a Z on the thingy. Okay. How can this be a negative that? Not trigger this? What sense does that even make? Alright, you can get actor location. I didn't realize this whole map was so low. But it is. But why? It's just so tall, I think is what it is. Could move everything up. In reality, this should have been pretty low. It's like negative 12,000. Oh, this is negative a lot in the world. Oh no, it's just 1,000. Like negative 3,000 should be fine. Somewhere I thought it was like this disgusting number. I was like, how far down are we talking here? If you fall that much, it'll be fine. I'm more than happy to let the player jump off the side if they like that. If that amuses them, I'm totally down. Go ahead, have fun with it. Go nuts. Want to see space? Go have fun.
I guess it has a 5-second check.
Feels awful, man. You're not going to go below this point, so that's fine. Whee! Could have just put a kill plane under it too, but I don't really want to kill her. Just, you know, dumping her back here. Like if it were in the regular world, I would kill her off, but we'll assume that in the painting world, things are a little different. So I have to tweak it a bit. Should trigger pretty fine on that. Be reasonable. Have that there. At some point it can only be so nerfed because of the fact that it's already pretty low. A little better. I don't need to make the other map yet. But I do think I'm going to get rid of the bottom floor area and I'm going to make it a different map. For the super secret ending. Well, the real ending. What do you even call that? Called the Heart of the Curse, because I don't remember what I called the actual thing. On there, and then I'm going to put a thing on the side. I'm reminding myself to put a completely different area for it. Make a special level for this. Instead of a hidden floor. It's just the way I kept looking at the way it just didn't make much sense to have a whole floor down there dedicated to this extra area that is going to have to look so different. I just don't know how I'm going to pull it off otherwise. But the entrance to get to it isn't a normal method anyway, so it's not like you can fall into it. Wait for this to load, take 400 years. Yep. Good times. The loading thing appears on the other screen. See how the screen set to the main screen? Yeah, this area I don't want. The sub basement? No. I thought I did. We'll just have that drilling into the ground. Originally going to go into the sub-basement, but nah, we'll just have a basement. That's good enough. I screwed up this floor too, so it's got like a... doesn't have the hole it's supposed to, but I don't really care that much. This whole area is unnecessary. I do need to get rid of all these brushes though, because the optimization pretty much demands it. I could also do a test run through the game and see what other things need to be fixed. I'm slowly adding ideas to that thing there of like polish things, more menu stuff, things like that that just need to be added to the game. I gotta write a bunch of story bits. Like I have like the big events planned, but I didn't write a bunch of short events because I really didn't know how the rooms are going to be laid out, so I didn't know what I'd really need.
I'm not doing that right now because I'm too easily distracted when writing. I really am. And it's hard for me to get in the zone with it, so it's just, I don't think I could stream and write very well. I get distracted anyway, but I don't mind being distracted by people when I'm, you know, designing stuff. It's more fun. You might switch to sitting. I'm feeling the standing today. 1 second. Alright. Should probably turn the extra lights off too. I guess we have this thing called sunlight or something, this new invention that I'm just learning about. I probably don't need to have additional streamer lights on. No, not really streamer lights, just crappy hanging lights that are off to the side, but they act like streamer lights. Mostly. Kinda. Sorta. I think I'm just gonna take all these brushes and just convert them over real fast. I mean, I just don't plan on doing these levels anytime soon. So it's kind of almost pointless to even have them. What is this one? But I'm just not going to use them at the moment. Speaking of stuff I don't plan on using. I'm just going to delete all these because there's just no need to have them on the map. But I'm not going to work on this area for a very long time. You know? This was just layout stuff. I would just black that out anyway. I'm not sure if I'm going to use this one. Whatever. What is this? Oh, an nav mesh? Sure. Go and delete that nav mesh, I don't care. Oh, that's right, the room infos are big now. Sure. I say I may as well optimize the crap out of things, because yeah. I redid the city a bit too. I decided that instead of having ships, they were just going to fly blimps. I don't have a good steampunk ship. I was looking, I just don't got it. There's a strong argument for making the city in the sky. Because if I do that, I don't need water. Like, I don't need an ocean there. I don't need a landscape around it because it's in the sky. There's no trains to worry about, so I don't gotta have to have that. Of course, I'm gonna have a train to ride around in general in the building, but yeah, I don't need regular boats. The only reason I didn't do that is because when I envisioned this city, I wanted a cesspool, like a crappy place that, you know, it was just, I didn't want the, like, the, you know, that whole BioShock Infinite feel where everything's like all hopeful up in the, I wasn't aiming for that. More kind of almost dystopian, really. Basically, I was just making the worst city I could think of, which is San Francisco. So, I was like, well, I'm just going to make my steampunky San Francisco. So I put it on a bay, like, and like that, you know. It's not like, you know, one for one with San Francisco. It's not even close to that. It has nothing really said like that. But just I wanted to theme it around that. Because, well, I hate San Francisco, so. If you want a cesspool, I could think of no worse. That's totally incorrect. I've definitely been to worse places than San Francisco. I just hate San Francisco. It's just being a hater. Anyway. I don't even know if I need to keep the layout of these because I don't care. This I am gonna want. Ooh. Yep. Hey Panther Kitty, how's it going? Move to, at the very least, the 6th floor. Whoa. Are you making my life all complicated, buddy? I can't move it as long as that's a thing. Got it. I need to get rid of all these so things just work better. I guess the Moonlit Garden's going to be up here. This hallway's not actually the Moonlit Garden. I don't know. This goes to the Toymaker's Workshop. Because, you know, if I want to get this thing working well, I need to, it's already in, this is in the playroom, it looks like. Hmm. Okay. Must somehow be in there already. That's interesting. That's the Gearworks, but it not be in the Gearworks. And there's all this. Isn't there no Toymaker's Workshop? Did it get deleted somehow? I guess so. How did that happen? That's weird. It shouldn't have been. Okay, well, let's create a new folder. Sixth floor. Now it feels so dark. I mean, technically I could open up the window. Well, I wouldn't open the window, but I could move the blinds and I'd be able to see. But the lighting on me doesn't look that bad, so I guess I just leave it as it is. Yeah, somehow it got deleted, I guess. That's obnoxious. Ow. Why isn't the 6th floor selected? I just literally did a thing. Toymaker's workshop. Workship? Workship doesn't sound bad. I'd like a workship. Preferably a flying one. It's just going along, doing its thing, and you're just, you know, going, cool, man. We flying now, boys. We flying. We lagging? You're not flying? We lagging? Don't select this flying. Thank you. Now this escaped, but it's annoying that it did. Honestly, these cables should be along the ceiling, but this room will probably get a big change later anyway. Like it's almost in a folder somehow anyway, but what folder are we in? No, it's not anything. Also take the folder with? Pretty much, Sniper. Pretty much. Lots of folders. Well, the bigger the game gets, the more things got to be organized. But somehow this folder got deleted. I don't understand how that happened, and I'm mildly annoyed it did. But what can you do, you know? I just gotta redo some stuff, that's all. Not really that. I didn't actually collect the pipes in between them either. I also got some new stuff to use too, so I'll be able to... like new machinery as well. That's gonna be fun. It's also being very laggy at the moment for some bizarre reasons, so that's a thing. Probably gonna force a restart in a second. Anyway, how's your day going? Oh, don't put it in the steampunk heart, that's dumb. I forgot there's an upstairs now too. This room will be very handy later. I'll probably get a massive change too. I had some plans with it and then they just kinda got changed. A lot. Like a near infinite amount. Did I get the chairs? I don't remember if I did. I did. More cords. Even with this door in here and everything like that. All that crap. They're framed too. There is. I actually got a really neat asset thingy that was free that I need to put in there. It's like a weird hourglass with a heart in it. Not animated though, which is kind of lame, but I might be able to do something neat with it. Well, let's treat that as part of the exterior. There should be everything in this room. I'm gonna go back to figuring out the brushes. There was... I guess this room is not done yet. Now I have a catwalk I could use instead of this. It showed up in that one set. What's new? A lot of interface changing is what's been happening lately today. Now whenever you start the game, well, normally you won't have anything selected, you won't be able to use anything until it's available. When you get a tarot card, it'll automatically equip it and use it for you, and I started making a tutorial system where I have a couple quick tutorials on how to use things. I gotta make a bunch more tutorials, but I got bored with that, so I started switching things around. Made all the items that are, you know, permanent, like the upgrades, like not permanent, but you know, you can only get them once. So this way, you know, when you go back to the level, they're just gone. Set it all up for every conceivable thing, including like audio logs, diary entries, things like that, to have all the lore ready to go. Gotta write a bunch of lore, but haven't made an audio log yet at all. What else have I done? I was working on making the playroom work better because Charlotte was never going away. I'm sure I've done other things too. I did stuff. Now I'm trying to optimize a bunch because I realized there's just a bunch of stuff that you're never going to see. I decided I'd get rid of the sub-basement and replace it with just another map entirely if you get to that point. Because I want it to look really different, and I just don't think I can make it look really different on there. Yeah. I'm definitely improving menu stuff and everything like that, and just a lot of polish that needs to be tossed in. Fixing the occasional bug too, and now I'm just deciding what I want to do with things. But I'm pretty certain I'm going to stop at the sub-basement. I should just stop at the basement for this and not do a sub-basement. The original plan was once you got all the tarot cards, you were going to, you could unlock the sub-basement and find where the real heart of the curse and everything like that, but it's just... Nah, I can do better. I already have a basement. That would just be like basement plus one. That's... And I'm gonna put all the dolls in the basement. I'm gonna have a creepy dollhouse basement. Because, you know, why wouldn't I put the dollhouse like in the basement? Like make the whole basement like a giant dollhouse? That's the plan. Yes. Other than that, you know, just kind of doing my stuff. It would be much more closely set up in like what would be like the US. 100%. Like I literally decided it would look like it would be like a steampunk version of San Francisco. I needed a dystopian hellhole, and I couldn't think of anywhere worse than San Francisco. Which is why it's by the bay. Oh yeah, that's right. I guess there's an ad break going, so if you have an ad right now, let me know, or... Okay. When the ads are done, let me know. Or I'll just wait till the ad break says it's over. I guess I'm okay with the ceiling. I don't plan on changing it at the moment. It's fine. It doesn't need to be there. Well, good. Back. Yeah, I was gonna base it in a city basically like San Francisco. I mean, it's not, it's on my own world, so it doesn't, you know, it's not actually the regular world, but when I was modeling this city here, I was like, you know, I need a place that's sucky and by the ocean, like a giant, you know, metropolitan city. Let's pick San Francisco. I've been there multiple times. I've hated every visit to San Francisco. It's a terrible place. Perfect. Well, you'd be surprised. I don't know if San Francisco has it, but a lot of places in California, due to the various earthquakes and things like that, they actually end up with levels underground. Like they'll build buildings on top of the previous layers of buildings, and even where I'm at, we actually have underground areas. Because that's just what happened. Like, you know, they've just built right on top of it. So I'm sure San Francisco has them. I'd be surprised if they didn't. But the plan was to have a basement and then a sub basement that nobody knew about. Yeah, definitely. But the way you get to it is, I'm not going to use stairs to get to it. You have to have like all the tarot cards, and you perform like a reading at this cursed table in the basement to open it. So it transports you there, because there is a way there, like, that humans could get there supposedly, but it's not a way Poppet can utilize. So pipe slide? I don't have a pipe slide in here. I don't have anything that's slippery like that. Oh yeah, there's lots of pipes. You just can't slide on them. You run around on the pipes, that's true. Oh no, the pipes, this is steampunk. There has to be pipes everywhere. It's obligated. Pipes and gears. But yeah, you just run around the pipes. There are pipes you can go into, but I don't have you drop down any pipes yet. Part of the problem with that is if you drop down a pipe, it drops you multiple floors, and that's not how the game's built. Yeah, pipes and gears are great. Yeah, I'm largely going to lock people to each floor and then eventually kind of sections, but largely it's very floor centric, with some of the things being like on 2 floors, like these ones being more 2 floor. And then like a city area here going to be more like 3 floors, though I might make it more restricted by floors too. But having a way down, like, it's not very vertically built, this game, so like there's this giant pipe going down here, and originally I was going to have it, you know, going all the way down into the sub basement. Now I just have it going into the ground. I just think that the area I want it won't be very good as just a sub basement. Like, it needs a level of creepy and messed up that just isn't going to be doable on the same level. It's the reason why the painting world is in its own separate area and not just somewhere else on this map. Because I don't want, I want it to look different, basically. I don't want it to look the same. So rather than change the sky and everything like that, I just literally said, oh, no, I'll just dump it there and be good. But I was just considering, you know, what if I made it a sky city instead? And the benefits of being a sky city versus not. And the benefits of a sky city are, well, one, I don't need steampunk boats or anything like that. So I'll probably have them anyway, so, you know, like toy versions. I don't need an ocean, which is, you know, just more resources wasted on an ocean. I don't need this extra area around here either, for that matter, because it'd be in the sky. And I get to use airships everywhere, which would be its own fun thing. But when your city's in the sky, that doesn't feel very, you know, dystopian and crappy, you know? That seems like way too full of hope and stuff. Just, I don't know. But I do like sky cities. It's kind of fun. That just might not be... That was never how I envisioned the world, so, you know. Anyway, I was going to get rid of a bunch of these crappy brushes to improve my performance even more because I left them sitting here for 100 years. That seems dumb. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Basically just steampunk San Francisco for all intents and purposes. I know the area well because I live over here. Like if I picked Romania, I've never been to Romania. I don't know crap about Romania except for all the Transylvania stuff, like all the, you know, all the Wallachian types of myth things. That lore. But thank you. And the aesthetic. Yeah, yeah, like I know the lore that Castlevania provided basically for, you know, Romania and the like. So I could have done also with like, you know, England or something like that. But again, never been to England. But what I do know is a whole lot of California and Oregon. Because I lived in the Portland metro area for a while. Which was very samey. I guess that's not totally true. Some sections of it felt a little different. I could kind of tell you the difference, but well, okay, some seemed pretty different. It was pretty big. It was like somewhere between like 2 and 3 million people in the metro area up there. When I lived up there, which was, I think around 2014? Question mark? It's been a while. Yeah, go with what you know. That place was dreary. Kind of like San Francisco, only you can tell you're in San Francisco because of the smell. God, you can tell you're in San Francisco because of that smell. It is horrible. You know, I've been to a lot of beaches, and none of them smell like the garbage that is San Francisco. Oh gosh. It's like, I know where I'm at. My nose has told me. Building roof. Whimsy Wonders building roof. Yeah, I definitely aim for that. I regret that the trees don't really fit for the area. I don't have very good trees for this area. But I guess to be fair, San Francisco trees are probably closer to this anyway. Where I grew up, the trees were like, you know, 3 to 5 stories tall, like 3 to 5 building stories tall. I want to say 30 to 50 feet, but that doesn't mean a whole lot to anyone who's not in the US. They were just towering over people. San Francisco does not have that because it's on the coast. Whereas I grew up in the mountains. This needs collision. But that's okay. I'm just gonna add collision. I don't need to do anything complicated on this one. This collision's a joke because it's just literally a box. It'll just auto do that for me. So yeah, I mean, you know, it's a place. Every story I have for San Francisco, which I'll happily tell people stories I have for San Francisco if they want, is always just, why is it like that? It's just like every story I have for like the Portland metro area was actually not that bad. I mean, I found the place cold and dreary, and it never had sun. I met a woman who, she had lupus, right? The kind where you can't be in sunlight, or you'll die. So basically a vampire. Only the crappy version of a vampire where you get no abilities and you just have the crippling weakness. And she's like, oh yeah, I got this. And she told me this, and it was like middle of June. So, you know, summer. And we were outside. And there was no shade or anything like that. And this was in the Portland metro area. And the reason she could do this is because there's no sun. It's always blocked by the clouds. There's no sun. It was horrible. There's one sunny month a year, July. That's it. It was, and you know, it was the only place I'd ever been to where I thought 100% humidity meant you were in water. Incorrect. Incorrect entirely. You really can have 100% humidity. And it's not you in water. No, she's fine. She's a vampire. I was just like, that's how crappy it was in the Portland metro area. That was we were in Tualatin at the time, which is part of the Portland metro area. That fun's place. Sorry, that place is fun because the name is just awkward. You read it, it's like. But I went to a magic shop there regularly in Tualatin, so I got used to saying the name. It's kind of a fun word too. Kind of exciting. This is probably acceptable as it is. I spent about a year up there. We went because my girlfriend at the time really wanted to become a chiropractor, and there was like 4 schools on the west coast of the US. One was in Seattle, one was in Portland. I think those were like San Diego and LA. And we ended up up here because we had people who could help us move up there. And, you know, it was... She never went. We moved all the way up there for nothing. I'm not with her anymore, but I was just like, cool, glad we moved up here. Glad we moved up here, indeed. 0 out of 10. Why did we do this? Yeah, it was funny. Guess these are walkways, huh? Sixth floor walkway. Yeah, most of the time we spent indoors up there. It was just miserable. I had I did a website stuff at the time, so I really didn't have to go outside. And that was good because it get down to like 7 degrees, and I'm like, ooh, 7 degrees Fahrenheit. So, stupid cold. Too cold for me. I would die in that. Not a fan. Add some box collision. Move on. People don't realize just how heavy these brushes are. If you realized how heavy the brushes were, you would understand why I'm doing this. They are gross. Putting them in the H-load is not. That's probably why there was the lag spikes too. It's almost certainly these. These things are. The more of you have them out, the worse the lag gets too. It magnifies itself. But now, no, the Portland Metro is just fine. I just didn't like it because it was like dreary and miserable. But like I say, of all the places I've been, it's not the worst. You know, well, I guess I can't call it one city. It's not the worst of the metros I've been to. Because San Francisco exists. Take that, San Francisco. Nobody likes you. Yeah. I guess to be fair, I've been down to LA and San Diego, but I was like a little kid at the time, so. I was so excited by those places, I have never gone back. I think I went there when I was like 8 or 9. We went and saw Disneyland. Disneyland sucks. I thought it sucked then too. Because you know what it really is? A whole lot of waiting in line. And not very interesting rides. Just great. Awesome. Let's see. Toy Makers Workshop. Walkway. Workshop. I remember we went down there and the first day they're like, okay, we're gonna go to Disneyland. Sure, whatever. We went there. And then the second day we went to the San Diego Zoo, and then we're like, this is awesome, this is great. And then the third day, like, we didn't want to go to which of the two. And we'll go back to the San Diego Zoo. The Disneyland sucks. Let's go here. I'm not gonna lie to you. Riding an elephant is way cooler than every ride at Disneyland. It just was. I was like a little kid. I was like, I get to ride an elephant? This is amazing. That's like when I went on a safari in California. That was crazy too. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. And woman's like going, I'm taking you on a safari. I was like, I don't have my passport. And she's like, no, it's in California. I was like, sure enough, they had their own, you know, safari reserve to do. And I was like, oh my god, why does California have everything? You really do. So that one's dealt with. More brushes. I'll also have to do a test run at some point too. Spawn back to him real fast, because... But no, getting back to old San Francisco and the reasons it sucks, like... Well, I mean, it's been over 10 years since I've gone back to the place because... Well, I hate the place. Why would I go back there? It's just the traffic alone is the reason never to go. Oh, never mind. It's app break. All right. Well. Hey, Levi, how's it going? Vanish Beach Skate Park? I can't say I've been there. Is that also in San Francisco? Because Venice Beach sounds like it's not in San Francisco, but I could be wrong. Where is this? Why is this? Is this a door? Has to be a door. Oh, this is not even part of that. This is just like a door. Okay. Well, that's the wall. That's good to know. Ah, Los Angeles. That sounds right. Like, there's no way that's up by San Francisco. Yeah, I don't remember my trip down to that area very well. I could say I was like 8 or 9 at the time. And we just, never went back. We had family down there, but my family was never that close to the extended family, so we really didn't go back. And it was fine. It wasn't the worst place I'd ever visited. Actually, to be fair, I had some good times there, so, you know. But I don't know how much time we were really ever in LA, because we spent most of our time in San Diego because I had an aunt that lived there. And then we went to Disneyland, so Anaheim. But I never checked to see if we actually were truly in Los Angeles at the time, at any point. I can imagine. I remember what it was like up in the Portland metro area, and I'm just like, there's 3 hours a day you just don't bother to drive. Because you could drive, but that would be dumb because you're going to spend all that time sitting in your car not moving, so why don't you just wait until afterwards? You're not going to save any time. Up there they had 3 to 6 p.m. every day. Every single place had happy hour. It was a 3-hour happy hour because the traffic was so bad. It was only really bad for 2 of those hours, but happy hour was still 3 hours long. And then in the morning, from I believe it was 7 to 8, the traffic was so horrendous, you just was like... I'll wait. Because we were right by I-5. And, you know, I-5 is... Well, I mean, you have I-5 down there, right? You know what I-5's like. It doesn't get any better the farther north you go, by the way. Well, at least not in the Portland metro area. It wasn't any better. It's fine till you got to the Portland metro area, like between Eugene and there was fine. Actually, honestly, like Corvallis North was perfectly fine. Oh, who am I kidding? Reading North was fine. Like Reading was like the next big city in California you got to before it became little tiny podunk crap. It was like Ashland is what, sub 20,000 people? Corvallis I think is like 30 or 40,000. Grants Pass is like 12,000. Eugene I think it's like 100,000. Eugene's not too bad. Size-wise, and then you're just like at the metro area, so it's like there's like nothing, boom, metro area, and it's just like infinite traffic. And then you go across the river up by Portland, I forgot the name of it, into Vancouver, Washington, which is back to being podunk, and then Washington has like nothing, Seattle. It's like Seattle, boom. It was fine. I think this wall is actually just fine. Just merge this into a wall and call it square, huh? Optimize my game. I actually didn't go to Seattle proper ever. I did go up to Spokane via train. It was nighttime almost the whole trip, so I didn't get to see crap. It was a really boring trip. And Spokane sucks pretty hard. I was not a fan of Spokane. No. If I thought Portland was cold, Spokane's like hold my beer. And then they're like high desert, and everybody like everything was always overcast, but everyone up there was wearing, you know, sunglasses. I was like, what? And they're like, trust us, you'll understand soon. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen a place so bright in my life. It hurt to look anywhere in that place, but it was always overcast. The way the light interacted with the landscape there caused this horrific glare at all times during the day. And I'm just like, why? This is a terrible place. Why would you come here? What in the world? And, yeah, I bought a set of sunglasses from that point. The most important souvenir you'll ever get from Spokane, Washington, a new set of sunglasses. Beautiful once you leave the area, though, because it's just pure forests all around it. Spokane at the time was basically a drug den otherwise. So when you're in the city, it was just like you're stepping over needles and things like that on the ground. It was terrible, but beautiful once you leave it. It's fun up there. I visited their card shop up there. Let's see. This is the library reading room. Yeah. It was I remember they had a mall in their downtown, but it was 4 buildings, right? And they were all connected by walkways between them, and all the walkways were on I believe the second story, because the snow would get so high that you couldn't really traverse at ground level. So to stay open, the mall just accounted for that. It's just like I don't want to be here in the winter. Terrible. Want that at all. It was a place. But, you know, it was entertaining. I don't know if... I both like train rides and hate train rides at the same time. Because I went there and it was cool and all, but... You don't bring something to do on the train. There's nothing to do on a train. Cool if you get to look outside, but if it happens to be nighttime, terrible. Those people keeping track, the train comes through my city at 2 a.m. So any train ride out of here sucks. It's like, I wanted to see nothing the whole trip. If you have a food car, it's not too bad. I think we had a microwave car instead. They didn't have food, they had a microwave and like instant burgers, and I was like, ugh. Why did anyone warn me? Mistakes were made. Make sure this door works. It's kind of important. Yeah, I've been a bunch of places on the West Coast. I don't really go farther inland much. I think Nevada's the farthest I've ever gone inland. I almost went to Idaho, but then I didn't. If I had been driving, I'd have gone to Idaho, because I was only about 80 miles from Idaho, so I could have just gone. That was when I was up in Spokane. I was like, you sure we want to stay in Spokane? Idaho's right over there. But there's nothing there, and I'm like, yeah, but Spokane's not there. That's already a win in my book. I grew up in the mountains, so I'm not a big fan of cities. But I did not wish to make a game in the mountains. Though originally I was going to put this in like a dilapidated factory in the middle of nowhere. But this is just the floor itself, huh? Do I need anything special with this, or can I just call it square? I think I'm just going to call it... Oh, I see. There's a hole in it. Whatever, I'll remake it later, I don't care. Why did I do a hole in this when I could have just made it smaller and made my life like 1,000 times easier? Right? Like, why does this need a hole? That makes no sense. Why don't I just move this over and shrink it some and call it square? Oh, let's not do it this way. I don't want to be here all day. I have to redo this floor anyway, probably. It's actually not far off. Wait. There's just like an extra brush there. Honestly, I should just do it like in increments. It's easier to figure out what is the right amount at that point. Yep, if I ever become a successful game dev, I'm going to definitely think carefully about not living in the city in the long run. It's a ways off, if it happens at all, but I would not miss anything involved with the city. One bit. There should actually be a bunch of small floors so I could actually have like the correct thing on here, but I don't care that much. Not now. I'll care later, but optimization now, everything else later. Sure. This is actually just exactly what it says on the tin, the third floor. It's actually part of the Toymaker's lab. The Toymaker's workshop. Also part of it. Interesting. It's like all part of it. Wow. How convenient. Not a single one of these is actually in the Gearworks. Cool. Neat. Let's move this to Moonlight Garden. There's going to be such a huge area in the original design of this place, and now is, well, not. Yeah. Always have to keep a note if I'm going to potentially have to meet people to get paid money. I do like money. It's really good, I hear. If I wasn't like stupid, I would probably have never done game dev, and I just would make money because, you know, make a lot more money doing other things than this. But this is so much fun. Live a dream, yo. Well, I briefly started messing with blueprints a few years ago, actually. And then, so probably for like, I don't know, 2-3 months I messed with them. We'll say 3, maybe even 4. We'll be nice to say 3 or 4. Then I had a couple years of health problems where I couldn't do any of this stuff, so I had to give it all up. And I came back to it for like another year, so you're looking at probably like 15 to 16 months of playing with blueprints. Would be my guess. Your guesswork, though. I don't have an exact number. I'd have to go back and look at the times I posted any kind of anything to give an idea of. I don't keep very good records of these things. Let's put it that way. Yeah. I'm really bad about posting my work. Really, I need to get better at social media, I think. Moonlit Garden Stairway. Oh. Honestly, the biggest things usually, like, once you understand how to reference things, that's like a lot of the big effort right there, because I think that was a problem I had a lot with a lot of these early blueprint thingies like that. It's like, okay, well, I call upon this thing, but how do I get a reference to things like that? Like, I want to switch here. Where do I get the name of the level? Like things like that. Once you know how to get a hold of a lot of the references for stuff, it makes it a lot easier. I also have favorite ways of doing things. Like, there's more than one way to do a lot of this. There's actually lots of ways to do it. And I have things that I really like and things that I'm just like, nah, man, that ain't it. So I just do those and kind of stick with them. Like, I'm a big interface fan. I think everyone should just use interfaces. I like strings. I like to switch on strings. I don't like enums as much, even though I do occasionally use enums. Enums are great if you already have something predictable, but I don't know. Most of the time I just use strings because I don't even know what's going to be in there until later. And I like the idea of not needing an extra file. Because enums need an extra file, and that's just annoying to me. That was just experimentation. Because I recommend everyone just do like a tutorial and then of how to make a game. Of a game you want to make, actually, I should say. And then do tutorials in order to try to find the things you need to, like, you know, like say you want to add an enemy health bar, things like that, you know, like anything you need in tutorials, like you find those and then you try to merge that with your tutorial, the first one you did. And each new tutorial will get a little bit harder to stuff in there, and that will lead to you learning a lot. Or just be like me and make waifus. I remember the first thing I made in it. There's an ad break going. I remember the first thing I made in it, I really just wanted my character's hair to blow in the wind. Made her look great. Wonderful. I didn't keep that project, but it was a catastrophe. I did a lot of dumb things with it. I could easily have fixed those now, but at the time I was just too ignorant of how that was done. I still have 20 more of these dumb things. Why is it spazzing out? Probably just none of these here is fine. Does it stick down here anyway? It looks fine. Sure. It falls under the is close enough theory, and that's fine with me at this point. Because you're not even going to go to any of these areas, so I'm going to redesign them later anyway. But what they are currently doing is reducing performance by a lot. Sounds terrible. 0 out of 10, do not like. I'm just setting the scale. The reason why I use the brushes is because you can change the scale of the mesh to be perfect with them. You can, like other things you can't do that. Like if you just put like a box out there, whatever, it would just stretch things. So these are better. But the punishment is that they take a little more time. Not that much more time, but they do take time. Cool. You also have to add your own collision. But in the case of a wall that's just a pure, you know, rectangle, you don't got anything special, you can just literally just go up and add a box to it and it'll automatically, you can see the green line around it. It just automatically does it for you. Just save it. It gets more complicated if you have to do, if it's not just a, you know, a cube. But as a cube, it's pretty easy. Weirdly enough, it has a hard time finding doorways and walls, and if I wanted to, I could have just made like a simple subsection of a wall and then had, you know, one for doors, and then they could all be, I could just duplicate that one over and over. It's a way to do it. I don't necessarily like that way. I kind of like outlining my stuff this way. Each their own, really. One of those things where, once again, you could do it a lot of ways. One almost seems like a little bit too close. Kinda. Yeah, no, it's fine. Sure. We really like that you managed to open that door. I might get rid of this door too. I have to redo the entire floor here because of the fact that this had a hole in it because it was originally a stairway here. So I just go, whatever, and move on with life. 420, yo. Not 420, yo. People will think there's a secret passage there and it was just me being lazy. Close enough. I just don't want it to stick up. It can be off and people can think there's a secret passage, and maybe there will be a secret passage. I mean, I doubt it. Once again, it looks like it's now terrible off to the sides. It looked good from this side, and like good enough. It's just not wide enough. What it looks like to me. That was not the floor I was looking to move. I was looking to move this one, thank you. I should just remake this floor entirely. I'm going to eventually. But not yet. What is this? This is the playroom wall, this wall here? Ah, I see. Okay, am I finalizing this? Am I okay with the setup as it is? I think I am. Actually. that's the case, I gotta grab this. And then I somehow clicked that through the window. Nice. Don't want that. This one like omega thin or something? It can't be, because this is... Okay, you need to be way slower. This is an impossible feat trying to select this here. That's a... Yeah, that's what I was trying to get there. This... Hard to select it in the dark, basically, is what I'm saying here. I think after I'm done with all these, I'll do a test run and see what else I want to change. Undo that because I was not holding the button when I did that. That should be fine. That'll get rid of 3 more of them. All the adjacent surfaces. Get rid of the world grid material because it likes to sneak its way into everything. It's much better if you have your material selected when you make the brush, because if you do that, it'll auto select it for that on every single side. If you do not do that, it will make you sad. Yes. Because sometimes you'll get that stupid material in there when it's not supposed to be, over and over and over. It's weird. Brush settings is only for. Like there'll be that one side where it just doesn't select it, and then you'll just have an extra material you didn't need every single time it loads that wall. You can always, you know, change it after the fact, but I think it's more just a random annoyance than anything else. SM Forbidden Hallway. Playroom. Hall. Store seems really, really not very far in. It opens, right? Sure. And this hole is there? Yep. What matters? Not a brush anymore. I've given up trying to get it to find a doorway in these. I just complex them and move on. Complex is simple. It's not optimized, but it's the only way you can make it work without breaking to little pieces, and I'm not doing little pieces. Okay, I'll regret having to redo this later, but I'm not doing the first floor for like half a year probably, so I just legitimately don't care. I just don't. Maybe eventually I will, but that's another day, another life. Far in the future. Hopefully in a world where AI does it all for me, so I don't have to reset that up. And eventually it'll just make the whole game for me, right? It'd just be so boring. What would I even do with my time? Do I have the entire floors option? I do. Some first floor. It'd be funny if you didn't have collision and the building just suddenly collapses. I know it's not how it works, but it'd be hilarious if that was how it worked. It's like, ah, it collapsed. Okay. Do I care about anything else? Oh, this is a second floor thingy. Oh yeah, I don't even have an entrance to the basement yet. That's okay, I don't care. I guess I could have made an entrance to the basement. Curious. Was the floor included with that? There's an extra floor here, right? Oh. Oh no, that's part of the exterior walls, so there was actually like a hole in this floor. Oh. Well, that's the case. Before I convert all that crap over. Guess I want more brush. I might as well put the way down for now right there, I mean, I guess. Maybe not to. Subtractive. This will 100% get changed, but just in case I don't change it. I've seen how much everything has changed since I started, and it's going to be a lot of change by the time I get there. So I just do this, and yeah. Now I'll have the hole in the ground, so I can do that, plus all the first floor stuff. That'll be way better than having to do it again. All adjacent surfaces. I'm not actually selecting any particular surface, am I? I have to be clicking any one of them. It's impossible to select a negative. Actually, there we go. Those three, and then also add this, this, and this. Perfect. Now I can do the surface properties. And this I was trying to get. Like, this only shows up if you've actually selected one of the surfaces. Doesn't matter which one. You just have to have selected one on any of the things. All right, let's do this again. Might as well do it kind of right. I guess. I'll do it this way. First floor. Well, go two there and I'll delete the other one. Hey, Bard. Pretty much just living my best thug life over here, completing all these brushes, so this way the game's way more optimized. Because, I mean, these things are so heavy. They don't get heavier than the brushes. It's really bad. And every new brush on the map magnifies how heavy the other ones are. I had like 28 of them, and now I'm down to not 28 of them? 13? So I'm just going through and fixing stuff. Yeah. Well, this one's just a catastrophe. What is even going on with this wall? All these walls are just garbage. Before I do that though, I made 2 copies of this thing and it was pointless. As you can see, I made a whole bunch of these thingies. Quick rename. Yeah, I was getting all these to optimize, and then I was probably gonna run another test because I've done a bunch of changes since then, so I want to see what I need to fix. The best thing is because they magnify each other for how long they take to do things. Every time you get rid of them, the other ones you can manipulate them so much faster. So nice. So nice. They don't gotta be perfect, they can go to the walls, I don't care. Sure. All adjacent. 2 materials, of course there are. That world grid material just loves to sneak its way in. I might record more tea in a second here. There's an incoming ad break, so I'll probably do that during the ad break. Actually, I'll just click the ad break thingy and save some time and effort. I'll be right back. All right. Got some tea. I'm doing pretty good today. Killing time, and don't know anyone wants to meet me at the office today, so I get to be kind of lazy. And how everyone else is doing, but I guess they seem like they're doing okay. All right, let me finish up with these here. See if they're watching the chat on the screen or not. Who watches the chat on the screen? I got a restream chat, which shows me both. But I guess there's one on the screen that shows both too. Walls, walls, walls. First of all, this is like the wrong words on here. Oh, ancient stuff that I did right over a month ago and forgot all about. Nice. It's fine. It goes all over the sides, right? I'm sure I'll remake them later, but for purposes of this, I just wanted to get the job done. Environment, blah, 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 walls. Down to 9. Oof. It's just this upper wall here. I guess they can just stay. I don't really care. I guess I didn't put collision on that wall up there. Oops. Either of those walls, thinking about it. I'll forget otherwise. This has a hole in it. Oh, that's right. If anyone who who uses the Epic Store. They're giving out free games every day for like 15 days or something like that. They do it every Christmas. I think we're 6 or 7 days in already. But if anyone wants a free game a day, every time I remember, I'm like, oh yeah, I just immediately go click it, so I'll forget. The free game today is what, Hot Wheels Unleashed or something? Yeah, I don't know. Still, only 19 hours till the next one. I collect every free game on here, so. Just one of those guys, I guess. I guess Hot Wheels isn't the worst thing I've ever heard. I never play any of these games. I just assume devs are getting money because I'm adding them to my library. So it's just helping out devs. Really, that one's probably not a tiny dev. Might be fun. I don't know. I mean, it fits the idea of what I'm doing, right? Well, that's true. I haven't done the Discord link in a bit. Yeah. Yeah. The Discord thingy. Put that on YouTube as well. We can all chat. I have a lot more free time to chat. Before I was like, ugh, I didn't got any free time for anything, but now. The upside to how I stream now is if nobody calls me into work, like if I don't have anyone to meet me, I can just kind of keep streaming until I get bored. Of course, since I started streaming during the day, not a single day has gone by that someone hasn't wanted to meet up and immediately ends the stream. But yeah, now I kind of want to play with them because the tiny little, you know, tiny little cars goes well with this. Man. If only the fab sale had been as good, or you just get a free thing every day. Oh my god, I would have jumped for joy at that. Oh my god, I need this. Side. So don't hit my microphone. Alright, so they did a collision on this? Yeah, okay, sure. Alright, onward to glory. I'd like to finish all these up. Half these are not even what they say they are. These are just straight up these walls here. Do these really do anything? Oh. Sure. That's what that is. Sure. In hindsight, I could have laid everything out without having done it this way, and it would have probably been better. The counterpoint, I didn't do that. There you go. That's my counterpoint. You try to join the decision of permission? Like that link doesn't work? Oh. Sometimes it does, like Discord doesn't like certain browsers. I've had that happen if I'm using like Brave browser. What you can do is you can copy paste that link. Okay, cool. Awesome. Welcome to the Discord. As I say, oftentimes I'll copy and paste the link into the app itself and then just do it that way because it hates Brave browser and that's my default browser. Well, Chrome usually works. That's just unfortunate, really. It's the best way to know when I'm going to stream. Also, we get to chat about things. Yes. I can see all the things people are working on. I mean, technically you could show me here too, but people often don't. I mean, as long as there's not any sound things. You know how YouTube is about anything audio. About that, some Gearworks, Great Board Wall. That'll be so far in the future. I can't even imagine a time when that'll be a thing. This does nothing. It's just in the way. Okay then, it just does flat nothing. I just really wanted to have performance issues. Oh god, performance issues, and fair enough. And then 7 to go. So this is the Tomato City, it's Pirate Cove Wall. I'm not even sure. This is probably getting some changes, but this will be the second area, so I'm not gonna worry about it yet. Soon, TM. Soon. Just like The Witcher. Soon, TM. One day. Many, 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 many moons from now. Pretty much in the after times. It's like the before times, but happens after whatever important event happened in your world. This is Tomato City, Pirate Cove. Easy collision. I actually have Chrome open for using YouTube because the YouTube backend doesn't like anything but. Of course, I use Brave because, well, YouTube's ads are ridiculous. To be honest, I barely watch YouTube anymore. I just stream on it because it's just there. It's a record of all the streaming I've done, so whenever I go for the Epic Mega Grant, I can be like, look, I've done all this, you know, live streaming so the community can see how to do things in your engine. Yeah, that's it. Being helpful to the community. Yeah, that's it. Gotta convince them to give me money because of it. As you know, I've seen the things they've given the Epic Mega Grant to before. Surely what I'm doing is at least on that level. Oh, nice. Well, if you have YouTube Premium, you don't even gotta worry about it. You're just golden. Yeah, I watch tutorials on there. Well, I used to watch a lot more. Now there's so few tutorials I want to watch. It's kind of like, I could watch a tutorial, but do I need it? I don't know. So I'm going to swap up my earbuds here. They are staying battery low in my ears over and over. Well, that's fair. I mean, you know, it's just messing with it. A lot of times it's just the same thing over and over. It's just handing references. Like, it's a game of basically playing telephone, really. You just need to hand the information back and forth to things. I like to keep everything on as few blueprints as possible. The more blueprints I have, the more annoying it is to keep track of where everything is. There's usually just interfaces between the blueprints and And much of the game is centered around Poppet's blueprint because I just think it's easier to do that. Yeah. I guess I'm a little weird. Like the way I have it saved now is for Poppet, like for everything, like, you know, it checks Poppet's thing to see if she has something. They use interfaces to message her like, you got this, you got this, you got this. And if she has it, then those things destroy themselves at the start of the level. So this way they're not there anymore. So for a brief, it takes maybe a little longer to load, I guess, but none of them are set to visible until, you know, they're proven to be there. Oh yeah, blueprints are amazing. I don't know why people would want to use anything else. It's so much better than everything else. It's just so much better. So much faster to do everything. But it's not the most optimized. Yeah, but the speed you can do things, it just makes up for everything. That's the difference that really changes everything there. Just how fast you can make everything is just... You could just make the next game if you want. You don't even have to worry too much about it. I mean, to be fair, I don't think anyone should actually make a game of this size. They probably should have... I should have opted for something a little smaller, if anything, but... you know, whatever. Nah, it's fun. Just think that it's a very big game, but it's the game I want to make too, so that helps a lot, you know. Hey Sorrow Rifts, how's it going? I'm almost out of brushes in my level. I'm down to 5. I'm so happy. The the gain is incredible. Those things are such garbage when it comes to performance. I mean, that's just how they work. Of course, they're garbage when it comes to performance. They're not supposed to be in the final game. Well, I should be streaming into the afternoon here. The one time where I usually cannot stream because oftentimes I have to go after work, but no one today has bothered me about it, so... Oh yeah, I'm living it up now. We're almost out of them. The performance gain will be incredible. I will do a test run of the game after that. I did a bunch of things. I should be able to beat the game from start to finish. I mean, it still needs work. There's still plenty of polish and extra stuff I could toss in, but if it's possible to beat it from start to finish, without it breaking in some way, shape, or form, and still being able to go to like the painting world and do that, that will be the first time the game will have ever actually been beaten like that, or the demo, I should say, which would be awesome. I mean, I got really close last time, but I got defeated by not including the word "the" somewhere. That's right, literally defeated by forgetting to write "the." Actually, I actually added "the." That's right, because somewhere on the player start, I wrote "the painting world." Actually, the Forbidden Hallway, and it was just supposed to be Forbidden Hallway. So having "the" on there meant that the game had no idea where to place me. So it dropped me off into the Abyss, which then kills the character, which then respawns the character in the Abyss, and so on down the line. So I was unable to continue. And don't worry, it was only like 50 minutes in, so it's not like it was really... Oh wait, that was kind of far. Damn. Defeated. Oh no. Well, you know, it happens. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I don't mind. Yeah, I'm getting there. I had a couple tutorials, and now there's a tutorial system for doing things. I need to make the rest of the tutorials. They're going to be like short things there. That one's not Epic's fault. That was just me being dumb. I deserve it 100% what happened there. I get no questions asked. I deserved that one. That was me not checking things, and it showed. But, you know, not the dumbest thing I've ever done in the world of programming. Goodness knows I'll find something stupider in short order, I'm sure. I always do something dumb somewhere along the line. Blocking the shot there. Yeah. Exactly. So 2 materials? Nope. No, you stupid world grid material trying to sneak its way into everything. It's so invasive. It's like an invasive species that attacks my brushes. I am no fan of this thing they speak of, no. Oh, you're in 3. These walls aren't even particularly important at the moment, but whatever. They're already in the game, so I guess I'm just gonna do it that way. They both save the same way. It's fine. Down to 3, and the remaining 3 are in probably not the gearworks. They're actually all here, aren't they? Is this wall out here? It's these 3 walls, isn't it? Yep. Yeah, I don't care about these walls particularly, but I guess I'll shrink this one down a bit. This was just to remind me where things are gonna go. That's all. I'm gonna have to restructure this whole area a bunch. I have a surface selected, perfect. And plus side, they shouldn't be too tough. It does take a little bit of time to just do this, like there have been times I've had as many as 90 of these things on here, and the FPS drop will be like 30 or 40 FPS. It's gross how heavy these are. Apparently, it won't let me scroll down. Fair enough. I'm just used to all the little bugs that the engine has, and I just know how to instantly move on past them. So I just kind of go, oh yeah, that bug. Oh yeah, that bug. They never get fixed, the bugs. They're just always there forever. Epic doesn't fix bugs. That's not how Epic works. Epic makes new features and ignores the previous bugs. Yeah, kinda. I like descriptive names on things. Just how I am. Fun secret, if you type com right here, it'll actually bring up collision complexity. If you just type COL, then it'll bring up all the other collision stuff. Takes forever. Just a dumb thing there. It's easier to find the collision that way. Oh wait, I didn't want to do that. That's dumb. I said that, but all this is a simple boring wall. I just need a box. And my question is, does this one fit here? Are we like, you know, equal sized? Because that'd be nice. Close enough for me. I love how snappy they become when you have so few of them. Oh my god, it's beautiful. I could put a door on this, but counterpoint, I'm not going to because I don't care. We're not doing this section for I don't know how long. A million years from now. It's part of like just before the climax of the thing. Like, you know, well, it'll be a climax of the thing because, you know, you get the climax and then there's got to be that down point, and then they got to, you know, like the defeat type of thing, and then, you know, the work your way back up type of thing, you know, the whole hero's journey thing. Hey Snow, how's it going? Small question, it landscape height map, and height map is 4K, and the world, third person to play. I get big foreigners drop as soon as I get the map in, and I have to disable streaming so I can limit. Why? That sounds pretty normal. You gotta set up an H-load system. You gotta get all that going. Big old 4K huge map. Might be heavy. How big is your map, really? I mean, be surprised how often. Also, the strength of your computer matters too. If your computer's not very strong, Epic doesn't care if you make a huge open world. They just forget to tell you that your computer might not be able to handle it. Too true. Too true. I like to think of them as like basically a bunch of people who hand like some kids some fireworks with no warning on what could possibly happen if you use them. Just a whole box of them with varying sizes. Like, yeah, go nuts. Meanwhile, they're behind some blast-proof doors watching you going, oh my god, what's he gonna do? They might be monsters, and in a way, I kind of appreciate that about them. I'm sure they're laughing even now at all the dumb crap I do. Every time an error report shows up, they're like going, I mean, 5 kilometers by 5 kilometers is pretty big, right? Seems big. Well, the thing is the editor isn't really very good at memory management. So the editor will often just load everything. Like, if you only view a small area, then it's soon printed. But if I start zooming around this city, I'm going to speed this up because I can't hate myself too much here. Now it's loading all of this. The editor is just like, okay, you want to load all this. Okay, and now it's going to keep that in memory. It likes to do that. And you'll notice it starts to get laggier because of it. Uh-huh. Welcome to the Unreal Editor. It's terrible about memory management. So I have all this stuff to help make it help improve the memory, like the H-load system, which I have everything set pretty low. Actually, the main grids are set low. The loading range is set super low on a lot of this stuff. Admittedly, this is a bigger map than you think. It has an illusion to it, making people think that it is small. Not small. This map is bigger than the open world map, the default open world map. Uh-huh. It just doesn't look it. Nope. I got them all the verses are gone. My performance. Yes. Yes. Well, after I zoomed around the city, that probably didn't help. Still. Now it's saying like 60. It hates this building. Don't question the building. Don't ever question the building. Once you export, things are better too. Yeah, I have these stupid geometry brushes all over that I use to build stuff, and they are heavy. They're incredibly heavy. But they make up for it by letting you basically build whole things that you could, you know, would have to model in Blender, which would take way longer. And ain't nobody want to do that. And by nobody, I mean I don't want to do that. Everyone else can do the thing. I don't want to do it. I guess I can just run the test from this point on. I don't think I need to do anything else extra. I can get rid of this because it doesn't need to be here for the test. And you can see the FPS drop because I did that. What I'll do is I'll load the other level real fast and then come back in, and that'll clear the memory. Because that's how Epic do. I need to load the other level anyway temporarily to set the right mode. Then I gotta close all the side thingies and blah, 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 blah. So that there. By the way, I closed the extra windows I had open. Did you see it jump to like 70 plus 50 to 80 FPS? Because every window you have open, every like, you know, blueprint you have open, that will reduce your FPS. And do you know why it reduces your FPS? Because it will try to simulate what's happening in the blueprint the whole time. So yeah, like it'll try to show you what's happening and keep track of things. So yeah, you actually gain FPS. And then I closed the content browser, and did you see my FPS jump to stupid? 90 to 100 FPS. Open the content browser. Boom. One content browser. I'm just saying. This engine sometimes, I mean, the content browser is heavy. Oh yeah. That's why people are like, well, why is your FPS not good? Don't worry about it. The engine is currently running. When you package your game to run outside of this engine, you have this huge advantage of not running Unreal Engine on top of your game. It does amazing things. Oh yeah. The editor is savage. The editor will punish you. It's what it does. Do not question the editor. I mean, you can if you want. I don't think it'll respond. And if it does, it's probably not the editor talking to you. Your computer is possessed by a demonic entity and trying to kill you. Nothing. That's the only logical thing. Don't question it. Just don't worry about it. That's how it works. But yeah, the memory management happens mostly for the game itself, not in the editor. I'm also streaming on top of this stuff too, so I mean that just again the resource requirements it's huge. Let me grab a quick snack before I start this particular thing there. Yeah, this building is savage. Oh wait, did it hit? Oh my god, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, it was hitting 90 periodically there. Oh yes. Looking at the city, oh, the difference is huge. Then you look over this building, boom, these lights. Why is it up to 9 there? I have questions. It doesn't do that bad when you're playing, but whatever reason. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some a little bit of food real fast before I start this. It's not gonna be like a long break or anything, but you know, before I take an hour to stream this particular thing. So I'll be right back. Thankfully, I just keep snacks around here. So, hey, Unreal Andy, how's it going? Got myself some random cheese and crackers because I had them there, and I wanted something to munch on before I started playthrough. Back on reality. How was your trip with the folks? Oh, nice. What's it like to go to the gym? What's it like to go outside? I approve of the beer. That only makes game dev better. Anyone who says different clearly doesn't drink enough. I don't think there's anything I need to change before I start this run. I guess I'll keep that safety key there. I don't need these as safeties. Oh, sometimes the boring option is the best option, right? Just because it's just cheap and gets the job done. Not bad fun. Alright. I munched a little bit of food. Not much, but just a light snack. Okay, it was barely anything, but still. Good enough. I don't need any pictures. Had a bunch of stuff from Chris open, but I don't need that. Let's keep my all-purpose test document. It's like you check the changes I need to make. Want to make. Let go. Mute this music here because I don't need it. Now if the game's gonna play music, that'd be weird. If it all goes pop, well, the only thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to unequip all the tarot cards. I just won't use them. I don't want to have to re-add them back in just after the test. That seems like a lot of effort. Well, see, now this is the map we like right here. Look at this thing. Oh, look at that FPS. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it gets stupid. Sometimes it gets with like 115. Oh, yes, good times. Only they were all like that. Of course, there's nothing on it. It's a giant and a storm, which I made like 1 billion years ago. Because it got the job done. I'll make it much better later. Some year. Alright, let's try this. The end. Best test ever. I left testing enabled in the game mode, but I was munching food as I did that, and I was like, oh, oops. Okay. Easy fix. Easy fix. Let's try this again, but this time with feeling. I wasn't feeling it the last time. It was lame. Now I feel it. Everything blows up. As is always the case, if you see the magic smoke come out, everyone should probably run. Even though it's just, you know, a digital world away. I have it set to like solely say a few lines. I haven't got anything put in there yet, but just as a fun thing there. Oh. No. If I don't disable them from there, they're no longer going to be there, and then it's so like almost like a flawed test. Fine. Fine. I will disable them. I forgot I improved these things. They aren't really improved for my testing purposes. They're improved for how the game is supposed to be. True. Ah, yes, the overwhelmingly heavy one here. These two need to be blank. I'm just going to go ahead and print screen these settings because I'm going to want to put them right back in a second. I will successfully test this game. Probably. Maybe. I mean, all these were just, you know, things that I changed that were for other stuff later. So I need that, and then this one here, all this print screen that real fast. I need to remember to change the tarot settings. The tarot cards. And then save that. Tarot settings. Perfect. Otherwise, I got to open up an old version of the game and try to remember what it is. It's a lot easier just to do that. All right, so I do not have any of these. I'm just checking those arrays to see if I have them. Abilities currently selected should all just be 0. That's all I can do. Watch, I broke something. Happens. Oh, let me close BP Poppet because ain't nobody want this thing open. It's a monster. No game. That stays way too long. Alright. Technically, it makes sense to farm for those things and break everything, but I'm not doing that. I don't care. I forgot an ab mesh. I knew I forgot something. Wouldn't be very fun if the enemies never move. Time. Well, they can jump. So some of them can kind of fight, but a lot better if they can move around. I'll let you know little secrets. It's a lot more fun. Just maybe. Nice. Yet again with feeling. We'll get this working eventually. Wait, why are you building the navigation again? All I did was save. I have so many questions. And we're waiting. We're still waiting. We'll be waiting a while, apparently. Oh. Do so love me some waiting. It's not true, I don't. It's a lie. It's a savage lie. Ah, that beautiful FPS. See, that's how you make a perfect game in Unreal Engine. You just don't put anything on a level and the FPS is amazing. Problem solved. Yes. Yes, indeed. I was being antagonized by that pot. I had to destroy it. Oh. One of those people that has to grab something new every time, huh? One of those. It's like all adventurous and stuff. I don't understand. Oh, nice lag spike there still. I figure out what causes those. I never use the dodge. I literally have this dodge. I could be using it, and I just don't. I think it's because the button for it's not very good with this button setup, so I might need to improve it. Like, it's not very comfortable to hit. I actually might remove those things from there so you can't vault your way up it, because vaulting up it is just slow and crappy. Little parkour moves are not as fun as you might think. Mostly just hitting the spacebar a lot because I play with the keyboard and mouse and not a controller. Still nothing in the book yet? Perfect. Those lag spikes. 0 out of 10. Do not like. Anyway. Anticipating world. I didn't set the shop items to load with things like that, so, you know, they're just there. But I won't get them until I unlock the shopkeepers. It's only fair. Oh, that's right. Let's run while I do this. Because I set up so it stops you now, so. Also, if you jump off, it shouldn't, it'll just respawn you back up here, so. Fix double. 2 different ways. Like a champ. Champiest champ that ever champed. Yay! Woohoo! Technically, you can now bash them with these. Or whatever just happened there. Sometimes this weapon is broken. It's so overpowered. You just drop it on their head and they just get wrecked by it. Kinda. Actually kind of hard to hit him with just dropping it. It does hit him though. Sanity back real fast. How many improvements that they load so much faster, the light's easier to click. I mean, just all my testing. Some of these things have really improved. Other ones still kind of suck. I think I was too generous with the drops. We'll be talking about ale. How much more interest peaked. I'll be down for some local lager. Hell yeah. I always do the local stuff because it's cheaper. It's cheap. Now a key appears in the door and turns. Just a weird fix I just tossed in there. It's not really a fix, it just looks better. I gotta get different braking noises for all these things, instead of them all being the same glass noise. Who's the dude? Hmm. That's not right. Minion doesn't spawn near waiting room key. Alright. We do love our bugs. True. Don't like chat being blocked though. Still the fastest way. You could run back through the maze, that's true. This way is considerably faster though. Why are there no minions? Okay, well that's not one at all. Minions don't spawn at all? Oh. I'm gonna walk out of this room real fast and walk back in. There's a despawn radius, but then it's like something spawned. And now they're spawning. Hmm. Minions spawned, then despawned. The middle of the room. Oh, actually despawned. In the room, I guess. Sure, close enough. I need to remind myself that something is a little weird, because that means that if that's the case, then this room is unbeatable. If any, well, yeah, if any doesn't spawn, it's unbeatable. But on the plus side, I left the safety key in. But why is this room suddenly not working? I have so many questions. You know, yeah, it's not too bad. It's definitely gotten way better than it used to be. Alright, well, we know this is broken, but I have the safety key here. Sad that I have to use it. She would be unlocked at this point. Not that I can afford anything. But I'm testing the painting back. I'm going to try to break it as much as possible. None of this playing around, you know, possible breaks. I'm going to test each and every painting. We've had one major break so far. Sucks. Oh, whatever. Chinese. I forgot to return the other thing back to the price it was supposed to be anyway. Some of the enemies can despawn and respawn, so that makes me wonder a lot. Well, that's right. I need to try to fall through the world intentionally, too. Because sometimes these plots can cause that weird issue where you fall through the world. I'm damned if I don't want to figure out how to do it. Might have fixed it, though. Now I can knock him into the water for lethal. Of course, you don't get anything if you do that, so. Because they'll drops will spawn near the water. Something fell in the water. I heard it. FPS has been pretty good so far, though. I'm like to say, with Unreal Engine running at any given time, the FPS is always strictly worse. We'll worry about packaging the game later. I haven't made a tutorial for that yet. Oh, I will, however, throw the baby turtle off. I can't really throw it because the ability is locked, but I can drop it, which makes me at least feel somewhat a little better. Even has a crappy little splash now. It ain't great, but it's better than it was. By a marginal amount. Yay, marginal amount. A little lightastic there. Perfect, perfect. I gotta add so many effects in here to make this look better. Of course, then Unreal Engine has them like loading all the time, but I wonder how much better they would run in just an actual packaged game. I'll have to test that. You know, when I get the package game to work correctly, and let me tell you, I tested some package stuff. Oh, I got my work cut out for me. Things that work in this do not work in the packaged game for reasons I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Kick back a bit, wait for my sanity to come back. Yeah, you know, the good times. I was forgetting to grab these. I haven't put the message in for what she says. Unfortunate. But whatever. Just says what it is. Which is fine. Maybe she's a little special. She just says crystal bullet whenever you don't get it. Hmm. People are going to be so upset when they go fight Patrick and they don't grab this beforehand. I don't tell them they need this. You can technically win the battle without it. I'm not going to fight the battle without it. But other people could if they want. This is so you don't hate yourself, because that fight's much harder otherwise. Patrick does a fair amount of damage. But you could dodge everything. It's possible I'm giving this out too early, but whatever. Try to change the flower on the bottom of it, whichever, you know, thing she's using. Or you can change the mushroom color. I'll make note of that in a second. I'm just running straight for the save point rather than wait to get my sanity back. Screw that. There's a save point right here. Note of this here. Empress one changes mushroom flower colors based on what it's using. That might not pan out very well, actually, thinking about it. It's complicated. I mean, the difference is just the tip. Womp, womp, womp. I gotta actually equip the Empress, that's the door. I'm gonna jump back in this box real fast. Should be able to make it, but just in case I couldn't. Is that the wrong thing equipped? Because I wasn't paying attention. I was making a random tip joke. That particle makes it so hard to see. Thought that was fixed, but here we are, doing here we are things. One spawns really late, or does it spawn at all? Did it jump off? Maybe it jumped off. FPS been pretty good though so far. Not gonna lie, it's doing good. Way better than previous ones. Even with the occasional lag spike, but now wait to see how it performs outside of the engine. Speaking of lag spikes. Pretty much on a day when I'm probably not streaming, I'll sit there and do all the packaging crap because it's really boring. We just sit there and let it do all the stuff and you don't have anything to do. Somehow I doubt anybody wants to watch that. I do cook the content all the time though, so that does speed it up a bit. But I'll get a package build to test. You guys stay out there, I'll stay in here, perfect. Technically I don't even have to fight these guys if I don't want to. I should make it where you have to fight. Wait, what happened? Guys, hello? Anyone? I blame you, clown statues. It's your fault. It's all your fault. I like goodies though. I want upgrades. 14.8. I mean, it's not like I was farming them. I should set it up where you have to farm a certain amount intentionally. But balancing happens way later. Yeah, the FPS there was really good for a second. I mean, look at that. That's a big FPS there. That's way better than expected. I remember it got down to like 9 to 12, for God's sakes. It's bad news. Hey, Patrick. How you doing, buddy? You have like the most obvious exploitable weakness too, by the way. It's not very effective though if he doesn't turn. I think give him a knockaway or something.
He does have invincible frames, but... Ow. Deserved. Stupid Annies. I had to make her weapon bigger so she could hit the Annies before they try to blow up. What is going on there? Are you just sliding? Really? You see what I gotta deal with here? Stupid minions not actually doing what they're supposed to. Just laying there on the ground, slacking off instead of fighting me. Wow. Technically, you can farm them for a lot. Also, the music doesn't loop for some reason. Go to that. Music doesn't loop. Make certain not to hit escape this time. The FPS has been so good this time around. Those brushes were just hurting FPS. I mean, there's still lag spikes a bit, but on average, it's been a lot smoother. Just keep wailing on him and dodge his hand. I gotta give him more attacks. The problem is he's only got the one hand, so all of his attacks are gonna come from that side, or he's gonna try to bite you or spit things at you. But he has no good attack to his right side, for obvious reasons. Old Stumpy here dies pretty well to just running to the side. Ooh, shinies. I like those. Now there's upgrades. Now there's a reason to get the shinies. Technically, there's a crystal ball here you can get too. Which I guess technically I should probably get. Am I getting it? Well, you know what? I'm getting everything. What am I doing? What is going on here? Will you people stop, fooling around? What in the world? Alright, so Annies keep sliding around and not dying. Cool. The FPS drop is like clicked off the engine, so it immediately slows the FPS to like a crawl. That's not a performance issue though. That's just it being dumb. Well, it's not really being dumb. That's just what it does. That's its behavior. Can I make it? This one's actually a pretty long run. Very long run. I gotta put stuff out here to do too, as well. Yeah, see, it's barely makeable. Just immediately booked it, and I was like, yep, I got this. Eat at Joe's. Eat at Joe's. Oh, I forgot one of the crystal balls over here. Gotta put it in. We're getting everything. I mean everything. And we doing this.
I'm gonna tie the crystal balls towards the true ending too, so you'll have to get them all if you want them. I tested exactly one message. I'm cool like that. Don't question it. I keep meaning to make my own statue for this, but I haven't done it yet. You know, I think I might want to have like a Hierophant puzzle right by where you get this, so you can just immediately use it. You got the chapel there. Hierophant example puzzle right by where you get it. Question mark? Maybe. I mean, auto equips it for you, and then there's nothing to fight. Wait, where did everyone go? Enemies randomly despawn after the Hierophant? I set a system in to cause it to despawn them if you went beyond it, but it's supposed to be bigger than the main box. It would cause them to spawn by a fixed amount. And the fixed amount should make it like considerably bigger. But it's triggering a despawn. Interesting. Beautiful. It's where these vases are like possessed because they end up falling over all the time. Also, there's quite a lag spike right there. This is weird. Figured I was going to miss that jump for certain because of that lag spike. Nope, made it. Something in the level is really causing some lag issues though. Close enough to a light here to pull this off. Yep. Good enough. The lag spike was huge. Well, it despawned all the things there, so Bugaboo won't be there. It's fine. I should have got cursed back. That was a mistake, but I should be okay. Whoa. That lag spike was savage. That was screwed. Did I curse back? This is the worst room in the game for lag. Not because it causes the most lag, but because you can lag out and fall and have to do everything over. And it's quite a long trip up here. It is definitely longer than it probably needs to be, but I was gonna try to cheat my way over there. Couldn't do it. Yeah. It is possible to slightly cheat your way over there if you want. Now they're back. Interesting. Now they don't despawn. Of course, they're not supposed to. Bomberman time, activate. Oh. The whole like I haven't really heard of it in a long time. I mean, you got to be a big person first of all. Like, they gotta know where you live. That would help. You know, it's pretty hard to call it on something like the doxing thing. But if you know one important, the odds that they do it is pretty low. It's also considered a major crime, and it's like a felony. So when they get caught, which they inevitably will, they're going to jail, and hopefully they don't drop the soap. Actually, hopefully they do drop the soap, because nobody likes a doxer. Okay, these room spawning things are messed up. Like, where are they? Now they spawn. And then they despawned immediately. That's just ruining this whole run. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. A lot of people are super worried about things. I remember I used to worry about people even hearing my voice online, let alone having a camera. And honestly, that hasn't really been all, you know, I mean, you get used to it after a while, but there's a fear that was a greater fear than the problem that I was afraid of. It really just didn't mean much or amount to anything. Something fell in the water. Yeah. That's fair. I mean, there's crazies out there. My theory, at least for my problems with this, was literally that, you know, people in real life that I meet could, like, they know what I look like, they know what I sound like, and many of them could probably figure out where I live. So if I'm not worried about random people I know in real life, people on the internet seem a lot less scary, you know? That was like a beautiful... I really wanted to get this key first. That was what I was doing. No one tell you different. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're not scared of that weird tweaker that you walked by in the park. You shouldn't be scared of random people watching you on the internet. One of them is a lot closer to just stabbing you as you're walking by than the other. One is a clear and present danger. So sad that the despawners are breaking, but they aren't stopping the game from being beaten, so whatever. Poppet Crouch is like a gangsta. It's like all means business show. At least this room works, unless they all despawn suddenly, which they've been doing, so. Where are you guys shooting? I need to improve them. They're really crappy. I need to introduce more reason to fight. I can see that already. My default tactic is largely run away. Which doesn't seem very good to me. So I probably need to make money way more important. There's no experience. Ah, get bomber manned. Ah, Bomberman wins again. Just wait until you see what I have planned for the Hermit. I'm just going to straight up take a mechanic I had from the other game that I was making and just use that as the Hermit. It is going to be quite interesting. Why didn't he do all this? I just gone here. Wing! Yay! Wait, head out. Yep. Sanity back, very important. You only have to go to the painting world, but good. I plan to go there after I rescue Fortuna. I just wanted to fix that. Library. Windows still get stuck if pushing on them. And overall, I want to make there be more reason to fight enemies. This puzzle still feels weird. I don't like it. It's too easy to hit your head on this. Kind of a feels bad, like it doesn't feel like you messed up, just feels like the thing sucks. Testing to see if that works out better. Throwing her on the ground. Ooh, I thought I was gonna fall. I was like, no. Attacked by a giant book. Nice. So far, I've only had one major break. I mean, there's plenty of things that the stupid room despawning thing is obnoxious, but it doesn't ruin anything. Like, I mean, it makes the rooms too easy because there's nothing to fight, but all in all, I wouldn't call it that bad. So down there, perfect. But then I unlocked the magician too. I didn't. It sucks. Right here. Perfect, perfect. I've never once successfully rescued Fortuna. There's always been a bug or two, or 12. So now I'm just leaving her alone and testing to see what happens. I could fight them, but I don't need to. We are certainly going to the painting world on this one. Really? The collision on these is sometimes obnoxious. I'm ready to jump with this. Alright, into the painting world. See if it works. It all goes boom. Yep, I gave her a tent now. It's kind of angled funny. I don't like that. Life ruined. Test broken. Moving on. The other one's supposed to cost 20, so I won't get it until I have 20. Make it fair. Alright, let's see if it lets me return. Remember that many bugs this time. It's good. We do the polish thing instead. Imagine polishing your game. Who does that? That's weird. I don't polish your games. Sometimes it feels like there's like I'm playing Dynasty Warriors or something with how often I have fights. Like I probably have too many. The room's also really big, but there's nothing stopping the enemies from just going places, so there really needs to be some sort of thing that causes them to not all just bunch up and just start going crazy on you, you know? She got wrecked. Aw, yeah. I actually could, I'm the Empress. I don't have to do what I'm doing here. I can just do this. Hello there. We still gotta get the key out of the top there too. The Patricia Brigade here. They cut it down to just 2. Oh, it's 3 of them. Never mind. I cut it to 2. Nope. You bit me. Terrible. Someone snuck up on me. Oh, Metal Gear Solid there. Yeesh. What's up with that? I'll sneak up on you. Jeez. Lamp here. Let's do that. Write it on here. Hero. Lamp. Window. Increase that load distance there, but other than that, the Patricias are back, of course. Waiting for the light to come back. That lumen light adjust is real slow on that thing. We're gonna change it so I don't have to have that problem. Oh, you're back. Welcome back, Panther Kitty. Oh, nice. What's the outside world like? Or are you one of those people that just hacks it and plays from your couch? I had a roommate like that once. He'd play Pokemon Go 10 hours a day. Never left his couch. Worst thing ever. Oh, nice. I played that a little while. I played Ingress for a lot longer than it, though. Niantic's previous game. Took everything despawned, huh? Yeah. I found those to be, walking games to be very good for that. I just found Ingress was better about it because with Ingress you can't camp any one location for very long. Because you could only hack each portal 3 times over a 3-hour period, so you basically had to walk places, plus you got points by connecting the dots between places, so you had to walk a lot. I remember one time where I actually switched to the other side in it because my side was lame, at least locally, and I had to visit 300 spots in town in the course of a day, and it was one wild day of walking like 300, you know, unique locations. I could have gone outside of town, but I only had so long to do it, and I'm like, well, 300 locations in town. There actually are over 300 locations in town, by the way. That's fair. I just didn't like that you could camp at the same spot, you know? I don't know if they changed that, but... Oh, it's collectible really quickly, huh? Yeah, I was just like... Remember when I first started playing it, everyone was playing, and visiting the local university, and there was like 3 Pokestops that you could just sit in between all 3 of them, and people just sat there for hours just hacking all 3 of them, or not hacking, but like doing all 3 of them. It was Cool to see that like thousands of people sit there. Weird to see them all sit in the same location and not ever move. I was like, I thought this was a walking game, and nobody walked anywhere. That's funny. 10 out of 10. Nobody walked anywhere. It sucks that all the enemies despawned. Makes it seem a lot less fun. I'll have to fix that. And they immediately despawned. Oh, that's lame. Run for it! Run for it! My poor sanity. Oh, I didn't label that other heart as something different. Oh no. Make a note of this. Make the health upgrade. Okay. Have a different name. One in the painting world. I didn't want that upgrade anyway. Yeah. I'm gonna still open the door. Just so I can say I did it. It's like this one. But I got this. Not that it's particularly useful after you get it, but whatever. Why'd I put a hat away? Dumb. Now they show up. Lame. So lame. Oh my god. I doubt I can make it through this one fast enough. If I didn't stop for that light, I might have pulled it. Or never mind, they could just completely despawn and ruin the whole room. Oh well, whatever. But I'm just gonna run clean through it. Then be sad that it's broken. But it's not broken in a way that it's unbeatable, which is better than last time where it was broken in an unbeatable way. Kind of a boring room otherwise though. If you don't have all the enemies don't spawn, it's like I think it's how the whole point was to avoid Charlotte the whole time, so if she does not spawn, she's not gonna be here. Yeah. She's just kind of doing her thing. Well, fine, whatever. I just wanted to check the layout. Like right here, this is clearly... I'm gonna make note of it. Well, actually, there's a light right here, so I can just make note of it right here. Playroom. Fence near the door. Exit door is too high. She really does have this gangsta crouch so fast. I never really slowed her down for it. Probably should. It's used so few places. I need to utilize it more. This game has a lot of mechanics available to it, so it's crouching hasn't really proven all that interesting of one. Man, this room is so boring if there's nothing to do in it. I miss being chased by the giant killer ghost girl. So sad. Everyone needs a hobby, right? At least I get my sanity back. I can pretend like I'm waiting for her. I'm not gonna wait very long though, since she's not gonna spawn. It was just so the place could look cool. That's why I put everything here. Yeah, that's it. Maybe she'll spawn on the way back in and I'll feel less bad about it. Do I have this one already? Maybe. I most certainly do. Hell yeah. Got it. So, clock, how long did it take to get here? 1 hour and 9 minutes. Okay. My clock is literally recording the game time, so... Granted, I did stop to write some things down. That can't have been that long, though. We must test this. I see. Hidden hallway painting does not appear locked. Painting doesn't appear locked, even though it is. Let's test. This ended the run last time. See if it ends the run this time too. I would take this staircase, I guess. Just for variety. Also, the painting's getting closer to the staircase, so, you know. Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the doll Poppet. Whose continuing mission is to realize this painting is in a weird location. That's fine. I should have jumped off there just to test that out too. But I didn't. I could have. But I didn't. Alright. Maybe things will be spawned this time, or maybe it'll just be a really boring jumping puzzle. With nothing else going for it. Maybe. Well, thanks for the raid, Sir Steven. Right now I'm running a test of the game to see where we're at. And marveling at the assorted bugs while trying to break it as many ways as humanly possible. But, you know. So far it's worked relatively well. Oh, cool. Oh my god, the knights have arrived. Save me from the ghost girl, please. She's over in this general vicinity. You can tell. She's right there. Well, thanks, Sir Stefan. I'm almost to the end of the demo at this point, but you know. Not quite there yet. We still have a boss fight too. I needed this key. It's actually an area below this that was broken earlier. Supposed to get chased by the ghost girl through it. She decided to take the day off. I don't think I pay her enough. I don't actually pay her. Oh, she missed me there. Whew, I thought I was dead. Mistakes were made. In a second, I will respond back to all that as soon as I'm at the next safe area. I'm using the Hierophant, and what it does is it makes it so that these possessed objects stay in place as long as you're using the Hierophant. You can see the ghost girl crawling around down there. If she catches you, you're dead. Don't get caught. She doesn't jump though, so that's helpful. Yeah. $50 would be nice here. Welcoming feet. Oh my. I mean, you know, first time I've ever had welcoming feet. The floor is definitely lava when there's a ghost girl down there. She's much bigger than poor little Poppet here, who's not big. She's a tiny doll girl. So I can get her in some light. Why is the light terrible? Oh, she's a tiny doll girl. That's right, first time for everything. That should cover everything I was gonna get for that. Wait. No, I'm gonna go get the upgrades too. Just because I'm getting those. Yeah. Going for broke. Hey Jedem, how's it going? Basically I was hoping for early spring. I'm at the polishing phase. Well, okay, I'm at the you didn't see any of those broken items phase. Trust me, it works perfectly fine 100% of the time. I guess I already got these, huh? Yeah. You didn't see any of those? Like the upgrades that aren't there anymore? Those were intended to not be there. All these upgrades were... Also, the building never showed up too. Listen. Yeah. Pretty much it's gonna be, I'm hoping for March. I really am. This will be the first time the demo will be successfully played through. I mean, there's no story set up or anything. A lot of the, like, you know, story events are just completely missing. By a lot, I mean, all of them. And, you know, some of the menus ain't so great. But listen. I can at least go to the painting world now and not have it break. I went through every single painting because last time I was defeated by the word "the." Somewhere I wrote "the Forbidden Hallway" and instead of writing "Forbidden Hallway," so it tried to send me to a player start called "the Forbidden Hallway." That did not exist. It sent me to the abyss and ended the playthrough. Defeated by the word "the." My arch nemesis, the English language. What are you doing over here? How did you get here? Wait. This is 3 rooms away from where you're supposed to be. 3. Some people's children. What in the world is going on here? I could throw her out there. I'm not going to worry about it, but... I don't know how she did it, though, because it's like locked doors and they're literally barriers. Questions. Like this one enemy that kept finding its way 3 rooms away as well. I'm like, how did you do this? How are we fighting here? Okay. I'm gonna take my voodoo doll and I'm just gonna leave now. What do you think about that? I'm just gonna take her and leave. I'll try to take her and leave. She's gonna get hit instead. And she's racing on the... Ow. Got her. Ha ha ha. Mine. Not yours. Mine. Mine? Not yours? Mine? Okay, well, not mine. Yeah, I have healing things. I don't care if I heal her. She doesn't take any damage yet. I can fly! Hello! Just wail on her as much as possible. You actually get more by her just swinging that as she turns around. But I figure it should hurt you because it's huge, and her just turning with it would be enough to do some damage, I imagine. Well, thanks. Yeah, I've definitely been working on it. The occasional lag spike going on still, but yeah, she's going smooth. I'm about to heal the boss. Did you just steal my heals? You're such a jerk, boss. Yeesh. I got him too. It does an AoE heal. The mushrooms grow up to like large size, and from that point on, anyone gets nearby, they'll explode and heal them. There's also a damaging one. I just want to hurt her as much as possible before the 3rd phase. All I ask. Didn't bug out this time, though. That's good. If you dodge it just the right time, you don't take damage from that. You suck. If she does her third phase, you just gonna skip that? Oh, she's not skipping that. Uh-oh. Unpack mushrooms. That's the worst part about this phase. My mushrooms float away. The floor's rotating, so that's what's really happening. Are you hitting my voodoo doll? You are. I might start this phase sooner, because this phase is more fun than the other phase. The second phase isn't very good. It needs to be worked on. That's probably the next plan. In this phase, she has an invincible force field, and you have to kill those minions in order to break it. She'll still keep hitting you during the time. Well, supposedly she's supposed to. Sometimes she just decides that she doesn't want to do that anymore. That's part of what we're fixing. That's why the demo would be more likely to come out in March and not now. And sometimes some of the enemies, they don't behave very well. Nah. Come back and fight. Kill some of these helpers. You have a voodoo doll that's running around in the fight too, and the voodoo doll takes damage, then you take the damage too, so sometimes I take damage because it gets hit, but a lot of times the voodoo doll is smart enough to run away, so it doesn't usually matter. But every once in a while, it will make a big difference. Needs some work. That's my voodoo doll. Where is the last one? There you are. I think they need a death animation. Yeah, she died. This boss is an obnoxious bug. She'll decide there's an enemy out here and then just never do anything about it. Which makes it really easy because she doesn't fight back. Yes. Also, she's supposed to have more health, but there's no balancing in the game yet. Alright, let's see if I can successfully do the Oliver thing. Technically there'd be story stuff at this point, but that is not in here. Not that one, not that one. Where are we going? I left Oliver's cage open. Well, that's... We're still going to do it as though Oliver's cage is closed. Because that's just me clicking a button. Whoa, look at it go. That was kind of cool. Skipping blocks is now my new favorite hobby. I didn't know that until now, but every once in a while the physics on these things is just weird. And they're kind of fun. Until they float through the world, you know, and never come back, then they're a lot less fun. Then they're like, but why? I just try to complete this puzzle. Yeah, they definitely have a... Whoa, oh, oh my gosh, who discovered infinite energy? Behold my true power. That was just the least exciting thing. I was like ready for it to go off into space. Like it just turns into a little rocket ship. It's like, this is the insanity effect when my insanity gets really low. Doesn't matter too much in this phase because I usually just hang out by the candles, but I need two of these stacked on top of each other to make this work. You can't get these blocks without killing the boss, so. They're so finicky. I saw control and I was like, oh, actually I played control and I was like, I need this ability. I put it in my own game. And then you would unlock his thing. I will lock it. And then I will unlock it because I feel better for having done. I will attempt to unlock it. I will not be able to unlock it? Okay. I was like, wow. Defeated. And then he doesn't have an actual thing there. Yep. Okay, well. Gives you Charlotte's bedroom key. Which would not be in the demo. And then also... Wait, there's a painting this way, so I can go, see if it successfully works to rescue her. My voodoo doll's over there. I can see the red light. Yes. I'm glad there's no smoke alarms in this room. It'd be terrible. You. Come with me. You've been bad. I'm just ignoring this voodoo doll. It's just like, why? I'm important too. No, you're not. You suck. Nobody likes you. Will you come back here? You're like a misbehaving child. I need to work on the AI for the voodoo doll. It just wanders around like an idiot. Yep. I'll rescue the other one too, just to see if she could be rescued successfully. I know she can, but I have the honor of rescuing her from a room that she's not supposed to be in. I just want to see how far I can successfully get, even though I didn't bother to put enemies in a lot of areas. Well, I mean, this room just had the boss, so no enemies spawning. That might make enemies spawn after the fact. That'd be kind of cool. Alright. This is because you didn't show up earlier. Also, the little particle doesn't seem to want to work on it. That's okay. There's currently a bug where the enemies will spawn then despawn in the room, and it's like, where'd you go? Like that. That was a thing. I didn't like that one anyway. Let me test see if this one spawns at least. Well, technically, with Oliver able to give you the key, even though I didn't give him dialogue, and without any enemies put in a bunch of the rooms, I can at least go and jump on top of the bed in Charlotte's room, which is really probably the most important thing that I could do in the demo. Oh, I didn't unlock her. But I unlocked you. Yep, little mini voodoo doll. With a little messed up hair. Just like she's from Brave or something with her hair like that. Also, her head rotates all the way around. It's creepy. Don't worry about it. It's a first. She's just saying woohoo, I'm free over and over. This is Tinka, my Discord's favorite. She's their waifu. She just floats in space. Oh yeah, you know what I haven't done yet? Tested to see if jumping into space causes the game to mess up. I'm doing it. We're jumping. I'm just trying to break it at this point. Anywhere I can. So I'm just going to do every dumb thing possible. Well, it put me back here. The box spawned. I mean, it spawned after it put me back here, but not bad. I mean, it worked. Fine. Are you heading out? Well, thanks for dropping by and all that. Also, while I'm at it. Oh, that's jammies. Okay, never mind. I was looking at the restream chat because I stream both YouTube and that, and it doesn't show the animation, so it just looked like the character was waving goodbye. I was like, oh. Also, there's shit. Alright. Forgot to shout you out. Most I was in the middle of the demo and didn't think about it. Like, doing my thing. Alright. The demo would have ended by now, because the demo ends with, you know, having beaten Voodoo. But it's not going to stop me from trying to get as far as possible before the game completely breaks. I think the game will break in the Hidden Grotto because I don't think I put a key for the next room. But technically, this room is completely unfinished and has nothing interesting in it yet. Except for the bouncy bed, which is the real reason I came in here. That's all I wanted to do, whatever. I made the bounce exaggerated because it's more fun that way. Apparently the pillows do a magnified bounce, which is amazing. Not how it's supposed to work, but I don't care. I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts, while I fix it. I have not put Charlotte's diary in there, so it won't really be anything interesting to get there, but it's got a marker for when I'm supposed to put it there. It'll happen eventually. I did put the key, though. I know I did. Well, technically, it is possible to get to the Hidden Grotto, so I'm going to go there. The way it's supposed to work is that... Oh, we'll get back to the light before the insanity gets me. Is that Oliver, you know, will chase away Charlotte so you can get in here and get that key. It will lead you in here and all that. Otherwise, if you try to come in here earlier, then Charlotte will basically just kill you. It's the ghost girl. I need to leave the door unlocked so that that's a thing. And just have her be perpetually milling around, making her really tough to deal with. As you know. It's her bedroom, so it should be the hardest room if you happen to be dumb enough to go in. That's fair enough, Kitty. No, Kitty, that's fine. No, ma'am. My life is not ruined. I guess I have music for this one. Yeah, that's weird. I'm happy that you're hanging out. Even if you give me the silent treatment. Jeez. Some people. I'll take it out on the Patricias, though. They know what they did. Well, let's play Bomberman. Let's not blow myself up. No one said I was any good at Bomberman, just that we were playing it. £3 medicine ball. I see. Is it just like hiding some random place? Tell me there's a secret passage or something, and at the end of it, it's a £3 medicine ball, and you're just like, that's why I left that. It's literally just, you know, half a mile of secret passage with all sorts of puzzles and everything just to guard a medicine ball. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. It's so much more ominous when you see the smoke in the distance. It's just hovering there, huh? There. Boing. 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 I'm just getting my sanity back. Actually, I should probably also heal up while I'm at it. Next room has a lot of fighting in it. I didn't need that many. For some reason, I like dropping them in threes. It just seems to be a weird thing that I do, because there's basically no reason to have done that. Is Fortuna still up there? Did she? Perfect, perfect. She's not there. That's what I want. Actually, it literally is what I want. Because it means that, you know, it's permanent that I rescued her. Or all the fights could just despawn. That's the current bug of this run, is that the fights will just despawn even though they're not supposed to. Gotta run, do. Technically, there's a weird way I could go. You close this door in the way. Fight enemies? Nah, fam. What are you doing? Actually. There's currently no reason to do this. There will be eventually a reason to do this. I forgot I even put this here for that reason. But it excites me greatly to do so, so I'm doing it. There's no fall damage, thankfully, so... Well, that reminds me. Speaking of which... Yay! Hello, guys. How's it going? Pretty good? Each living it up? It's fair. Into the pool. Like some sanity back here before I go after thing over there that I don't necessarily need. I didn't grab the save point though, so if I fall into the water, that will suck. I mean, I'll just get kicked all the way back to the forbidden hallway, that's all. Almost just dropped right in. I mean, it would have been deserved, so, you know, whatever. They're just launching their things up there. The sound attenuation, though, is still terrible. I thought I put sound attenuation, but yet you can still hear it all the way over here. It's kind of in the way. And I totally missed that jump. Nice. I didn't like it anyway. I don't think you can make that jump. I wanted to play on the piano instead. Okay, yeah, the forbidden hallway. Phew. I didn't get my sanity back though. It didn't drop me in the box. Oh, because the paintings. Oh, I gotta make note of that. That's my list there. When respawning from a painting, don't get healed. I don't know if you should get healed from that, but just in case. Technically, this would be faster if I go this way. Oh. You know what's not faster? Blowing yourself to bits. I'm blow myself to bits. Let's see if she spawns. Oh, they are here. Heck yeah, let's make this at least interesting on the way back. They didn't spawn the first time through, so they made the room a joke. They just ignored everything. To be honest, going backwards, it's kind of a joke anyway. Pump girls, muscular, skinny girls. All. It's funny. Honestly, I'll take one I just like being around over just about the rest of them. Like, I mean, now that the meme answer's been done. If she's just really nice and fun to be around, I don't really care what she looks like. I mean, don't get me wrong, if she looks good, I'm not going to be upset about that, but... Honestly, if someone's cool to be around, that's like the most important thing in general. Man, just drop down here, right? Hell yeah, let's go down. Lump guys. You are so in the right sphere of Twitch, is what I'm saying. You definitely are. Not trying to say much about game devs, but you know, doesn't lend itself well to being attractive as far as well, at least not plump. This one decided to come with me. Oh, hello, buddy. Are we exploring the room together? Guess so, huh? No, I got despawned. Is there a thingy nearby? There's a light. Whew. There's no way to beat this room. That's fair. I don't think I put a key in this room. Kind of disappointing. Now I just want to put keys in the whole game and just have every room in the game and then run through all things. But there's no enemies in here, so... This room needs a lot of work. It's not even in the demo, but... The fact that you can fall through those is a problem. See? Oh, I didn't bother to put any collision on that floor. Okay, well, I'm going here now. Alright, everyone, it's time to leave the building. Run for it! Gotta make it before my sanity runs out. These rooms are so big. Oh my god. Not how I thought the demo would end. Oh, the door is closed. I've been shafted. And that's how Poppet died. She fell through the world and lagged out. She ran for the front door, but the front door would not open because I do not have a key for it. And in pure sadness, I do not have the Whimsy Wonders key. And then she died. But seems she respawns now. The fact that the demo hasn't outright broken at any point so far, it says a lot. Also, it does not heal you when you respawn. Aha! Jump back in quick. I'm gonna try to see if I can get her far enough away to heal her. That time it healed, so it took a few tries. But then it healed her. Okay, well, I should make a note of that. Let's see. Here, blah, blah. Mouse stopped working? Here we go. My list here. After despawning, actually after dying, because I didn't despawn. Save boxes don't always heal you, which they should. Actually, they shouldn't have to do that at all. It should just be you get all your health back on a respawn. Also, after all that, I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. That is the first time that it has actually gotten all the way through the demo. And it only had like one major break. Also, wait. You're here? Huh. So, second health upgrade didn't add health. But I'm going to check and make certain that that's not the cause there. Also, the music is apparently not working. The stuff didn't spawn. Nice. I need a default music so if nothing spawns, but... Anyway, let me make certain to kill her off the quick way. As long as the demo's running. Actually, there's one health upgrade I didn't go get. That's perfect, I can test. And the game's getting pretty good as far as a lot of the issues. I mean, this room seems to be pretty heavy. Or whatever that happened there. Actually, did Bugaboo spawn? Good. He did. I think if you respawn it, kind of brought everything back. And it didn't. Got one of the upgrades, I didn't get it. Gotta name it something different though so it doesn't respawn, but okay. Well, it would be over there, but I guess it's not here, huh? So I don't recall getting it. It's okay, it didn't really matter. Is there anything else I want to test? I think that's everything. I'll make note of this one here. Oh, it doesn't spawn a second time. Perfect. Let's make note of that. So health upgrade doesn't barely spawn? Question mark? Huh. You're on the cheesecake diet? I'm seeing. That's fair. I think this character spawned in here. She got added to the wrong spawn array. I'm gonna drag her out of here and see if that's causing her to despawn. Oh, let me, I'll make note of that. Annie's on hat doesn't despawn with her. That's right. The boss room is right on the other side of the door from the starting room. Do not question my genius. That causes your building to spawn. Items are still messed up. But still. It's got a little pile of gold. Kind of floating for some reason. Alright, so... sorted bugs here. He's on spawned in the Forbidden Toys room. Amazon's hat doesn't despawn with her. Amazon is currently floating a bit in her building. Okay. Oh. Also, give mini pop different dialogue. He's in the painting world. That's who's just saying woohoo, I'm free over and over, because it's just like there's no one to tell her that the first phase of the battle that she would have been in, where she stopped saying that, is over. She usually just says it once. Yeah, good, it's working out for you, Kitty. The getting rid of all the weight. Gotta find what works for you. And then run with it. And then jump on the big hat. Hat does not have the collision that would let me jump on it. That makes me sad on so many levels right about now. I don't get out much, so, you know. We're gonna fix that collision because I want to jump on the hat. Well, that should cover everything. I guess I didn't check the time for how long I did that, but there was only one major break that would have made the game unplayable. I left the safety key because that break has been happening a lot. Well, various versions of it. But, you know, the safety key, hopefully that's not necessary next time. Just saying. It's kind of obnoxious. But I got rid of one of the other safety keys. Because so far that one appears to work just fine. This had everything to do with the despawn, though. That was weird. What happened though? If you hold down the mouse button and then we move up. Okay, that's cool. I didn't realize that was a thing. You hold down the mouse button and then just drag and you could move forward or backward. Or to the sides it'll turn. It's like you're actually piloting the character. Weird. Actually, either mouse button will cause that, and rotating will do that. It's just that the right mouse button will make you go up and down, whereas the other will make you go forward and backward. Cool. I learned something new. I'm smart now. There's secretly no building right there. It doesn't matter though. There could be a building right there, I suppose. Okay, well this is hovering. And I hate it because it's hovering there. We'll now sit here. On top of this building. Why not? with its friend. All right, well, let me go over the new laundry list of problems that got added. Yes. Better if there's a million problems to go over. But overall, though, it did run a lot better. I could change the world partitions to be like, you know what I could have also done to reduce the lag? I can do this, right? And you unload selected regions. Right? I'm curious how much this changes things. I'm gonna just push start and see what the FPS is. Because the editor's running it the whole time too. The editor is slowing the game. I never thought to unload the world partition during that time. Did it make much of a difference? Not really. Actually made zero difference. Unfortunate. I was hoping. Fair enough. Well, it was worth a try. I had no idea. I know if the editor's not open at all, it works better. I remember when I first saw the load and unload thingy, I was so confused. And I thought the thing had been broken. It's just I couldn't get things. So it's like, why is it grayed out? It says it's loaded. How do I load it? I look back upon my initial experiences with this engine with humor. At the time, with sadness, but with humor there. It'll take a bunch of time to load the navigation again. I probably need to delete the navigation anyway. Let's investigate the anti-zone problem. That's priority 1 because that's just a clean break in the game. The only clean break that's left. The things despawning is just makes the room easier. It doesn't really matter. Oh, actually. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Get the Emperor and jump in the pool. Oh, it's because I fell through the world. Now, you know what? I'm gonna fix that first because it's so easy to fix, and I didn't write it down, so I will 100% forget this one. All right. Add box collision. Done. Bug result. It's such an easy fix. All right. I'm gonna put a key in here as my reward for getting to this point again, because that is quite far that I got there. I need one of the keys. I don't really care which one. This key will do. I'm too lazy to re-input the information myself. Oh yeah. They've been building a lot faster than they were building on YouTube. YouTube, I'm at like, 292 or something like that. 293. I've been streaming on YouTube for like a year longer. Yeah. But, just slowly collecting people. It's awesome. There's people who are excited about what I'm doing. And probably some number of bots that I don't understand, but that's okay. AIs can watch me too, okay? I don't discriminate. The AI wants to watch me. Okay. Talk me into it. I'll put a key here. Oh yeah, things are going pretty good. And Twitch has been very welcoming. I wish I just skipped YouTube and went straight to Twitch all those years ago. So I started streaming on YouTube before I had health problems, and I streamed like I think 3 times, and then I had all the health problems. Maybe 4. Yeah, I barely streamed. It was funny. It's like, well, never mind. Just got started. Whatever. Let's like the Sally's room. Yeah, let's just toss it in here. Sally's room key. Hell yeah. Put that here. And then
Guess I'll put the Tomato City key over here or something. Sure. None of these are necessary, but listen. Right, Tomato Village key, whatever. Just knowing that at some point I can continue on. Pretty cool. Check that no one's messaged me. No one has in fact messaged me. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That means I just get to kill time today until I get bored of killing time today. Blah, 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 blah. So let's check up on the Annie's-on problem. Well, we'll start by wondering why she's even in this room, because she should not be. Oliver is the only one who spawns in here. Did I just leave an Annie down here? Is that the problem? Okay, she's just set down here anyway. Fair enough. So that's not really a problem. That was just a bit of stupidity on my part, because I guess I was testing something. Yeah. No, no. And then in this room here, Annie should have spawned. He did not. I was the sad. Also. Put the old music back on there and go back to... She should spawn though. Let's see. 18 and 18. Wait. Index 17, sure. Index 17 over here. I think she just suffered from the despawn problem. That makes sense if that was the case. So if that's what's breaking the game, any of the room info should solve this. So I recently set it up that there's a second box, the despawn box, and the despawn box is set up to be 30-30-10 bigger than the transform box, and when you hit that, it's supposed to trigger a despawn. It's already checking to see if the enemies have spawned. But it's not checking here. Not a custom event here. Let's pop it a red. I like enter better. Pop it left, pop it right, pop it in, and it just is weird. Wonder if I'll get to 300 subs on YouTube before I get to 300 followers on Twitch. I don't think I will. I was just thinking about that. I was like, you know, I'm not that far off of 300 for that, but...
Actually, I have plus one, so I have 293 there. So do I think I'll get 7 more subs on YouTube versus 35 more followers on Twitch? I think I'll get the 35 first. Pretty certain. So right here. Here. Do this here. I probably want a sequence on this. How will that pan out logically? So, as you enter the thing there, well, what it'll do first is you'll hit the despawn box 100% of the time. This has no condition on this, so that's awkward. If the enemy spawns through, let me do this, I think. It goes here, and then... Well, the problem with this here is there's a break where if the enemies have not been spawned... Actually, enemy spawn triggers like as soon as you touch this, right? No, it's not. When do I do enemies decent? I turn it off there. So you could spawn a couple of them and then leave and it would screw it up. Right? Works so much better if I use the same one for both. Poppet rat thing was probably unnecessary. I just broke it up to make it easier to keep track of things, I guess. I could also call it later, too. It's feeling I need one beforehand too.
So actually, this is not going to work out the way I want it to. I can already, just running the logic in my head that is not going to do what I want. I mostly need to break this despawn if that happens, so right down here where it loops. You know, instead of doing all this, I could have just made it where the despawn box is like the same box and I just made it bigger in general. The biggest problem is you run into the first box here. Well, here actually, it's set up where it would start Poppet left early, right? You run there, tag this, and immediately does Poppet left. This needs to have the restrictor there. The rest of it, I don't think it matters. The only worry is if you run back across it. Add these to an array, though. So the spawner does that, else the biggest problem is you step into there and then you run back out and then they'll never despawn. Right? So if they despawn there at that point, they never despawn. Let's can I just pull length off that? Yeah, I can. Good. Greater than 0. I'm thinking this is probably it, right? So if they're greater than 0 on the spawn array, I do this. Otherwise, I just say, nah, I'm good. I think that should fix it. I don't think I'm gonna use this this spawned one there. I don't think I need it. I'm gonna pick a room and just run in and out over and over and see if I can cause it to break. This door is great because there's like 2 of them. I just go back and forth. Who am I kidding? Let's open both doors and just run back and forth like an idiot. This will fix the music bug too. I want to fix a lot of bugs because these room spawning things are designed to do a lot of stuff. They're just broken. Maybe the other game mode in order to do this test here. Run back and forth. Whenever it loads.
can definitely see the despawn area. So I run across the despawn and then run in here. Let's see if it despawns. Because I think it's starting a timer and then despawning. It waits for everything to spawn and then it starts a thing and starts despawning. This might have fixed it. Then let's go see if Annie's there. I have no way to turn the lights on, so I just have to run. Yep, she's all escaping. The NPCs even need lights? I kind of think they don't. Because why would they have lights? Villains make sense having lights at the little Annies with the firecrackers, because the firecracker's on fire. Of course it produces light. Everything else doesn't make any sense really to have that. Anyway, I think that fixes the problem. It's just a timing issue because I had a thing waiting for them to despawn, so this way if they're already, it would keep checking and see they're already despawned. They've already spawned in, so this way when you left, you couldn't just, you know, get a couple of them to spawn and then leave and they'd stay forever. So that's not too bad. Let me fix her hat. It should have been destroying her hat. I did this earlier. I guess there's a bit of a timer that can cause this. Cheese-filled hot dogs for dinner. You sure you're not a guy? Like a bachelor? It's like the most bachelor food I've ever heard in my life. It's funny. Yeah. Reminds me of UHF ages ago, where he like takes a Twinkie and he like slices it open. He puts a hot dog in there, and then he puts like sprayed cheese on there or something like that. I was a Twinkie wiener sandwich, and I was like, I should watch that movie again. I've seen that in forever. But it's exciting. If I put a slight delay on this, it doesn't gotta be long, but maybe it just needs a bit of a delay, so if the character spawns in. Of course, I don't believe this is necessary because the other one was spawning in due to the H load. They'd gotten added to the H load somehow, so they were getting despawned at a distance, which might be too fast for them to spawn the hat, but they aren't supposed to spawn there in the first place. They're only spawned in by the room spawner itself. So this should not be necessary. This seems like a problem that was caused literally because that was just me being dumb. I don't think that needs to be fixed. I think that was just dumb. Never put enemies in the H load. I think all those problems are fixed. Except the anti-floating thing. Yeah. I think it's like building transforms what it did. Yeah. No, this would be literally where she's currently at in the other world. I have to do a bunch of work on the painting world too. At some point I'll get rid of a lot of the crap with it. I also need to finish the shop here. So take this here and I just spawn it slightly lower. So we'll do like, wasn't that high, we'll do like 12 or something. Plus 4, whatever. That should be fine. Ah yes, let's fix mini pop since we're in this here. Oh, that's right, I'm doing Control-Shift-S to save there, and I don't need to do that. But I'm used to the Unreal Engine Control-Shift-S to save everything. So I just automatically do it. Get level name. Not the level, I just want the level name. I guess the NPC can have level name as an option. I don't want a macro of them. Level name gives a string, right? Yeah. Even though it's an actual name variable. This way I don't have to do it on every single one of them, I just do it on the parent. That's how I do my AI. By putting them in blueprints. Isn't that exciting? And then we're going to go ahead and grab this and switch on it. I was trying to make her way more complicated. She had like multiple battle phases, and we just aren't even doing that right now. I don't know what I wanted to really do in this thing there, but she doesn't really have to do anything, right? I guess you could follow Poppet around. We'll just employ the same behavior for this one. Oh, I'd set the game mode for that one. I can't just spawn on that level. The regular game mode does not support just dropping you wherever the camera's looking. Oh, she hasn't been saved, of course. Save. You can never pick a target because her she's never told a battle phase, I guess, so she will always have problems. No, you know what? I can do this more efficiently. I don't think it hurts them to check once to see what map they're on. So I'll just have them set it here once and then I'll work off of that from that point on. I guess I could just do this. Run it right at the start and skip a bunch of crap. I get the current level name a million times, just get it once.
We do it there, and then that means from here she can just switch on there and pick a target. Oh, switch on string. Let's make my life a little easier, shall we? The fact that a lot of these characters exist in two worlds says a lot. You'd have to plan for that kind of stuff. There's a nav mesh, right? Okay. Wait, what? Not go down far enough? Is that why she can't move? Wait, what? Why is there no nav mesh? The balance volume goes all the way below the level. And up above it too, but it's only on the stairs. What in the world? How do this? Hey, you're seeing it's way below the level. Oh, phone ran out of power. 1 second, let me fix that. Phone will be back online off the camera in, I don't know, like 5 minutes or something. It has to get to like about 1 to 2% charge before it can turn back on. Should have been paying attention to it, especially since I was sitting anyway. But I wasn't. Oh, there's V on there. I'm kind of confused by this nav mesh. I'm gonna delete it and start again because it seems like it's just foobarred for reasons I don't understand. It's gonna be lazy and type 50 into all of them. Yeah, I was just being dumb. I say there's no logical reason why this is as it is.
But Yui does that sometimes. Do not question, or do. She was never given walking animation, she just flies. I wanted to be like an annoying kid sister. Maybe adorable annoying, but still annoying. I don't even know what Poppet's standing on now. I have so many questions. So she was standing on Mini Pop somehow. Don't worry about it. More importantly, it's no longer an issue. I don't really care if her animations are that great. This or much of anything on that. Because it doesn't really matter. Since you don't actually save her in the demo. Well, actually, I could end it after that, but I think you're gonna end it after you just beat Voodoo. Maybe put some story in or something like that. I will have something story thing, but I'll leave it off somewhere at a cliffhanger. Not powerful enough yet. It looks like it's booting back up. That's good. I had it plugged in the computer previously because I have a standing desk and then the cord doesn't reach the floor. But the computer doesn't do a fast charge, it just does a little crap charge. But it does extend it by a couple hours doing that. If I'm sitting, I have like fast chargers, and the fast chargers can keep it going indefinitely. Let's get that booted back up real quick. Share camera, blah blah blah. Did it fix it? Ah, I returned. Okay. Then the mini pop situation is dealt with. It's not really a dialogue, but that's okay. I just didn't want her spamming that message over and over because, you know, she's not supposed to technically be there. We did see her because the message is being spammed. Oh. No notification that mattered. This thing's interesting. New boxes don't always heal you. Why wouldn't they heal you? I get the feeling they spawn in a little too slowly. But it shouldn't matter because I can always just have Poppet heal herself. Which I think is the right call. She's a self-sufficient girl. She doesn't need other events to keep her, you know, doing her thing, or I guess other actors. She's got this. With her 9 grids. Yeah, about that. I actually think the death grid's on this one, isn't it? Why is this not connected?
Oh no, man, that's that camera crap that I'm not gonna use. Probably. Let's just find the location of the player start, sure. Oh, this would be covered by that. I can just see the reset player stats. This also removes all the movable objects back. Do I need that? I don't know if I like that idea because you could be carrying something and you drop in a save box, and that seems not great. However, that also means that if you screwed something up, it would bring it back, giving you a way to basically effectively fix a puzzle that's broken. Oh. I'll err on the side of doing this and go from there. I'm just keeping this as a reminder about the camera thing for the jump scares. Now that throw them through the paintings more fun. I have to think about how I'm going to make them more reason to fight enemies. Oh, they're making these cost more? I don't know what else I'm going to do about it. There's no need for experience or anything, so it kind of foobars it a little. Crystal balls, in fact, do something now. I don't know how I feel about that one. Oil stays up for a really long time. I'll knock it down in a second. I'll set up a check for a button later on that. Yeah, I've seen this in a while. Fix this already. I don't need this here because I'm just gonna prevent you from walking while you're talking. I'm pretty certain this was all part of the room bug. I get the sneaking suspicion that that had everything to do with the broken room thing, but I'll double check. That does loop. But the other one doesn't say anything about looping. They suggest using this. That's usually all it takes to make it loop, though. Oh, never mind. Check boxes over there, not in the other thing. Sure. That should fix that problem. Almost every one of these problems was that. She's not missing, it's part of the same bug. The building did spawn, it's just she wasn't rescued.
Back to playing with this area here because almost everything's on that level. So it's always felt like there needs to be some kind of light right here. And it's so unintuitive. The setup for this. Just get rid of the nav mesh, I don't need it. Only 4 o'clock, wow. Wow. Delete that. Migrate this over here. That's the wrong order in general.
What did I just do? That's weird. Do I even need the Empress plant there? Can I just jump on this? I have questions. Like if I migrate this over here. That eliminates the need for a plant at all. Do I do that or do I just put one of the cube down here? It's gonna be a cube room instead, maybe. I'll just put the cube down here. No, it's like it's growing the plant. Yay! Can't grow the Empress plant because I don't have a thing, but I should be able to reach it. But well, you can reach it without the plant, so. Well, that's lame. If you don't need to grow it, there's like not even a point in having it. Might as well just have a regular light then. Lame. I don't like that there's no point in going down here. It kind of sucks. It'd usually be like a bookshelf or something, but then the bookshelves you can usually scale up without any extra effort. Make the bouncy couch able to reach up there too, for that matter.
You can reach that totally. Well, well, well. Maybe I don't do an Empress one, I do a bouncy couch, because bouncy couch is something new to play with, whereas there's already been Empress puzzles. True. That's just more exciting. I want a bouncy couch puzzle. That's easy to make. We can also jump from this one and be no problem. Oh, super easy. And more fun. How did you get up here? Oh. I appreciate that they're joining in the fun too. Oh, but there's a problem with this. There's no reason to get out there. Unless I put something specifically up here. But you could just jump on this and get onto that too. Or the two of them combined will easily get you up there. I guess it's fine. It's an alternate way to get up here. Alternate way to get up there. It just means I want something up here. What? I need a kind of pointless upgrade. Not like pointless per se, but it can't have a massive impact, but you find them somewhere important. Or like you use them somewhere important, like maybe they add up to something, some sort of good upgrade, or maybe I just have like an audio log or something up here. That's fine. There's other collectibles, so that would just be like a pure lore thing though. Like an audio log item. I was considering having a creepy Christmas area. Hey Fantasy, thanks for the follow. You're just in time for me to make an audio log collectible, actually, is the plan. I realize I need items that just don't matter as much. To place places that are not as hard to reach. You know? I want them to collect something. I want them to feel rewarded. Not like a massive reward. Like a little cookie instead of a big cookie. Oh, audio log here. What am I use for a picture? I think like a little, if I have a little phonograph or something like that would probably be pretty good for what I'm doing. I think the Sika Mansion has one. Actually, do I have any? There's a new one I got that's got it too. Something Office, right? Epic just gave it away for free. Classic Office, I believe is what it was. Yeah, a gramophone, there we go. What if I have another one? That one's okay. A lot of these are actually like things I would have wanted, but then I got handed all of them already. But some of these books are actually pretty nice too, so maybe I'll use them instead. I mean, this really is just like a bunch of pretty decent stuff. Oh, these are lawn carpets. Wait a second. You know, I needed some lawn carpets. One second. The difference between these two? They're just longer or something? Like a bigger carpet? I increased them both by the same size ratio, so in theory it should be a bigger carpet. What's the collision look like on this thing here? Abysmal. Absolutely abysmal. Thanks, I hate it. Funny colors from the thing here. Sitting here so long, the light actually went to crap again. Nice. This one looks like it's better than the other one was. Yeah. That was a good pickup. Surprising, but you know, works for me. See if I can find a better gramophone than that, but I don't know if I can. No, that gramophone's pretty good. But I mean, I'm not gonna have like cassette tapes or something. This is be like the 1920s, so I'm kind of limited on some of the options. Yeah, surprising amount of the stuff in that thing is very good. So, things most likely to have that. Well, I think Sika Mansion's probably the only as a super. Well, actually, Victorian House might have it too. Does not appear to have a gramophone.
It does. No one's blind. Well, that one's pretty ornate. Where's the other one? That one's upside. It has a crank and it has a thing right on it. So with the thing right on it, I can make it look like it's playing by simply like putting a rotating object on there. This one I can't do that because the little thingy is stuck over here. Even though it looks subjectively cooler. Oh, there's something I've discovered. Victorian House often has like the most interactive, best stuff. You make a whole game out of just Victorian House. There's like over 500 meshes in this thing. And it's all broken into pieces and things too. It's just so good. But finding things in it is challenging, so there's a lot of stuff. This clock has a face on it, right? Just checking. Ain't a working one. Weirdly enough, it doesn't have one. House elements is outdoor house elements. Got it. Nope. So it's basically those two. I think I err on the side of the one that I can make look like it's playing. This one here, like can't really spin this per se, but what I can do is just put another circular plane on top of this, make it black or whatever, and have it spin so that it plays a noise. Here I could technically put something on the same and spin it as well, but again, the illusion will be a bit dispelled by this not being on the thing. Even though this does look pretty nice. Whereas this one, no, it isn't the same. It looks very bland. Oh, it looks super bland. We can always replace some of the materials on it though to improve it a bit. I really like how this one looks though. So small.
Why is that? It's not that visible somehow. It's visible. Huh. I'll be right back. Gotta go to the store, huh? That's fair. I don't know about this whole outside world thing, but I guess. Seems terrible. Whole store for formula thing. Eh. So why can't I see this? Oh, it's because new nav mesh. I got it. I'm dumb. It's governed by a variable. Not new nav mesh. New mesh. I made it variable. There you go. Kind of bizarre, the rotation, but oh, and then I want to default these differently too. So for Poppet, these won't do anything yet because I have no audio set up like that at all. I'm just putting the things where they're gonna go, and then over time I'll put the rest of the crap. And I need to write a bunch of lore for individual locations that didn't exist when I was writing the story. Or coming up with a story, because I left a lot of things open so I could, as I design areas and what was possible and what wasn't, I could leave some things out if it was just like this isn't going to happen, and other ones I could add in if it turned out like there was space for something else I liked. Happened a lot, random things like that. I was looking on her thing here for the item collected graph, which is why its graph has its own graph now, and a subgraph. This graph's nightmarish, but it'll get better. Keep on any type of lag for some reason. Audio lag. Eventually I'll make this neat. This is just such a mess. But, I don't care that much. Yes. Kinda care. Kinda care. The least I can do is make it so all the thingies don't cross. it'll look less awful to me. Still awful, but less awful. It's still looking pretty awful. Thanks, I still hate it. That should have been the other order. Oh, it's not so bad now. Still kind of ridiculous, but less bad. That's a good question, Bard. That's a good question. I don't know. I just didn't have much to do today. So I was like, well, you know, kind of keep streaming and eh. So now I have audio logs. Maybe I would need to have one, the energy to pull that off. I don't know, after a certain number of hours, like the problem is the game development's a little taxing on the brain and everything like that. Like 24 hours of that seems like it'd be rough. Like if I was just playing video games, it might be a different story, but after a while it's just like the coding suddenly becomes really tough. I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I should probably put this over here and then test by starting at the beginning. I just want to see if it's permanent or not. But maybe at some point, if I ever have a full day. Part of the reason why I stopped doing so many hours though is I started having like health problems. I was doing work plus streaming and it'd be like 16 to 18 hour days. It was just too much. I haven't had to go do anything. I got the super duper important log. I want to paint here so I don't have to jump up there. I have to do anything today, so that does really make it a lot easier. But I was prepared to end the stream at any point if someone actually, you know, messaged me to meet up for, you know, actual work, because, well, that pays the bills. That's kind of, I'm just going to do streaming and just going forward largely. It's just I'll just start in the morning and then I'll go until I have to leave for work or something. If I go long enough, I won't even mind drinking, because the reality is it'll be late in the day for me again. I'll probably make 10 hours today, I imagine. After that, we'll see. Did not work. Pretty tricky. Going pretty good. Pretty much fantasy. It's definitely I love streaming, I love game dev. But you know, I did the math for like the first month that I streamed something like that was making paid money. I was making something like 44 cents an hour. Sometimes less, but you know, that isn't paying the bills. I love streaming. I would stream all the time if money was not a problem, but yeah. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I haven't really been monetized for very long, and it's not like I'm like a super well-known streamer or anything like that, but one must continue to do the day job so one can afford to do the fun stuff here. And so I dialed back the streaming because, well, I don't hate myself enough to dial back the regular work. I do actually have something I'm supposed to do today. I'm supposed to pick up a collection of things and I need to press through it. That's true. The way I look at it is it's just people supporting my game. Like anyone who happens to sub to me or whatever, or just watches what I'm doing, that's just money that gets funneled into the game, and the game just gets better stuff to go with it, you know? So, I'm not expecting to quit the day job, but it's just cool that people are excited about what I was doing anyway. And I get to chat basically about my hobby. The fact that I get a little bit of money from doing it isn't terrible. Yeah. I mean, even if I got $0, which I was getting $0 before, that's not bad. Like, I mean, because, you know, people were just still hanging out and chatting with me, and it was just cool. I mean, I was going to do this either way. But I'm not going to say no, because I got like 4 different models and a bunch of animations because of the Twitch money, so that's things I didn't have. So the game got better objectively because of Twitch. That's cool. YouTube, on the other hand, well, anyway. I will never get monetized on YouTube doing streaming of game dev. No. So these audio logs are missing something. It's in a checkbox I set up. What I'm missing. It's recollectible. Not recollectible. Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. But even if everyone just blocked the ads and hung out with me and chatted all day, I still wouldn't, you know, be upset or like that. I mean, it's just, again, I was going to do this anyway. And so having people to chat with is awesome. That is also what keeps me streaming long periods of time. If there's people to chat with, I'll just keep chatting and stream way too long. If no one's like around, then I often end the stream early because, I mean, I like doing this, but the number of hours I do it goes down a fair amount when I don't have the extra, I guess, stimuli, if you will. Because, you know, That's actually one of the reasons I've done a lot more streaming, is also I get focused on doing this stuff. Oh, it's permanent now, perfect. As opposed to, if I wasn't streaming, I would be more likely to watch random YouTube videos or a show or something, or go over and talk to people, go futz around with something, you know, just in general, a bunch of things that waste time. But I'm streaming, no, I just keep working on it. Which has really sped up the development of this game. You definitely made a friend there, Bard. Just remember to bring each other home back by 10 p.m. or whatever it is. We want you kids getting into trouble. I really did consider having a time limit for this game and then putting clocks everywhere so you know how long you have left. Because in the story, you're supposed to have the entire night before it's too late, which would really only be at best 12 hours. Oh, nice. I mean, you know, listening to one person work makes me want to work too. I found some. I get it. I hang out in other people's streams too periodically. Assuming I have the time. When I was doing the long streams and the work days, I would not have a lot of time. So I was just like, oh, I'll hang out in your stream on the weekend or something, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, that happened a lot. Exactly. We're like our own sitcom, our very own office thing. Nice. I'll put a clock here. I like clocks. I was informed of something called clock punk, and I was like, wait, what? What is a clock punk? Like a small subset of steampunk that involves way too many clocks. I was excited. Now I want to have a clock punk room. Kind of moving some clocks around to make my world a little more interesting. And I need to go through this room and really just add a bunch of crap. Where is the library thingy in here? Why are these in the magician room? It's like sometimes the folders just vanish, which is so bizarre to me, but now the library looks like it's gone, but so does the entire 6th floor at one point. That's fair. Just waiting in the shadows, waiting to strike. Waiting for Bard to get too close. Then boom, sudden licking. Happens. Watch yourself out there, Bard, it's dangerous. The shadows hold unknown dangers. Or I guess this is a known danger. Always looking, always in the shadows, huh? Apparently everyone just lives in the shadows now. It's terrifying. Maybe it's terrifying out of the shadows. You just like sit in the shadows, you just like hiss him, it's like, what? Oh, and you're just like, they get too close and they're not with them, it's like, outsider. Be gone. I mean, you know, listen. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yep. Always lurking, always watching, always in the chat. There. I changed the name on this one too, like an idiot. Like an idiot. Was already in there. This got solved with the just Poppet heals herself. These are all things that aren't even going to go in here yet. They're just there. So much what I need to do is menus, and more tutorials, more AI stuff, because my, you know, enemies are, the bosses could use some work. They can be cheesed pretty hard. I guess I don't really care if you cheese Patrick. He is the first boss, so, you know, if you cheese him, that's fine. I could actually just make him where he's like, you know, not even that hard. Then you wouldn't even need the heal, but I already handing out the Empress heal in advance, so I could always move that farther in though, make you go back for it. It's not that necessary. Oh yeah, I need to make a note for the dodge too. The dodge needs to be I will say dodge is uncomfortable. Use. I'll need to rethink how dodge works. Right now it picks a direction based, whichever direction you're pushing, if you hit the button to dodge, it will dodge in that direction. Sometimes it will remember the previous direction. It's kind of bizarre. And sometimes if you're holding a direction for too long and then do something else in the meantime, it no longer remembers the direction you were last pushing for it. It doesn't work at all. Which seems not great. I probably need to implement dodge a different way, would be my guess. There's no point in the battle arena. I don't even know why I'm mentioning that. Do I care if the paintings activate only from dialogue? Or I would just rather you let you jump into them, because does it matter? I mean, maybe the first time they'd activate from dialogue, but after that... why would I restrict the player to forcibly using dialogue just to use it? Seems like that'd just be kind of tedious and weird. Let's put like beyond the demo, right? I need to focus on ideas that are what's going to be good for later and what's going to be in the actual demo, right? When am I giving a handout? Like, I'm probably giving out strength in the battle arena. And I have a guy who looks like a bookie basically doing that, but the problem with him is he looks more like he'd be in the city, which would be the next area beyond, which means I'm probably handing out strength then. But you don't really want a battle arena that early, right? Or do you? Probably not. You let them refight bosses and then maybe have like some sort of a gauntlet in order to win the strength tarot. Oh. But if manning that out, it's probably going to be in the third area. I just don't see the strength. Actually, right now strength does double jump, but that's not even that cool. Honestly, I could make like the hermit do double jump or something, but I actually have a mechanic for the hermit that seems like it'll be really good. I don't want to put it in here yet because I'm working on something that is not going to get added in for a while. And if anything, I want to give the hermit out over by the great board because it's more of a horizontal mechanic than an actual vertical mechanic. Be good for combat. Could also just save that mechanic for a game I was going to use it for. It's true too, but it's going to be a long time before I make any other games besides this one, so I don't know how interested I am on, you know, keeping ones in the chamber kind of thing. You know, like I could just as easily roll with it, you know? Think about it. So what am I going to work on right now is the question. I guess the rooms could have a goal system. That's an interesting idea. Kind of like this idea. They could. I have an idea. was thinking having a separate array of actors that are spawned in or has the option to be spawned in that are a goal thing. And if that array is ever empty, then to spawn in some sort of special thing. Oops. As goal, schmirk. We're gonna call this room goal because goal is used on multiple things, and I don't like anything that generic. All right. That custom event here. I need a thing to check for the goal too. Progress check. Get it looping. So we'll do this here. It loops here. And then I need to duplicate a couple more things here. Let's do goals, minor class. And then with how I'm doing this, I would have to I'd have to have Poppet check to see if she has it and then destroy it, or not spawn it if she already has something. So in that case, I want like an actual string for the goal name, something like that, because I have saved things. Let's see.
Full name. I want to keep the same terminology. Item type, name of item. I can just check them against Poppet. Actually, I could just have it checked down here. That's messy. Do I have this? This really is the gist of my entire save system for the most part. How I have permanents everywhere. The simple do I have this, and then the item selected effect. I think these two are pretty much it. I watched some YouTube video. Well, I started watching a bunch of it, and the guy was talking about some proper way to save with, you know, actor components and some big complicated thing. It was like over an hour, and I'm just like, I don't think I need all that. This is a Metroidvania, okay? This is not like some persistent world, you know? Like, some things will persist, but every Metroidvania you've ever played, you go back to an area and the same destroyables are right back there. Like, nothing really ever changes in those. You don't need to remember this house you built over, like, you know, 2 kilometers that way or anything. This is a Metroidvania. So I was like, I don't really need to save all those. All I really need to do is just check to see if I have an item, and if make it uncollectible if I do. Enemies are constantly spawned in, so it's not like they have a particular location where, you know, once they're killed, they're gone. It'd be terrible if it was. How boring would the game be if the enemies were just gone forever after you kill them once? You have to have a lot of enemies. It'd be like Dynasty Warriors at that point, so you wouldn't get bored. So if you do have this, do nothing. If I don't have this, I'm gonna borrow a whole army of code. Why am I using this doesn't even get used? It's just a nothing burger? And I duplicate it? Nice. Thanks for the follow-up, Pastors. How's your day or night going? It is all a state of mind. For me, it is now technically night, as I've been streaming for 9 hours. That feels like night, but it's only 5 p.m., which would have been morning for me just a couple weeks ago. The deep philosophical meaning of being a
Kind of like a modern day cave troll, I guess, that I am. I don't know. I never go outside. Weird. Outside. Oh my god. I live in a box instead. Oh, cool. Huh. You're quite welcome. Thanks for watching. Yes. I continue to build this bizarre contraption. So I want the rooms to have goals built into them now. Should have built this into the first system. I guess technically this could have been built into exactly the same system. But it needs a secondary spawn. So the room goal does this. I'm gonna basically just duplicate an army of code. Because that's true. I basically just need to duplicate all this code, but with different variables. Kinda, yeah. Fair enough. Trouble is, I can't actually just, you know, cram the other code into here because these are very specific. I could probably pull it off by simply having some sort of way to differentiate if the goal actors were involved with this in the spawn array. At that point, you need an additional bit of information, though. I don't know if that's particularly better, because I was going to say maybe a map variable could do it. It's not really a for each on a map variable, though. I know it is possible to trick its way into that with enough steps. I forgot what the steps were. What I just described is a scenario where I should just copy paste a whole bunch of code here and then tweak it for the new version of this stuff. Right? That's what I just heard. Is that what you just heard? That's what I just heard. Alright, so this would be the goal spawn array instead. We'll link this here. And I also need one more thing. We need a reward spawn array too. Actually, that's wrong. I need two things here. I want these transforms as well, but I also want them to have a reward transform array. The plan is basically do exactly what I did up here with spawning the stuff in. And then, except for with some specific actors that I'm going to track. And then if those actors are ever killed, then, or destroyed or whatever, then it should run one more thing that's checking here to spawn in whatever the rewards are. So job one is get the code for it to spawn. Then this. Then job two will be to tell it to communicate to the to the NPCs that there's a spawner here. Wait, there's a... I have this technology already. We have the technology. Enemy spawner understands. So let's see here. BPI spawned. Okay. This is going to be a very complicated setup. I'm going to keep note of this though. Alright. So if I don't have this item, I'm going to do N. Where N is in fact the length of the array minus 1? No, it's just the length of the array. Right? By that standard. It's not that I need a has goal. I can actually get the goal array here. Length. And I just have to check if it's greater than 0. Right? Because if I don't put a goal array in there, then it'll be like, okay, well, there's no goal. No need to add extra steps in, right? Because then I'll be one more box I can accidentally fail to check. Nobody likes those. Goodness knows. Fail to check them all the time. I am defeated by the boxes, yes. Let me do this really fast here. Huh. There was an ad thingy going. Fair enough. This is just called room goal. We're just saying there was no reason to do what I was doing with having a has goal thingy when I could just simply check the link to this goal spawn array, and if it has nothing that it's supposed to spawn to achieve the goal, then it'll just go, okay, well, the array says there's nothing in it, so we don't got to do anything and just ignore the rest of this. That's why I wouldn't accidentally, you know, fail to click a boolean, which I fail to do all the time. All right. Oh yeah, this thing here, this is something I made. I was like, wait a second, what's a do n minus 1? Oh, I made it. It's literally the do n counter minus 1. This is because the array starts at 0. Sometimes you have to count minus 1 on those. Not always. Depends what you're doing with it. Well, spawn transform array. Goal spawn transform array is the new one instead. Remove the 0 from the name because it's weird. My new goal today is make this work. Because having cool goals would be neat. And I don't really have that set up yet. I mean, you can put it as a trigger box thing, like on the level or something. But what I don't like about those is that well, it's an extra box I gotta put everywhere. You already have ones on all the rooms anyway. These also despawn things too, so they're really memory efficient. I guess the level thing you could also do the same. I mean, it could just be one giant thing, but also the levels have bad habits of getting corrupted and things like that too. If anything happens to a level, you can't just copy paste everything over, because everything right now I have is just a bunch of actors. You can just pick them up and move them. The whole game is portable to a different level if I need it to be. Well, for the most part. But I guess you could do it either way. I find it visually easier to position all the different actors and everything like that with just each one of these things than doing it with the level as well. Because the level can't have, I don't believe it can actually have the 3D widgets to place things. I don't know on that. Can it have a 3D widget? I gotta know if it can have a 3D widget. Open level blueprint. Can has 3D widget? Let's create a transform variable because, I mean, those things can have 3D widgets. It can. I gotta see this. Cannot have 3D widget. Instance editable. Can has 3D now? Can has 3D. Ooh. How would you even select that? So many questions. They demand answers. I just want to use a level blueprint thing. I don't even see a place for it. It's not like it does it appear in the details? No. Yeah, I don't get how you would use something like that. Because the references for all those things are over here. And I could click off that, but it'll never select the that as an option. And double clicking this will just foolishly open up a level. That's not helpful. Huh. Yeah, I don't think you can actually use the 3D widget. I think it's just a bizarre extra thing you can click for no reason. Wow, that's a tangent that doesn't serve any purpose other than my curiosity. But hey, you know, those are fun to run down sometimes. Clever Me was already set up with the spawner thing. It's just like, I got this. No problem. The only thing I need now is a currently spawned actors array. Because I can't use the previous one. I want to check if this one's empty. Right? I'm working on it, Bard. Right now I'm gonna use the same room system I have to spawn in some goal actors too. And the goal actors will, when destroyed, spawn in a reward. Like some sort of more event-based type of reward. But I think that it's not that I want to check to see if that thing has 0 in it. I think I almost want them to be in a separate array, and when that array equals the length of the other array, then it does something. Right? Because I do it over here. Because I've done this once before. But not for this purpose. But I have done this once before. When these die off, they have let's see. Yeah, remove from array. If their spawner is valid. The problem is that when you leave the area, it's also going to despawn them. And if they have a spawner, it's set up on this to just to inform that. So it'll empty the array, and then that would trigger the reward. I don't want to do that. So what I need to basically do is inform them that they're a goal actor to start with, right? And then when they return the information back, they could send back information about being a goal. That'd probably be the most sensible. After all, programming is basically just a game of phone tag at the end of the day, right? The goal is to send the information back from each line in the chain, and then if at some point someone sends the wrong information, that's where the break is, and you just fix that. So they need to know what they are. So let's go to the interface here. And this is the spawned interface. Yes. Goal actor. Oh. Goal not achieved, I think. Because right here, when they die off, I'm going to want to check and see if they're like a goal actor. It is a goal actor. Not a question for that, I guess. So if they have a spawner, then we'll ask the question if they're a goal actor. Wait. Better yet. I'm already doing this one, so I could just literally add this. Now I'm just gonna run spawned in and then do a gold actor on that. And then on these ones here, for this one here, the room goal, they're now considered goal actors. And then on spawned in for the enemies here, I'm gonna want to branch this in a second here. Remove from array could probably also have the goal actor thing. I think it can. I don't need this then. Because then I can just go to the locations where things are already done and I don't have to figure the rest of the crap out. You know, I can just do this, be like, okay, goal actor here. And connect that in. And then when they're spawned in, which is probably on event begin play, if anywhere. Then there's no additional work involved with this. It's just literally put it in the same locations, which is always good. Should always do that. Saves yourself a lot of effort. What happened is spawned, huh? What's this do? It has no references. Okay. Okay, so armed with a spawner there. And I need to remove from array, right? Wait, you let me delete as a spawner? Oh, his spawn is what I deleted. Okay. The NPC does a lot of stuff, so it's notable that I gotta watch for some weird crap it does. Out movement, blah blah, this thing here. BPI spawned. Okay, so I gotta look for BPI spawned on here. It has to have this BPI spawned. Or not. Uh-huh. Sorry, remove from array, my bad.
So if it is a goal actor, then I want to remove it from the goal array. These are duplicated. Why are there two of you? I have it right here. There's no need to have twice. So probably I should have had the other one. I should probably keep the other one actually and delete this one. Just so they all say goal in front of them. Keep my naming convention the same because it makes it a lot easier to figure out where everything is in the future. Okay. So we're going to take this array here and attempt to find whichever actor is involved. This still not work. Because I need to remove this from the array there. I think on the despawn, I'll remove the goal array thingy, or the goal actor thing. Yeah. Well, John, well, let's just get them all to spawn first. I'm doing too many different things at once and should just focus on the first thing there. Get them all spawning. Spawned in, goal actor. That's perfectly acceptable. Here. Also, I could learn to spell currently. Goal currently spawned actors is the one I want. Not that one. UN counter, sure. Wait. The goal do encounter. Because if I have two things using this, I think that it'll trample on each other. It's basically two different systems that are going to be running about at the same time, only they just are putting things in different arrays to use for my information here. Since the specific enemies aren't really marked as goals, I could have just marked each individual one as goals, but then I have to make specific, you know, things like that. And that might be more of a pain. This I can use anything I want as a goal, which I think works out better with the goal do encounter. Basically, it's just the exact same information. I'm just changing it up with some different names. So I can have two different groups of thingies to play with. No, that's fine. It should be pretty much identical, but oh, I could have made this less messy. So do that instead.
Still going strong? Actually, when was that? Like, you actually asked me that a while ago. Maybe not as strong as I thought, huh? They're starting to win the fight there. Sitting in it too long. Starting to be uncomfortable to do so. Yep, still kind of going here for a bit. I want to get this to work. After that, I don't think I'm going to go much beyond that, but I'll just raid one of the people I actually like that was raiding me all this time, because I'm actually up early and about as fair play, but I'm curious to see if this works. So job one is just I don't want to answer where. Get each phase of it to work. I mean, realistically, I should be duplicating both these two phases because they're identical. Yeah, because it's basically just the same thing here. Like, there's supposed to be a room goal here, and then yeah, custom event room goal end or something like that. It's basically just this Poppet left thing, except for I trade out every one of the variables for the new stuff. All the ones that say goal. And also right up here I put room goal end. This won't trigger the goal per se, but I might as well make certain they spawn in and spawn out just like everything else. And then worry about the rest of it. Oops. I must say, the longer I stream, the numbers are better, like streaming now, than I often will get a lot of times. That's an interesting thing to note. Because when you stream in the middle of the night, there's like a doldrum period of like 3 to 4 hours where the viewership completely collapses. And I always had good viewership on either side of that, but never good during it. So that's fun to note. If I even need this sprayer. There's a reason I set this all up previously. I remember one night I spent a whole lot of time testing and setting this up, which is why I'm just duplicating things. Because never do the work twice if you don't gotta. That should trigger everything I need to do. Now all that's left is to give it a couple things to spawn. There's a transformer. I need this here. I guess I should check to see if this one even had a model. I just grabbed one that I thought would get the job done, but I don't think it has a model, so I could pick one. Nope, back the hell you go. And spawn her hair. Here. Where'd one of them go? Doesn't have a weapon. No hair. One did not appear to work. Oh. It errors because it had some AI thing out because it did it a million years ago. She used to have an AI setup. You know, before that was back when I was dumb and using behavior trees. I've evolved beyond that. Go higher plane of behavior trees suck. Goodness. Just saying. Are these blueprints? Alright, AI is now by... Let me bring up one of them. I will go over the simple things of it, and then after that I'll see how long I go after that. I'm definitely feeling the tired, if you know what I'm saying. Alright, so it's real simple how I set this up. On their event begin play, I run a character behaviors event. It's down here. I have a string for current action, right? Just to check to see if it's equal to dead. If it's true, then... or not equal to dead, then true, then I do this here. And I have like 4 phases. I have an information gathering phase. 90% of the time it's just finding the player character and the distance to them. It sets the distance as a variable. Right here, it just does that. Sure. And then the thinking phase, the collapse graph here. This is where it checks and makes certain it has no other current action. And then usually I go by distances, and you can put whatever branches you want here. This one has an is aggro thingy, so they always stay aggro forever if they ever do attack you. But if you're greater than 1,000 distance, it goes, okay, well, switch on in. I just have a bunch of things there. You could just have one action if you want, and I random integer this just so I get percentages for how often these happen. And these just tell it what the current action is. Sometimes there's bonuses to the current action. Sometimes it's just something really simple. In this case, I have move direction, then a bunch of options for move direction. I do difference for different things like that. This can get really complicated, but all AI can. Once it picks whichever thing there, like say it's going to attack, it then goes to the next graph and goes, okay, on the actions graph, you can ignore all this stuff. This is just a bunch of things I have to be certain that, it helps them break the AI problems. Mostly there's a do once here with the reset here that puts it back to no action. That'll happen later. This is all part of that checking system. Don't worry about it. For an action here, switch the thing there, and this is where I tell it what to do. This is where all the actual actions are carried out, right? Where I might run the attack thing here, which runs all of whatever it's going to do. I won't bore you with how I do the attack, but... or just you could do a simple move to target. Something like that, And then at the end of the thing there, I do a reset action, which then goes here and resets it so it can do again. And then the final phase I have, it just does a cleanup, where it does a delay of X time, and then runs character behaviors again, which starts the process over. That's it. That's how I run my AIs. That one's relatively simple. Sure thing. But then you'll start getting other ones here. I guess Vu's not as complicated as you might think. She's actually fairly complicated, honestly. She follows the same pattern. Once again, just she has some additional stuff that she does, but she does her character behaviors. Oh yeah, they definitely aren't. Everything you've been seeing, I do not use behavior trees. I hate them. They're so inferior and crappy and just a lot of work. And Epic has 2 replacements for them. I mean, people act like they're really good, and it's like, but Epic's got replacements. And if it makes you feel any better, Activision uses blueprints for their AI, so it's not like, even AAA companies will just ignore it sometimes. But yeah, then you get like, more complicated boss characters who start, they have to determine a target. She has 2 different targets she wants to go after and bases it on distance mostly. I could also get things with them like, I could face a certain direction if I wanted, and then check, like, if that direction to actually find the direction to the player, and if that direction is like, say, 45 degrees this way or 45 degrees that way, then have the character as being seen. Oh yeah, and within a certain distance, so basically creating my own, vision cone thingy. You do that too. Metroidvanias don't really deal in like stealth and things like that, so it's not particularly that necessary.
Yeah, this character does a lot more checking of things, has different battle phases based on her health. It's like, okay, well, if the battle of between 75 health, we do this battle phase. And, you know, so multiple battle phases. Checks if the player's in the air, so she can combat the player in the air if the player's dead or whatever. All these important things. Same setup here, except for she also informs Mini Pop what the battle phase is, because she has a second AI that will help her doing things. And based on the battle phase she has, she now has different things to do. Such as Battle Phase 1, which you can see gets much more complicated. All the way down to... yeah, all the way down to Battle Phase 3. As you can see, Battle Phase 3 gets way more options that she can do. She also picks up these abilities here, which I put in macros. Like her Diabolic Shield, which works around this thing here. Like if it's true, then she sits there a timer, you know, until it's going to happen. And then she has like a gathering thing where she pulls all her enemies to her. And then if it's false, how long before the Diabolic Shield goes off again? And I just start adding those to the start of each of these things, going, okay, well, how about this? How about this? Summon a voodoo doll. Sure. And I just put timers, right? And these are trigger X every time. Just adds the timer each time, increments it. And if it's a greater amount, just sets it to 0 and then does a new action. Current action, summon voodoo doll. So then you go back to here and it goes, okay, well, we're summoning voodoo doll, boys. As you can see, she has a lot of actions she can take. She has a summon unit option here, which again, has the same reset action setup. Where's her summon unit at? She has it over here. Where are you? I know there's a summon unit code on something. Are we on, okay. Oh, it's a summon unit graph now, I guess, sure. She has multiple summons too, things like that. As you can see, it gets pretty crazy, all the things that she can actually do to make a battle get... yeah, the bosses can get nutty. That's the point of them. What she does with the ones that she deems important, like these ones here. Voodoo cultists. Which also get spawned in, then they, this actually is a similar thing to the reward setup, right? They can be if you want. I have a lot of different attacks that she does based on the scenario. Like if she's at a certain range and her trying to swing with her, you know, giant, you know, voodoo pin thingy at you makes more sense. But if she's at a distance, she isn't going to try that because it's not going to work. It took a long time to get the distance right on that. Projectiles at distances, you know, she's got a stomp thing. Yeah. But that's how I tend to run all my AIs, is distance. It happens in the information gathering here, right? Where I go over here and I determine a target. And once I have the target, and the target for her is either the voodoo doll or Poppet, I get the distance to the target. And all it is just get distance to self versus other actor. And then it just sets it as a variable. Because I'm always going to want to know. I don't have to have them act based on that distance. They could just know it and then change things like based on that. Oh wait, that's not the one I want. So we go to here. And then as you can see, like in her battle phases, every one of these is based on distance. This is greater than 3,000 distance. She'll do this. 2,000 distance, which obviously means it has to be between 3 and 2,000. 1,000. Medium range, this is like, I kept changing this number. It's actually like 600 to 1,000. Close range is 400 to 600. Too close is when I deem, like, you know, because voodoo is so huge that she can't really hit Poppet very effectively. That's why she has that ground pound attack that knocks Poppet away, because it was something that could hit Poppet even if Poppet was really close. Or she'll jump backwards to make it hard to hit her because she wants to get a far enough distance away to be able to hit you. I mean, I could ever try to stomp on you, but that's why I did the ground pound. It was going to be a stomp, and I couldn't find a good stomp animation. Turns out stomp animations are kind of rare. Right?
Because there aren't many times where you, in like RPGs and things where you want to stomp. But a ground pound was a lot easier to come by. See how to do that based on distances, and see, I probably should make a YouTube video explaining how I do these things, because I really haven't seen many on blueprints, but it's just, I know how blueprints work. Actually, in the most ironic and weird world, this is actually how I did the AI stuff in RPG Maker. Because I could still calculate distance to a target. And because that, you know, was obviously too stupid to have its own, you know, AI setup, I'm just like, well, I'm just programming behaviors here because I was working with randomized maps. I'm like, oh, I don't get to see the map first, so I need randomized behaviors, or behaviors that can account for a map that is random. And I was just like, wait, why can't I do that in this? Oh, that makes sense. Important to note. See if they spawn in. I don't know about disadvantages. I mean, you could still make use of the AI thingy because it's still a component on there. So you can easily just, you know, pull that information because it's an actor component on your thing. So that's not a problem. If anything, I think there's mostly just upside. The upside is that you don't have to use garbage like the blackboard to do variables. You don't have to use interfaces to send information back and forth to the character itself to do basically every action. Because, you know, the little AI thingy doesn't, like, can't do anything particularly special, you know? It doesn't, like, spawn things in. It doesn't... Usually you have to call back to the player's blueprint to do almost everything. You don't need to make a file for every single stupid action. It's just, you know, a little function there. Like, all the different movement thingies, like how I handle all the movement. I already have this up. I don't need to bring it up a second time. Like, let's say I have the thing here where it says to, you know, do an action like, this move direction thingy here, where I have all these options here. What it's really doing is going to the move direction on its parent. The move direction here just goes and checks everything that needs to be done. All my own code to do things. Which type of move we're talking about. And it calculates all this stuff, so I only have to do it once. Now, if you did this in any of these things in the behavior trees, you have to make little files for them. Every single little behavior show. I forgot what they're called. Tasks. There you go. Or decorators for if you want to put, like, you know, only do it if this or that. But you can already do all that in blueprints, so I really don't see a huge difference. Except for that I get to save myself a lot of extra work. This works best if you know, work on the parent system. Like if you make children of like an NPC and then put all the stuff on the parent, so you don't got to do it on all of them. I mean, if it's something specific, I put it on just them. Like Voodoo is the only one that summons, like, that does her little like shield thingy, or that can spin the battlefield. Like those are her thingies. The rest of the NPCs don't need that crap, so they're never going to use that. But she would. So if there's something really specific, it goes on them. But if it's generic, like how to move around or like summon a unit or something, like I have for combat here, like firing a projectile, spawning things. Obviously all the damage and stuff's already handled on there too. But I find it to be simpler. Obviously over time it's going to get really complicated, but if you've ever looked at the behavior trees, they're going to be just as complicated. It's just a lot of files. Probably more complicated because you need a lot of interfaces. Because, you know, if you're doing everything on the blueprint of the actor, you don't need an interface to interact with itself. Well, yeah, I mean, this game's been going for a bit, so I keep adding in more things that are necessary, and there's a lot of mechanics in this game. Probably too many, in all honesty. I've been wondering about that myself. I might... We'll see. Like, I'm not sure there's going to be, like, 3 different mechanics for every single tarot card. It's a lot. Maybe there will be, I don't know. Just different things to do. No way I can balance all that. It's going to be... Some things will just be outright broken, but... Oh yeah, well, I mean, I have the ability to put it in. It doesn't mean that all the mechanics are really played out very well. I only have like 8 actual abilities that are really set up for the demo at this point. Of like 66. But to be fair, certain ones I don't think are going to get a lot. Like, I don't think the World Tarot is going to need additional toys. So maybe it does get additional toys, I don't know. But then to get in like the final area, upgrades to the best tarot. But we'll see. I don't 100% know on that one. Say, I tell people I'll burn that bridge when I get there. Great, great. Right now I'm just weirded out that this one isn't spawning. I don't even see an extra spawn thingy, so... Well, actually, I think I'm going to go over here. But it's like it's not spawning. I'll move it up in the air and have it spawn over here or something. But overall, it should be not the worst. So I'll have to make a YouTube video on how it's done. Just my own setup for it. Explain to people how another way to do it, because everyone thinks they have to do behavior trees, and I found behavior trees to be a confusing mess. I mean, I made some stuff in behavior trees, don't get me wrong, it's just it wasn't what I had hoped. I should make this enemy in behavior trees. I just grabbed her and put her on there, because she was one of the early experiments I had with a character that was missing with lights. It's only spawning one. Anyway, I think I'll end up calling it at this point. Just send you over to, you know, one of the people who I have been rated by in the past. Because, yeah, it's been 10 hours and 17 minutes, and I had a long stream. Yeah, it's long. But I'll be ready. Oh, no, I might stream tomorrow. I don't know. Tomorrow's Saturday. I don't usually stream on the weekends, but I kind of like just working on things, and I kind of just start streaming. It's a bad habit, because there's other things I need to work on that are more important, and I don't always do them. It's pretty bad, you know. I'm just like, ah, look, but pretty much, yeah. Well, it's just cool to see all the things that are made by it. Exactly, it'll be ending soon, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I end up going for a while longer than I probably should all the time. But I have like work during the day, and I didn't really have to meet anyone today, so I didn't have that problem. And then ads start playing. Great. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll keep chatting after those are done, I guess. Oh. It doesn't ad break right in the middle of that, and it's like, well, I guess I'll do a quick little thing here and chat after it real fast, but did that fix it? Maybe. No. It's still like spawning one too few, it seems like. I realized there was a goal end thingy that was wrong, because I had do end at both locations, and do end specifically references the other do end counter. Oh, I see. I need to replace this here. This probably fixes the problem. Well, now I gotta know. Important to know. It's almost certainly the problem, because it's was using a different array to decide when it should stop, and well, that's not gonna work, right? Or maybe it would. I mean, they could always be the same length in the array, and then it would work, but it don't work very often. 1 and 1. Just 1. We lost one, Captain. Why is that one over there but not that? I have so many questions. Well, as exciting as it is to do a bunch of print strings, I don't think I'm going to do that right now. I think it's going to kind of go into that probably not category. Alright, well, I guess I'll rage Ed then, because, you know. And I'll say goodbye to the YouTube people. Yeah, but I'll be back like next Monday for certain, but maybe sooner. The addiction's always real. Yeah, about that. So, bye-bye, YouTube.